Yeah, it's going to be a really great race to get underway. Beautiful conditions today, but like you said, without that wind, it's going to, kind of favor some paddlers and others that will be maybe a little bit more disappointed not to have those more challenging conditions with that wind coming into play. And we've got 7 paddlers starting out in our women's prone paddling division that have just hit the water. We will be starting off in just a few moments with the women's SUP division as well, which will have plenty more paddlers than the women's prone division, as we can see them just getting that early start and heading out into that deeper water.
Yeah, we got the lineup here of the prone women. Elise Daudignon from France. Judith Verges from Spain. She won the technical race yesterday here in some really, really cool conditions. A lot of great racing there. Yurika Oribe from Japan, number 44. Cornelia Rigatti from Italy, number 58. Suzette Velez from Puerto Rico with number 35. Joanne Davidson from Canada, number 75. And Jessica Georgelin from, I believe, Team England in number 85. So, a solid, small, tight, condensed heat there of the women. They're following the lead boat right now out to the first buoy, as they're going to first make a right turn, then they're going to continue out around that pier you see on screen right now, and they're going to charge up towards one of the famous lighthouses here in the Les Sables d'Olonne. But yeah, you see the athletes here on screen, the prone paddlers, some of them opting for the stomach position, the original prone position, and some of them getting on their knees. And if you're not familiar with prone paddleboarding, that's the positions they're going to switch back and forth to, get some variation and relax some muscles along the way.
Yeah, that's right. Really challenging on the knees after a long time of being in that knee paddle position, and pretty challenging on the ribs and maybe the shoulders more so, and the neck in that stomach laying down prone position. So a few changes on the prone side of paddling. We'll see that won't really come into play in any way on the SUP side, as we've got that pack that's still nice and tight together. It looks like we've got 5 in that lead conversation. And we are just, at the beginning of our women's long distance prone race. This is just a single race straight to the final. And we will be crowning our medalists as they cross the finish line. And they've got 3 hours as the maximum time to be getting in across that finish line. But we will be expecting those heat leaders to come in well below that.
Yes, so 3 hours is the cutoff. 18-kilometer course. Of course, depending on the conditions, that can easily take 3 hours if you have rough, waters. But I think the conditions we're going to see today is more of a flat ocean. There's a little bit of a southerly breeze. We'll keep an eye on if that really comes up during the day. But I would say, Shannon, we're in for some pretty calm conditions on the stand-up paddling side. This is the women. The women's stand-up paddlers are going to be racing momentarily from the beach, and I'd say the women's stand-up paddlers should be making it in somewhere just around the 2-hour mark is my guess with these conditions. But the current on the outside could play a factor. So I look forward to seeing these. This is more of a low pace race compared to the tech race we saw yesterday. So because it's this low pace, it's more of some big strategy calls you have to make. You won't see the effect of the strategies you choose until maybe towards the end of the race.
Yeah, it's so interesting. It'll be great to be able to see a lot of that unfold as we get deeper into the race. You can see the paddlers now. They're kind of out past that harbor zone here at Les Sables d'Olonne, and they're making their way out to the first buoy for that right-hand turn. Once we get out to that section and past the harbor wall, we'll really be able to see what the conditions are looking like when it comes to current and when it comes to what swell is still available. Of course, in the first few days of our contest waiting period, we've had some pretty big surf, but it's really tapered off as we're coming towards our final weekend.
Yeah, it's tapering off. We had a good flurry there of North Atlantic action after a summer with not a whole lot of swell in Europe. I know that there was a lot of coastlines all across the continent that were just relishing this, early season storm that just dished up some nice, 5 to 6 foot waves the other day here. For the technical race yesterday, we still had a lot of swell around, a dropping swell though, but enough to make for perfect conditions for the tech race. And I'd say we've been pretty blessed with good conditions so far. We've had waves when we needed waves. We've had surf that made the racing interesting, especially on the technical side. But then for the long distance, we're stoked to have calm conditions. As we see on screen right now, this is the course for the 18-kilometer long distance. You see they're starting here on that first leg right now, going to the first buoy. They're going to make a right-hand turn there towards that second buoy. When they get there, they're going to set the course down along the coast. You're going to see some beautiful coastline there. As they get down to that next and third buoy, they're going to make, I believe, a left turn there, return to the second buoy, and initiate a second lap around that to the third buoy before returning all the way home. So that's the course on the menu. I know the athletes think it's a long course today, and I can only agree.
Yeah, it is going to be a very long course ahead. More maybe like a marathon if you're comparing coming from other sports and you're familiar with running, you're familiar maybe even with cycling, something more along the lines of a marathon race.
Let's be honest, this is a marathon right here. This isn't a long distance. It's it is a long distance, but it's
a very long distance.
It's a very, very long distance, and I think for some reason we've been accustomed to these distances of races in the early days of stand-up paddling. I think most races around the world now probably more in like that 10K, 10 to 12K benchmark, where it's still probably the same athletes that do well, but it condenses it a little bit and makes it a little bit easier for the athletes if it's not 18K. There really is a difference if you're paddling for 1 hour or 2 hours. It takes a different toll on the body, and those racers that are paddling today, if they're doing the sprint as well tomorrow, they're probably going to be. I don't know what. I definitely wouldn't want to be paddling a sprint the day after doing a marathon.
And we have seen some of the paddlers that have decided not to take place in today's distance race because they're more favored for that sprint race coming up. As we can see, the women taking that first right-hand turn around the outside buoy, and they will be now heading out to the second buoy in the race course, and they are well and truly in the open ocean as a tight pack of 5 is right there together.
Yeah, and that looked like in first place there, it was from Italy, Cornelia Rigatti turning that buoy in first place. Japan, we have Eureka Uribe in second, and from Spain, the champion of yesterday, Judith Verges. And as we see, I believe that's our British paddler there taking a quick little plunge. She's going to want to get back up at the board quick, sprint to catch up to that tail wake. As you can see, the athletes here very close together. They're in that drafting formation. Same if you're on a stand-up paddleboard. You want to stay close to your competitors, get that wash behind their boards, kind of like in cycling where they're drafting each other for minimizing air resistance. In stand-up paddling and in prone paddleboarding, it's about getting that toe behind the boards.
Well, talking about stand-up paddling, the women's stand-up paddling long-distance race is about to begin, and we've got a long list of finalists within the conversation.
We have a very long list here. From France, Yona Reve and Anaï Guillaumarche. From Spain, Esperanza Paredes and Duna Cordillo. Probably the two favorites here today would be my guess. We'll return to that. Rika Okuwaki and Natsumi Baba from Japan. Paula Rodriguez and Roseli Novlowski from Brazil. We saw them in the tech race yesterday as well. Claudia Postiglione and Cecilia Pampinella from Italy. And Marie Carmen Rivera and Annabella Rivera from Puerto Rico. Great racing from Marie Carmen the last few days as well. Lucia Klenboski and Alma Coletta from Argentina, Ginny Betts and Marie Buchanan, the two strong English paddlers in this heat. Anna Cherky also going for the long distance. And I really look forward to watching our Czech paddlers right here, Iva Dondova and Katerina Tedlova. So, we have a very solid lineup here. And, so many ladies that I actually didn't even get to finish that list, but we'll have plenty of time to return to all the ladies on the water. They got started now.
They are underway. The list was so long from that first page of athletes that we've actually had to go into that second graphic to be able to catch all of them. As we can see them now on their mark and getting ready for that quick start. Toes on the line and waiting for that buzzer to sound. And there we go, off and racing with a quick run down to the shoreline. Not a quick run, it's actually a very long sprint on the sand as that tide is pretty low this morning and will be continuing to get lower over the next couple of hours, and the paddlers have hit the water.
They have hit the water. Lights out. Away they go. I know it's been a challenge for the race direction here. They set the start line, and then they look away for 10 minutes, and then suddenly the beach has receded 100 meters. So the athletes getting a little bit of a run there to warm up. As we take a look again at the start, this is the course the athletes are entering. It's an 18-kilometer long distance. It's going to take them out around 2 buoys before entering into a lap of two circular laps out to the lighthouse here. As we see, this is a beautiful drone shot of the athletes getting going. We're going to see who gets into that initial draft train, and I think that's the key word today: draft train, draft packs. We're going to see, strategy come into play where, they want to position, an athlete wants to position themselves in a long distance, not alone. They want to be in the pack around other athletes to conserve energy, to stay in striking distance, but ultimately just conserve energy because they have to be, they're going to be paddling for up towards 2 hours here. And, if you're on the back of someone's tail wash, just like 20 centimeters behind the back of their board, you're probably saving somewhere around 15 to 20% of, of your energy. You're going to use less effort because a lot of the water is moving already. And that's going to be key today because if you can save 10-15% during the race, that gives you a little bit of extra juice in the tank or extra gas in the tank when you get towards the end.
Especially when you come down to those final buoys and you're wanting to enter into that sprint mode to get across that finish line nice and quick. Now, when it comes to, paddlers being in a line like this, drafting behind each other, is there that communication going on where eventually they're going to change position and someone else will take the lead and kind of break things up and share a little bit of that load?
Sometimes I would say, yeah, we get communication as we see. I mean, this is the definition of a draft train right here. See they're lining up one after the other, and obviously the first person breaking the water resistance. So there is a benefit, as we talked about before, to sit in either a second, third, fourth, or further backwards position. There is communication, but it's not necessarily spoken communication. There's a lot of unsaid stuff where
you just kind of feel it because you all know what's going on.
Yeah, this is really tricky. I want to say we're all respectful of each other and help each other take turns, but reality is there's a lot of this is the psychology of a draft train, right? I believe this is Espe we see out front, for example. She might want to stay out in the front because she would not be comfortable with someone else taking over. Ideally, just like a pack of birds flying, they'll switch pretty often to break the rotation and give the leader a break. But then comes the potential of, say, someone like Espe, who on paper probably just is so much stronger than the rest of the athletes. She might not want to. She would maybe rather keep a high pace and try to just keep a little bit higher pace that maybe some of the athletes can't follow, and thereby they will break off. So there's the strategy of the breaker in front, and I think that might be what we see today. But if it's a good race and it's a long race, you're going to be taking turns, maybe 5 minutes at the front and then backing off.
Well, we've got a long paddle ahead of us as the stand-up paddle train is heading out towards that first buoy. Just a little while ago, we saw our prone paddle pack of women who started out the race about 10 minutes before the stand-up paddle crew hit the water. They already rounded that outside buoy, and they are well and truly on their way to the second or now into that long-distance stretch up to the north end of the coast here, as we can see the train starting to approach that first buoy.
Ooh, we're also seeing the train split right there. We saw a racer going down right there, and that's actually pretty detrimental, especially if it looked like it was that leader of the second train. It's a little bit too far away here to see who exactly it was. It might be Tanja Ecker from Germany right now leading that second train there. They need to try to close that gap right now if they want to stay in contention, because there's maybe 5 board lengths right there in between the first and second pack. If they don't close that gap now, there's a good chance that the leading pack will just slowly but surely move away and build a little bit of a bigger gap in between there. So there's some stuff happening right now that'll set up the rest of the day. And as we see, I think we might even see probably 3 or 4 trains develop after this buoy.
Espe in the lead, Esperanza Barreras for Spain on the SUP women's paddle. And she took out that gold medal yesterday in the SUP technical for the women's. It was very exciting to see her finish that race in that leading position ahead of Melanie Lafanette for Team France.
Right here, that's Espe Barreras from Spain out in front. That's Duna Gordillo in second place. The 2 Spaniards definitely setting the pace for this race so far. And that's definitely going to be one of the talking points today. Espe just being so strong yesterday in the technical race, where I think given the conditions where the tide was coming in and the waves were getting slower, that meant that the raw strength of the athletes came more into play than just than the technical abilities of catching waves. So Espe, probably more so today in her element on the long distance, where she can just have a clean race and just really focus on showing that strength and stamina that she possesses.
Very excited to see that continue underway as we pick back up to our prone paddlers, and we've got a paddler that has gone down towards the back of the pack. She's going to need to sprint heavy to get back up to that those leading 4 as we're at that 16-minute mark. And out in front on the prone paddle side, we had the Italian in Cornelia Rigiati, who was taking the lead pretty early on within this and managing to hold on to that as well. As they're now coming around the headland and into that open ocean, here you can see just right off the headland that there is a little bit of swell today. It's tapered off a lot in comparison to what we had across the SUP surfing, which was the first 3 days of competition for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. But coming into our semifinals for the SUP technical on day 4 and our big day of finals for the technical race yesterday, there was still a lot of swell that was rolling through into La Grande Plage. A lot of wind as well. Yesterday that wind started to taper off a little bit more, and today it's even quieter than what we have had through the rest of the week. So that's quite nice in comparison to the conditions that the distance racers could have been battling with through day 3 or day 4 of competition, where it was quite stormy. And there you can see the SUP paddlers heading out around that second buoy. They're now going to be making a right-hand turn and then heading across for the major part of the distance race. They're going to have to head down to buoy number 3, make a big left turn off of that and come all the way back to buoy 2, make a turn across this again and go back down that distance strip before rounding back one more time to head into the beach. We're looking at
That's a beautiful backdrop right there. You can see the athletes are far out to sea right now. They've probably gone a kilometer or 2 out to sea to get into the the outside line of this race course. You can sense there's a little bit of you can sense of course the camera is on a boat right now and it's a little bit unstable, but there's movement in the ocean. It's not a lake. It's not entirely flat. So it's only 9 o'clock in the morning here in France, which means that as the day progresses, as we get a little bit of thermal wind kicking in, we could see a little bit more bumps, a little bit more movement in the water. As I believe that's Anna Cherky from Switzerland there in the 4th position, chasing down. This is not the lead pack we're watching right now. This is I believe the 2nd train right now. In the lead pack, we do have Espe Barreras. We do have Duna Gordillo. They were setting the pace there before. I believe in that top 4 group, we also have Anai Guimoche from France, along with, it looked like Marie Carmen Rivera there in the 4th place right now. We will get a closer look at that momentarily. But definitely, it looks like there's already some gaps starting to build. That looks like maybe that 5 board length gap has increased now up to looking like maybe more 10 board lengths. So, the race is definitely entering that phase right now where it's becoming clear not everyone can keep the pace of Espe Barreras.
That's right. That top 4 on the SUP side has broken away from the rest of the pack, including Espe, Duna, Anais, and Cecilia.
Yeah, here we see the top 4 women. That is Espe Barreras and Duna Gordillo, kind of looking like they were making a little move there. The 2 Spaniards in front. That's Marie Carmen in 3rd place, and Anai from France. They're still keeping close there. At this point, with being 12 minutes into the race, it's still early days. Yet they are settling into a pace. They have an 18-kilometer race in total to finish, and you don't want to get into that overdrive mode at this point. They're probably keeping their working pace somewhere just at or probably under the lactic threshold. They have to be able to sustain this pace for a long time to come. And that's one of the tricks. Like, if you start off too hard in a race like this, you might be paying the price. Even at the halfway mark, your muscles might be cramping. They might be filling up with lactic acid. And that's where that's where the fitness of the athlete comes in. The more you train, the more endurance you have, the more ability to transport the lactic acid out of your muscles, and still possess the energy to keep a high pace. So I think this race more so than the technical. I believe the long distance today will be a a test of fitness, a test of endurance for all the athletes. As you can see, the first train of the top 4 paddlers, followed by another 4 paddlers. I'd say that gap is probably looking at 10 to 15 board lengths at this point.
Lead pack staying in a nice rhythm as they're heading down the long distance stretch of this race into what'll be probably the most challenging section, as they'll be heading up against the direction of that swell as well. You can see them from this water angle just paddling up and over these bumps. Now, once they make that left-hand turn across the buoy and they start to come back across in this direction, they'll be able to use these bumps to their advantage. But right now, it looks like that current will be moving against them in the water, as we have Espe out in front with Duna just next to her. And they're making a switch now for Duna, it looks like, to take the lead over from Espe, the 2 teammates for Team Spain. As we take a look at the beautiful coastline here at La Sable d'Olonne. This is on the north side of the harbor, out past the lighthouse. And it is such an incredible part of coastline. There's a nature reserve that they'll be coming up on as well. That'll be a little farther north towards that last buoy. And we've got a long paddle ahead. Now on the prone paddle side, we have received the news that Japan was sitting in the lead, that Italy was in second, Spain in third, and France in fourth. So Eureka Horibe for Japan holding on to that leading position on the prone paddle group. Cornelia Reggiati of Italy in second, Judith Vergas in third, and Elise Dognon from France sitting in that 4th place pack. So they're tight together.
And then pretty interesting, Shannon, just here on screen we're watching the women stand-up paddling there before. Interesting to see Duna Gordillo from Spain opting not to go for that drafting position behind Espe. Duna was actually making her way up on the side. And we're going to see that come into play, especially as conditions become a little bit rougher out there, maybe with the tide filling in or the wind coming up a bit, where there's not that much of a benefit from being in a draft, because if it's an unstable ocean, drafting isn't really possible. Then it's better to go each athlete for themselves. So Duna, they're just on the side of Espe, probably opting to, set her own pace, and you can still kind of draft off the side. We see a lot of athletes do that. Often it is because you put yourself in a much better striking position if there is going to be an attack. So if you see the athletes, leave the draft train and instead, go more to the side or keep up to the front, that is an indication that there could be some type of move underway. It's also an indication that, the athlete just wants more control. And you might also see it being a change of the, lead. So I'm curious to see if Espe is going to give away that lead at any point and let Duna or any of the other ladies take a oh, sorry, words are failing me right there. But, I'm curious to see if Espe will lead the whole race or she'll let some of the other women do the work.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that as well, given that there's a lot of time, a lot of distance that needs to be covered, and it will be, her either really carrying the weight of the train behind her, or if she'll be willing to let that leading position slip away in a sense, maybe even from her own teammate from Spain. And that's another great dynamic to have that conversation around, is the fact that we have teammates out in the water. Most of the countries that are represented out here today have 2 paddlers on the SUP side specifically. Now in the prone, it's just 1 racer per division of the 7 women. But on the SUP side, we do have 2 competitors per country. And so we may see that dynamic where they begin to work together specifically.
Yeah, and I think there's a big benefit here from having 2 Spaniards. 2 teammates in the lead pack there, Duna and Espe. At some point, they might try to work together. And to be honest, I do feel we're already seeing them working together here. They do look like they are very in control. They're very relaxed. They're both setting a pace that looks, comfortable. You can just see in their posture right now. Nothing looks worrying. Nothing looks dramatic. Very calm, collected so far. And I, right behind them, also, keeping on. I think she has the endurance to stick with them unless they make just one of those crazy attacks. It is going to be interesting, though, to see Marie Carmen. She is in my opinion, working a little bit harder. You can see her cadence is a little bit higher than the other paddlers, which means she might be working at another intensity level to maintain contact here. So Marie-Carmen's strategy at this point, I'm sure, is going to be stick to this lead pack at all costs. The longer she can stay there, the better chances she will have, even if she's dropped later in the race.
Yeah, I love that idea. You know, that mindset for her right now is to stick with him, partly because physically it would be a little bit easier if she can stay with that train, but also because of that mental, you know, that little bit of, I guess, that encouragement of sticking with the pack means that she's still with them. She still has that ability to stay in that driving zone and mentally to stay engaged entirely, rather than slipping away and starting to get that bit of discouragement that comes with seeing the pack get away.
It's a mental game. You know, also, you know, the reality, you can do very well for yourself as well. And I have a feeling when we get to the men later today, we're going to see a lot of the men stick off, move off and, paddle their own races instead of being in the draft train. You know, Tituan, Puyu, legendary for doing that. But that requires a lot of mental capacity, though, to run your own race, where there's definitely a safety, or it can feel like a safety, to be among other paddlers, with someone else setting the pace. It requires a lot to be what we in racing terms calls a pace setter. The pace setter, like I definitely look at Espe and Duna here, both being pace setters. They're comfortable with their own abilities, and just from my own racing, like I was never a really good pace setter. I was probably one of those guys that was better at drafting and launching a late move towards the end of the race when I saw a breaking point. So that was the strategy that I would apply, and that's just up to every athlete. We have our strengths and weaknesses. Definitely Espe and Duna, both very capable, I would say, of running their own race. Espe obviously being, a veteran, Duna also, a young gun. So a question mark if she possesses that ability, but I think we all know she does. As we see, here's the field is becoming a little bit split up. There's still that top four pack there we saw before. This is further back here. We're seeing small groups of paddlers working together. And I think teamwork here, especially when the conditions are so flat, there is a benefit from the drafting. So especially for those women here not in the lead, they're going to be looking to work together to reel in the front runners if possible.
Now taking a look at our prone paddlers, Eureka Horibe of Japan has had a break on the rest of the pack ahead of Spain, France, and Italy for the prone women. Eureka, of course, took out the win in the prone distance race last year, so she's that favorite coming into this year, and getting that break on the pack will start to feel pretty good for her.
It sure will. It sure will. Any type of break is a good break, and you got to take every opportunity you got, but it's also a calculated decision. Do you have what it takes to make that move? Breakaway. I think as humans we have a tendency, not just in racing environments, but in general, to feel comfortable inside the confines of a group. But that's what really fascinates me, is when you see an athlete willing to break away, take a chance, go across the river, and see what's there.
21 minutes on the clock so far. An 18-kilometer paddle in front for the long-distance race. More of a marathon, as we were talking about at the beginning of this.
I'm calling this one the marathon. It's you see the pace is low, the cadence is low. They're going just under their threshold. They're going at their threshold. And I'm sure a lot of these ladies are going at a high level. As we see a nice little fishing boat there come by. If it was going the other way, they probably would be looking at catching a little boat wake here. That's always one of those. Long distance racing, for me, was always one of those things where, one of those disciplines where, it could get a little bit, not boring, but, you're doing the same rhythm and you're going through the same routine again and again. So whenever you see a wave break here or there, you would always chase it down. As we see the lead pack of the stand-up paddling here catch up with one of our prone athletes.
Prone athlete putting in all those strong strokes in that prone position and working really hard to keep herself gliding across. Fairly calm waters through this morning.
Yeah, you can see 2 bottles of water there on top of the board. All the athletes probably bringing a lot of hydration here today. Even though it's pretty cool here right now, maybe, 18 degrees or something, we're going to see, as soon as the sun really kicks into gear, we're going to see those temperatures rise. And having the right hydration and the right electrolyte mixture and, nutrition with you on board to energize along the way, that's going to be crucial as well.
Yeah, a benefit to the women getting that early start this morning was that it was just, about an hour past that sunrise, and the temperatures will be a lot cooler through the morning. It'll start to get nice and hot this afternoon. The men's distance race will be starting off later this afternoon, around roughly 12 o'clock. So we're giving that 3-hour mark for the women's distance race to finish up. Of course, there will be a briefing for the men's paddle as well at 11:45. And then we will be into the men's prone and SUP distance racing. Now on the women's SUP side, as we've been, kind of tracking with that leading pack in Esperanza Barreras and Duna Gordillo from Spain, both having taken out the gold medals in the previous 2 years. 2019, it went to Espe. In 2022, it went for Duna. Now, last year's race between Duna and Espe was pretty much looking exactly how it is right now, where Espe was holding on to that leading position. Duna was right there next to her in that second place position for almost the entire race. And just in the last couple of seconds, Duna was able to cross that finish line in front of Espe.
Yeah, and Duna really getting that breakthrough last year. She's a young gun. She has the world to prove. And I think last year she really managed to. She beat Esperanza, who's been a dominating factor. I believe Esperanza won in, was that 2019 in El Salvador as well?
Yes.
Yeah, so Espe, being a powerhouse for multiple years, and I think Duna, rising through the Spanish ranks, there's a very strong paddling community in Spain, also among the, if you look in Mallorca with Laura Ketlas, there's been a huge community developing over the years. I was in Alicante down in the southern part of Spain, mainland, earlier this year, and there's so many juniors paddling in Spain. It's got to be one of those hot spots in the world right now where you're seeing just a talent pool boiling over, and there's only 2 women here from Spain represented. You can only have 2 athletes in a discipline here at this ISA Worlds. So, but I think if you were able to fill out an endless number of athletes into the competition, Spain would blow the rest of the world out of the water. There's just so much talent coming through, and Duna, one of those athletes that has come through those junior ranks, and now is taking on the world.
Well, that really, speaks to the strength of them taking out those leading positions, as we've just gotten access to the GPS map to take a look at where our paddlers are in context of the race. And it looks like the red, there is maybe one red that's moving in the middle of that pack, but outside of that, you can see those 2 red buoys for the starting buoys, buoy 1, 2, on the right-hand side, still sort of in the bay there in front of La Grande Plage, and then that buoy to the very left-hand side of the screen, the farthest away, that red dot, that will be the 3rd buoy that they're going to have to come up and hook around before going back and hooking again around that 2nd buoy to return to buoy number 3.
Yeah, so we'll try to get some more information for you there from the GPS data. All the athletes are wearing data trackers right now, and we'll be able to integrate that and get a lot more information for you. But what you can see here is the race course, obviously starting inside the bay, paddling up to that first red buoy, right turn at the 2nd buoy as well. And then they're still on their way to that 3rd buoy before they're going to enter into orbit right there. Still, same situation out front in the women's leading pack. We got Duna and Espe casually paddling away there, synchronized paddling. That's so beautiful.
That is as synchronized as it can get. And back to that conversation just before we saw, a quick look at the GPS map there and where they're at in relation to that 3rd buoy. So they're getting pretty close to it now to be able to make that turn. Talking about the growth of Spanish paddling and the fact that there could be, an entire distance race filled with Spanish paddlers that would be competing at that top level. Pushing that on a national level from a grassroots level up through to that national level really speaks to the strength for these 2 that have been holding out those gold medal positions, because if their national teams have been pushing that hard, if that grassroots movement is in existence in their home country, it's going to be that much more challenging to qualify for the World Championships out of their home country.
Yeah, I know that the Spanish Championships are they're gnarly. There's such a deep pool of talent, and I think what characterizes the growth in Spain is really there's a lot of I don't know what the English word for it actually is, but there's a lot of key people that make a difference in terms of running activities at the local clubs, and just creating some excitement around paddling. The main person for me, obviously coming to mind, is Laura Ketlas, a longtime competitor, medalist as well at many ISA World Championships. Laura, residing in Mallorca, she's been great at bringing kids into paddling, but I think what she succeeded at was making it fun and making it, creating a community around it where, yeah, of course, training is hard and racing is, cutthroat. It's, it's sport. But what Laura always, to me, has been good at instilling in her juniors, in her academy, has been, let's have fun. And that's what I get the sense of when Duna and all the other Spanish girls and boys travel around the world. They're having fun, they're traveling as a group and having a good time. So I think we'll dive a lot more into what is making Spain the powerhouse of the world right now, on the women's SUP racing side especially.
And there we can see the prone paddlers in that lead pack have already rounded the third buoy, and they're making their way back in the other direction. This is where it's going to be awesome for the prone group, because they're going to be able to catch those bumps. They're going to be able to use that little bit of water movement in their favor as they're, maybe getting to take, as strong as we can see that they're already paddling in those prone positions right now, that you can really, hope that they're able to catch those bumps, be able to get that little bit of time to take a breather, to be able to let the ocean do a little bit of that work for them before heading back out around again. As we're tracking now with our lead pack for the SUP women, rounding buoy number 3 for that left-hand turn. And it does look like Espe has fallen just behind in the turn, and Duna's going to be able to take away that leading position. Yeah,
that was a little odd right there. I don't know what Espe was doing, if she just was out of rhythm there. She definitely had a very slow buoy turn. Maybe there was a bit of doubt about which way the turn was supposed to take place. But Espe definitely falling back there. And, we'll see here if this is one of those make or break moments. Like, it might be separating the pack. So I can definitely see Duna charging. She might be launching an attack here, trying to leave Espe behind us. That's Cecilia Pampinella and Anna Cherky, Anna from Switzerland there. The lady's really struggling there with that turn. And you know what I'm seeing, Shannon? There's current. There's a lot of water moving right there. That's what threw Espe off there before.
Wow.
That means they've been going with the current so far. Oh my, they're going to have some grinding to do here as they battle the current on this.
That is very unexpected, considering what it kind of looked like to us on camera with the way that those bumps were rolling through, with the way that swell was rolling. But that current was just making them fly past that buoy. You could almost see some head-on collisions as well, as pack number 1 was rounding that buoy. Pack number 2 was coming in from behind. You can see how closely they are in that line as that third pack is now approaching the buoy. So there is these buoy turns are certainly turning out to be challenging. They're not the easiest, and that current has been moving in the favor of the paddlers so far, as we can see them making those buoy turns.
Yeah, they definitely came in very hot right there. There was a lot of speed going into that turn. You can see the lead pack there with Espe being caught off guard. She didn't have the best buoy turn, and we'll return to the lead pack here in a second to see how she fares. That's one of those moments where you really can see. Here we're watching a replay of this buoy turn. You can see Duna on the inside line there on the buoy. She's going to make a left-hand turn. Espe on the right side. They're coming in with a lot of speed, and again, Duna getting that inside turn, but not executing it super quick. Espe just not quite finding her footing there. She takes a wider curve around the buoy and, has the slower turn. She's back in 4th place right now. She's still in the pack. That's the main thing. There's nothing overly dramatic about this. It's a little slip up by Espe, but as you can see right there, she's back in the lead. Espe, just, showing the other women in that lead pack. Yeah, you can throw me off at the buoy, but I'll be back.
That's incredible that she was able to gain that lead back again. As we're taking a look at the first buoy results from the GPS, with France taking out that leading position with the time.
Yeah, so you got the top 4 right there, as we looked at before. But more interestingly, in the second chasing pack, we got Cecilia Pampinella from Italy, we got Yona Rive from France, Natsumi from Japan, Enrica also from Japan. They're kind of in that second group chasing them down. Anna Cherky there as well. There's a little bit of a split in that pack there. So that was a really, really cool stat we had right there from the GPS timing system. We're going to return a lot more to that. That was really cool to see the split times between the athletes. And yeah, so definitely still some groups forming right here. There's that lead group you see on the left side here with Espe, with Duna, with Marie Carmen, and with Anai from France. Then there's probably at this point, what was it, 20 seconds, but there's probably 100 meter, close to 100 meter gap now down to that second group. So the situation definitely, second group losing contact with the lead, second group falling further behind. These 4 women in the front, they're holding a higher pace, and it might only be something as little as 0.01 or 0.02 kilometers an hour difference.
Just shut it on down.
So,
I'll just talk over it.
But over the course of 2 hours, 0.1 kilometer is 200 meters, and that's that's enough to make a significant difference in a race like this.
So interesting to see all of these things coming together, to see that current as they were approaching the buoys, but now to hear that we've got, those bumps working in favor of the racers, and they're really just flying as they're heading in the opposite direction. At the moment, on the paddleboard side, we have Japan with about a 15-meter lead. We've got Spain and Italy still battling for that second place position. France, that's just fallen off behind and will be trailing behind Spain and Italy. And we're at about 34 minutes.
Thanks, guys. It is a lot of fun out here going to the east. You see these big bumps. These girls are absolutely flying going to the eastern way after a grueling westerly push. A lot of big swell pushing through. They were fighting through it, but once they turned that buoy, they're absolutely cruising right now, and I'm sure you can see that from the studio. A lot of jostling. Pack number 2, though, starting to reel in this front pack right now, so we'll start keeping an eye on them. If now they close the distance by about 50 or 60 meters, so keep an eye on them. That's 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th place. So the top 10 could all start to close when we approach the buoy. Back to you guys.
Yeah, some really good insight there from Drew Murren, our commentator out on the water right now. Drew is keeping a really nice eye on the conditions out there. As he was saying, there's he just texted me before as well, saying there's a lot of bumps moving in from the west. And, the swell still filling in from the west. We're seeing it might be running against a bit of current, which is seeing some bumps materialize. Not a proper downwinder, but a lot of movement moving in from the west as the athletes make their way back, finishing that first circular lap on the outside of the course. As I'm joined right now by Bo Nixon here in the booth.
Casper, how's the race going? It seems like it is a very good conditions out there today. The paddlers doing quite well. We've seen paddlers from Spain, Espe, and Duna doing really well. So yeah, let's keep watching the race.
Yeah, we're watching some good stuff. Bo, I saw you scribbling some stuff down there before, while Shannon and I were commentating, watching right here on screen. This is Espe and Duna Gordillo, Esperanza Baranza from Spain. They got a commanding lead of the race right now. What were you scribbling on that notepad over there before, Bo?
I'm taking notes on this race. It's been fantastic to watch. I'm just making notes on, what equipment they're on out there today. Taking a look, we saw Espe do the technical race yesterday. Maybe changing up the equipment today for the longer distance race. And also Mary Carmen there on the Infinity back there. So it's interesting to see that the competitors might be changing up equipment between, those shorter, more surfing conditions, and then today for the longer distance race.
Probably some longer paddles, I would imagine. I know some of the athletes changed boards as well. Of course, in the technical race, we saw more of a favor towards flat decks. There's still a lot of dugout boards out there, but there are more flat decks in the technical race, featuring many turns, going in and out through the surf. Generally, especially when there's waves on the course, the athletes prefer not having a dugout that fills up with water and you need to wait for it to drain. But today, the dugout coming more into play.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's going to give you that much more balance, lower center of gravity to the water. So you're going to be able to ride a little bit of a narrower board as well, and that's going to give you a lot of speed, and that's definitely what the competitors are looking for today, to be able to get a lot of speed from this course. We saw on that the third buoy turn, Casper, a lot of current coming into play. What do you think is going to be the kind of headspace of our competitors out there thinking about the current? They're actually going against it right now.
They're going against the current, yeah, as I believe the current's, the tide is dropping, so they have an outgoing tide to push back in against. I think what we're seeing is definitely the mindset of, it's tricky because they have the swell with them, right? So they're against the current, but they're with the swell. And that's kind of like, it's not the worst situation. Like, the obvious worst situation being when you have everything against you and throw the wind into that mix and you can really have a day of suffering on the water. But, the wave's giving them a push. I think they're appreciating that, even though it's just like small. You can see here, like the athletes kind of disappearing between the waves. They get like a gentle glide here and there. It's not really anything that they can, take the foot off the accelerator and just relax. Like, no, it's probably more like, okay, there's a bump and they get a little push and then they use that to like maybe catch up a couple of meters at the time. So there's a lot of tactic into it, but it's everything is pushing it towards one of those races where it's a grind. There are not many breaks today.
And would something say like the wind today come into play a little bit? It's not super windy. We see this as a kind of a lapping distance course. So if we had conditions, say like yesterday or the day before, where the wind is quite strong from the right of screen to the left, it would be a very hard slog paddling upwind, but the paddlers would get a little bit of a downwind section. What would you prefer to paddle in, Casper? Would it be these flat water conditions where you kind of have to, set a pace for the whole time, or would you like to be, doing that downwinding section as coming along and then, kind of slogging it out upwind?
Yeah, first of all, like a long distance race like this would not be, it wouldn't be my favorite. I've been in enough of them to have experienced a wide variety of conditions. Like obviously, the first one that comes to mind when I look at today's course is back to the Battle of the Paddle long distance, where we paddled from Doheny down to San Clemente. We've had many races on the World Tour and also at the ISA Worlds here. It's yeah, I don't know. Like it's the mindset I probably would apply is just conserve. Try to put myself in as good a position as I can initially. Get in the good draft train if I can. But the reality is sometimes you're just in the wrong position on the line, and you don't have and you're stuck where you are. So it's really the setup at the start of the race that gives you the opportunity later on, and you got to be ready to. You got to be conscious. Like, do you want to spend your energy towards the beginning, or do you want to put yourself in a position towards the end? But we can speak a lot about that. But I think I was more of a attacker or a breaker style athlete. Like I would be good at drafting and then making an attack when the right occasion arose. I was never great at going out like Espe or Duna is right now and just taking control of the race. I left that to guys like T2 and Michael Booth and those types of guys.
As you're watching the SUP distance women on screen at the moment, Espe in front, Duna in second place. Looks like Anaï from France in third position, Maricarmen in fourth. Currently, that is the top leading pack at the moment on screen. There is another pack sitting behind with a breakaway paddler, I believe, is sitting in between the first and second pack. We'll see if she's able to catch up to this leading pack. It is quite a fast pace that Espe is setting for the course for these women in the long distance race.
Yeah, I'm curious to see the speeds, what they're producing right now, because it looks like they're keeping a pace that's, solid, but ultimately, what does that translate when you factor in the swell and the current they're battling right now? I'm curious what pace they're, what speed they're pushing at, and based on that, we could also do some calculations on, estimated time of arrival and how long time is it going to take.
Yeah, as we're watching our prone paddler on screen there, the prone paddleboard is taken to the water first this morning with the women. Starting off, we did see on screen them kind of getting in front of the SUP women distance race. They took the buoy turn first on that second lap. And we're getting a vision of one of our prone paddlers at the moment, and we'll be able to update you with that situation. It seems like Japan doing quite well in the paddleboarding.
Yeah, Japan definitely a powerhouse there. We see the current, that was at the first buoy, that was the positions. We got Cornelia Rigatti in first place. I believe the situation may have changed at this point. This was just at the first buoy, so these are split times. Cornelia in the lead at that point with a short 4-second lead over Eureka. I believe Eureka made a charge shortly after these times were logged. So Judith Verges from Spain in third, Elise Daudignon from France in fourth. And, definitely seeing a pack that's becoming split out there, where we saw them hanging out together at first, just drafting. And I know, like, in prone races at previous editions of this ISA World Championship. We've seen the prone guys and girls actually stick together all the way and, just make a break for it at the end. But this is a much more open race where we're seeing racers apply the breaker mentality, the pace setter mentality. And I think that's been really cool to see.
Yeah, you can see that the prone paddling, you're using your legs a lot as well, doing the kind of scissor kick as you are paddling. So it's going to get the board moving a little bit quicker as well. So you're kind of like getting into a little bit of a rhythm with your arms and your legs, kicking a little bit. We're going to take a look at the GPS tracking for the prone right now. You can see Eureka Horibe out in front, slightly in front of Judith Verges and Cornelia Regati. So you can see Eureka just, paddling her own race at the moment. And those other two kind of doing a little bit of work, possibly with a bit of drafting to help. There is going to be another lap around these red dots, so you can see the red dot closest in, top right of screen. That was the first buoy. That's going to be their last one as well, but they need to do a lap between the other two red dots that were on screen there. So this looks like Eureka on screen.
Yeah, every woman for herself right now. She has a commanding lead. I believe that's Judith we see right there from Spain. They're making good progress. They're almost finishing that first outside lap. When they get to the second buoy, shortly they're going to go do a 180-degree turn to the left and go back and finish another outside lap. And then they're going to set their course on home, back to the beach here. But we're not even halfway through this race yet. So the women are, they're working hard. And conditions at this point, I would say great. I'm keeping an eye on that wind, that texture on the water. You can see a little bit of bumps, but nothing material at this point. But definitely a split out field right now.
Yeah, you can see just that panning camera angle. So quite a big gap Eureka has on the field. Her husband's going to be coming up in the men's prone, Takahiro Haribe. So it's going to be great to see him take to the water. We saw him in the technical yesterday, and also Eureka was in the technical prone paddling as well, going in and out through the waves. Definitely a different race today. You can see a little bit of swell on the horizon too. So still some waves out there for the competitors. You can kind of see this is a great shot we have here, nice and close up. You can see the texture on the water as we see our prone paddler.
Yeah, beautiful shot there. Multiple disciplines in the water at the same time. I believe this might be, is this Marie Carmen right here? Yeah, she's on that infinity board. Definitely making some progress. They're making their way back to that second buoy, as they also are going to be looking to start their second lap momentarily. The women's prone have been going for 53 minutes at this point. What happens at the 50-minute mark? Well, I'll tell you, you're starting to feel your muscles. You're starting to, well, you already felt them, but at this point that you're really settling into a pace. And usually when I do these types of races, or even just sessions at home, whether it's prone or stand-up paddling, you hit a point where you hopefully end up in that flow state, in that state where time and effort kind of disappears, where you're just so focused on the rhythm you're in and breathing, and suddenly time starts changing, and that's that is a beautiful moment when you hit, and hopefully that's also when you realize your body is up for the task. You feel strong, and yeah, so around that, if the women have been going for just over 45 minutes, and they're hopefully settling into a pace now, they're going to be going in the economic gear right now. They're conserving energy. As we get towards that last third of the race, we're gonna probably see the pace rise again. When I look at Espe and Duna right now, they look so calm, so controlled. And I, right behind from France, she's also, just casually staying right behind Duna's board right there. She's drafting, she's conserving energy, not a whole lot of attacking right now, making sure they drink plenty of water. So yeah, really interesting to see here the ladies very much in control. They still have a very solid gap down to the second pursuing group, but it is these four women right now from Spain, Esperanza Paredes, Duna Gordillo, taking control of this race. They have not let off the gas. On their tail, they have Anai from France and Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico. And definitely, it's just, there's not much else to say at this point than they have a controlled race. And there are going to be some points later in the race that these four women will be battling among each other for those, I'm not going to say it's entirely not open for anyone else, but they have a commanding lead, and they are the favorites to retain those medals later today.
Yeah, Duna, gold medalist last year in the distance race. So going to be looking to go back-to-back. Obviously, Espe winning that gold medal in 2019 as well. And if we switch over to the prone, Eureka Horibe, she's currently leading Team Japan. She's looking to back up her gold medal from last year as well in the 2022 edition of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
I believe that was Jessica Georgeland from England there before, the prone. You can see her kind of behind the boat right now, next to the other stand-up paddlers. She is doing a killer job for Team England right now, I believe with a surf life-saving background. And yeah, she just kind of gets passed by the stand-up paddlers right there. Obviously, there is a difference in speeds and size of equipment. The stand-up paddlers being on 14-foot boards, the prone boards measuring in at a Buoy, I believe 12-foot. That's the stock standard prone class.
Yeah, that's right. So competitors may be opting to change up their equipment today, as we were speaking about. But we could go back in time a little bit, Casper, and speak about some of the women prone paddling as well. Australia being quite a dominant force back when the ISA World Championships were starting.
I can imagine. I can imagine you want to bring that up. We have an Australian dominance. I almost want to say decade of dominance, but that was Jamie Mitchell controlling the Molokai to Oahu race. But Jordan Mercer from Australia, newly minted mother, but she has been she's been competing at so many editions in the women's prone paddleboarding. I believe Jordy actually being the most winning athlete in ISA history ever. We need to double check on how many gold medals she has, because I've lost track of it, but she competed for so many years. I remember seeing her in Nicaragua, and I believe she was in Peru that first year as well. Competed all the way through to Denmark, I believe, in 2017, representing Australia. And really, I enjoyed seeing the prones. I still enjoy seeing the prone paddleboarders at the event. They bring some type of history. They bring history and this, authenticity into the racing. Of course, I mean, I'm not a prone athlete myself. Like, I enjoy when some of the lifeguards at home provide me a board. It's fun to play around on. But it's, in a lot of ways, stand-up paddling grew so much alongside the prone paddleboarding. A lot of the events in California in the early days were tagged along onto the prone racing events. And, just a type of activity that carries a lot of history in the world of surfing. And I get a kick out of seeing all these great athletes here. As, we're watching some, you can really kind of see the current here. There's some water moving. Perhaps we can get an update from Drew at some point out there, give us a little update on how strong that current actually is. It's kind of hard to judge from the screen here.
You can kind of see that texture on the water, Casper. So what Casper's mentioning there is just that there's not much wind out there today, so you're not going to be getting much wind chop, but the current does create a little bit of chop as well, especially as this tide draws out. We've got some of the biggest tides this week in France on the west coast, so it's going to be really going, 18 feet, 19 feet tidal difference, which is a really big tidal change. So these competitors having to battle the current. It's going to switch, around that 11 a.m., 11:30 a.m. mark. That tide's going to start coming back in. So we will see the races later on, maybe changing some strategy, changing the tactics. So I think we're going to Jay, are you?
Yeah, so lining up here right now in the booth, I see Nico from UP, the magazine. He's going to be joining us here momentarily. He's just writing some notes over there, I see. And Nico, I'm really excited for him to join us here in a second. He's going to spill a ton of insight on our two race leaders. We got Duna and Espe from Spain in the lead, and no better person, I believe, than Nico to take us through some of their background and insights and what's going through their minds. So I believe we're going to take a quick commercial break here shortly, and when we come back, we're going to have an update for you on the situation out there as we see the athletes. This is Espe in the lead. She's going to be going through, finishing that first lap here in a second.
Yeah, so we're going to head to a short commercial break. We're going to check out the highlights from yesterday's action of the technical racing juniors, men and women, and also the prone. So make sure you join us back with action very shortly.
Day 5 saw the finals of all the technical races take place in beautiful wave conditions here in France.
Cecilia has come in from so far behind, and Soren goes down.
In the junior SUP technical race for the girls, we saw Cecilia Pampinella take the win for Team Italy.
There it is. There's the sound of the horn. Our racers are off. Get it.
Around this buoy turn as the
Oh,
wave
he goes
pushes it in.
down.
And for the boys, it was Vaik Garayo from Team France that took it home.
Live action here as we're getting underway with the start. Buoy number 4, a yellow buoy, is going to be a left-hand turn.
In the women's prone technical race, it was Judith Verges from Spain who remained cool and came out on top.
No, I think it's oh, they're off. They're off from racing. This is the final. Amazing. Great, Aaron. What a great strategy.
Flames jump to his knees.
In the men's prone technical race, it was Julian Maticorena who took the win for France.
Feel great. There's a lot of people here like supporting us.
Ice number 1 of our medal round of the men's SUP technical. Oh! Beautifully done by Rye. And Noah takes the buoy out, pushes it aside.
Has got Paolo Marconi behind him. Whoa, it's got it. Everybody on.
And bring it on into the beach boat.
For the men's SUP technical race, it was Shuri Shrimpy Arakai from Japan who defended his world title from last year in Puerto Rico.
Has blown the whistle, and they're off to a clean start.
Here, followed by Cecilia Pampinella. That's Taryn King as well. Wow, there's action right here at that.
In the final race of the day, we saw the women's SUP technical race come down to the wire with Esperanza Paredes from Spain taking the win.
Ha sido una carrera en la que estaba todo mucho más apretado porque había menos olas y eran condiciones como más fáciles. Y bueno, he conseguido con mi velocidad volver a mantener esa distancia que tenía hasta el final, así que contentísimo.
And that was all for the technical racing today. We'll be back tomorrow with great conditions for the long distance race.
Welcome back to action here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here on the west coast of France in Les Sables d'Olonne. We're underway with the action here for the women's long distance race for the SUP and the prone. We've been going for the long distance for the SUP women here for 55 minutes. I'm joined in the booth right now by Nico from UpSupping. Nico, an expert on a lot of the racers here today, especially the Spaniards. And I'm really excited to tap Nico's brain, especially on the mentality and background of Espe and Duna. And yeah, Nico, welcome to the booth. Really great to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's a big pleasure to be here with you, Casper. An amazing event here in France. Well, this is amazing. In the 2 first positions, the long distance with Duna and Espe. And you know, Duna and Espe in the long distance, there are the 2 best riders, women riders in the world in the last years and 2 years ago. But right now, we can see the best riders. Duna, she comes from Mallorca. She trained every day in Port Adriano with Laura, Ketlat, and Manolo.
Yeah, so Laura being a long-time competitor also for for stand-up paddling. I remember competing with her in 2013, I believe.
Exactly.
First time.
Exactly, and she competed in so many ISA World Championship, Nicaragua, Mexico. I remember. She started competing when she was 10, 12 years ago, and in every weekend and every year. In every competition, she won in these categories, no? But and I think Duna has changed when she was 18 years.
As we look on the screen right now, the situation in the water, we have Duna Gordillo in first place, turning that buoy. Espe looking. Take us through it, Nico. What do you see here?
Yeah, Duna right now. I think she pushed so much strong in the next meters. You know, I guess you can see.
Yeah, this is interesting right here.
Yeah.
Duna getting a little break on Espe right there.
Yeah.
The pack of the 4 women there with Anai from France and Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico, they've been very close together all race so far, drafting each other, conserving energy. But it looked like there was a little bit of attack by Duna. Do you think so?
Yeah, exactly. Duna still found this zone to attack in the next kilometers. No, I think it's very important for she because Espe is really strong right now. She competed. It's the same Spain. It's the same team, no? But these 2 girls have the similar mentally strong competition, no? Because Duna needs concentration in the next kilometers, okay? And maybe I think it's a little downwind, no? Little waves. And Spain I think it's better in that condition than Duna.
It's interesting. We'll definitely see how the conditions ramp up as the athletes are over halfway through the race now. We have a little bit of a break here. Duna Gordillo having, looks like 1 or almost 2 board lengths down to Espe. I would like to dive into Espe for a second. What is Espe's background? Like, I feel I've seen her racing for many years now. What's her background and how did she get into stand-up paddling?
Well, I think it's Espe. She's very strong because she loves the ocean, no? In all conditions, with flag, with wind, with waves. She comes from Vela and other water sports, and she's very strong mentally in the ocean where she's paddling. No? She's a big athlete. She likes food, good food, good training. She's really focused.
And as we look on screen right here, that is Espe on the starboard to your left. That is Duna Gordillo to the right on the NSP. There's a little bit, I would say like 2 board lengths distance at this point. Going through Duna's mind right now, she has the lead of this World Championship. She is the defending World Champion from last year. They've had great battles for the past few editions of this event. What is going through Duna's mind right now? She's the young gun. She's under pressure, but how do you think she's dealing with the pressure?
I think she has more pressure than Espe. No, Espe has pressure, but Duna is actually World Championship in the ISA.
She's the defending world champion.
Exactly. It's not easy, no, defending our title. So Spain right now is in the 2nd position, I think, in the all classification here in France. So she has so many pressure, but she works really good the pressure, and I think she transports this pressure when she paddling. When she paddling, is this strong, this force. And I remember when I see every race of Duna, my sensation is Duna paddling, and in each paddling in the water, when she put the paddle in the water, transmit all energy, all sensations, like a monster. And she advanced every meters we see mentality.
Yes, we also see our prone competitors here making their way into that second half of the race. We have a mixture of stand-up paddle women and prone women making their way through this 18-kilometer course. Conditions right now still very calm this morning. We've had a lot of different conditions throughout the week so far. We had some great waves for the surfing as we crowned our world champions there with Max Torres from Puerto Rico and Lucci from Argentina. That was some great conditions. We then went into the technical racing, had beautiful surf for that. And today, for the long distance, we're having the most calm conditions we've had so far. How lucky are we?
I think it's good. I think it's a good condition for the race. We talked with you this morning, no? This event have a big condition, better condition for this different modality of stand-up paddle. So I think it's a good condition for the riders, and maybe for the riders who do not have so many experience, I think it's good condition and good race.
Yeah, as we look at the graphic here for our prone athletes, that's Eureka Uribe from Spain, followed by Judith Vergas and Cornelia Rigatti from Italy. They've rounded that second buoy again. They're going around the second lap of that outside course. They're going to be heading to the far outside buoy now. They got quite a grind in front of them. You can see the spray hitting the top of the board there for our athlete. And Eureka from Japan taking the lead. She made one of those interesting moves about breaking away from the other athletes. It's always safe to stay in the draft pack, but she made an attack. She has a little bit of a lead down to Judith Vergas from Spain, winning the technical race yesterday. Cornelia Rigatti a minute and a half behind. So what do you think from the prone women here? Do you think it's a lot of the same strategies we see for stand-up paddling in terms of drafting and, you know, what makes the difference between these athletes?
When I see the women's prone races, between the women there are so many space, no, no so much drafting. But in the main division, yes, in the main division, maybe the men's they paddling so more strong. The packs, maybe you can see a pack with 4 or 5 riders, but in the women it's not the same. I don't know why, but it's not the same. Maybe it's the situation, but the Japanese riders is really strong. You did too. Yesterday won the technical race. But no, amazing performance from the Japanese, and I see the starlight. It was amazing for the Japanese, and you can see Duna first, Espe second. You know, Duna push it, but Espe says no, I go for you.
Yeah, absolutely. As we just move the camera there away from Eureka from Japan, leading the women's prone race at this point. Now on screen we have Duna Gordillo in the lead with Espe Barreras. They have broken away from the rest of the pack. They had Anai from France on their tail as well. They had Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico as well. They seem to have broken away after that buoy turn there before, where they all got split up. And what do you think? Do you think we're going to see these two teammates? Are they able to work together? I mean, even last time in Puerto Rico, we saw Duna drafting Espe most of the way and attacking at the end. Are we going to see them work together?
Yeah.
And is Espe going to be afraid of Duna doing the same as last time?
I think it's the same situation like Puerto Rico. It is a team. Espe and Duna competed in so many events in Europe and the rest of the world. Duna knows Espe knows it's really good Duna. So right now, this is a team. You know, this ISA World SUP Championship is the nations team. Now she works with girl. After 200 meters, 500 meters, and when you can see the finish line, there's no team.
It's every athlete for themselves.
Like in Puerto Rico, waiting for the waves.
And that's an interesting dynamic right there. You know, teammates, of course, looking to maximize the amount of points they can bring back for Team Spain, right? But also fighting for individual gold medals. And you know, there's a lot on the line for both Duna and Espe. As you can see, they've created looks like a healthy lead down to Marie Carmen and Anai. This is a beautiful picture here of the backdrop for the long distance. You can see out in the distance behind the tall buildings there is a lighthouse that is near the end of the course for the athletes. They are going in between the lighthouse and this pier you see down in front of you. It's a beautiful backdrop for the long distance.
Amazing people here in Les Sables. I like so much the city.
Absolutely, yeah. We've been very welcomed for this edition of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We're well underway with the action for the long distance for the women. We will try to bring you an update momentarily as we see the lighthouse here. This is beautiful. I can imagine some big waves breaking right here in the wintertime. But today, beautiful day in France. It's calm. There is a little bit of swell in the ocean, but nothing of significance. We might see a couple of waves, though, as we get closer to the finish. Let's just talk about that for a minute. We're going to have the finish where the athletes are going to come back into the beach. I'm looking out the window right now. I can see there are a few waves rolling into the beach down here in Les Sables d'Olonne. What could we have a running race with two athletes catching a wave after 18 kilometers running up the beach?
Yeah, I think it's really important to have a little energy, you know, your last energy in your body to, you know, maybe you can or not can't catch the last wave to arrive to the beach. So you have to reserve some energy to later running in the beach, get the board in the water and run to the finish line. You can see the GPS.
Yeah, here we see the GPS. You can see the 3 buoys there. The stand-up paddlers, the women, are on their way to the 3rd buoy at this point for that final lap on the outside. When they wrap around the final buoy, they're going to head back to buoy 2 and 1 and back to the start line, as it is still Esperanza Barreras and Duna Gordillo in the first place. It's packs of 2 right now.
Exactly.
You have Duna and Espe in the lead, Anai and Marie Carmen in that 3rd and 4th place position, and then Yona further back there.
amazing performance from Mari Carmen. Incredible.
Yeah, what can you tell us about her?
Yeah, she in Puerto Rico in the last year made a good work. After this made great work, she motivated so much. And in the first months of this year, she said, no, I need to train so much, so more energy, and I try to win medals in the ISA World SUP Championship and Pan American Games. So she's right now training with a team from Spain, our training from Cantabria. It's front of my city in Somo. I live.
Oh, so you've seen her train near you?
I live in Santander, and Somo is Somo and Fuerteventura. Oscar and Espe training with Mari Carmen. So in the last months, in May, Mari Carmen arrived to north of Spain and trained with Oscar and Espe every day. Beach starts, long distance, waves. Wow, I was there. I'm training some days with these guys. It was amazing for Mari Carmen. And not only she paddling better, it's not so much energy in the body.
As we have number 3 and 4 on the screen here, that is Anai from France and Marie Carmen that we're speaking about here. Marie Carmen, definitely one of those athletes I've noticed in the recent years, improving her level. She's going to the Pan Am Games, I believe, later in October.
It's her big objective.
That's her main goal.
Exactly. The ISA, perfect. I try I try to win the medals from Puerto Rico, but these last months she trained so much, so strong for the Pan American Games. I think it's all sports Latin is the big objective.
And let's talk a little bit about the Pan American Games. You know, the big multi-event Olympic-style games where countries from all of the Americas, that's both the South Americas and the North Americas, coming together in an Olympic-style event with the multiple sports. The ISA having included multiple disciplines and events in the event this year. We have stand-up paddle surfing, stand-up paddle racing. There's also traditional longboarding and shortboarding, of course. It's in Santiago, Chile.
Exactly.
What can you tell us about the conditions and especially for the racing? What are the athletes going to be facing down there?
I think will be a lottery.
A lottery.
Yeah, because maybe you can see sea with calm conditions, maybe coming to the swells from the Pacific Sea. Maybe you have waves for 6 meters or 8 meters, no? So I think all focus. The people will focus in Pichilemu. Pichilemu is the surf point. This is a big area, some big rocks. Luchi Cosoleto was training in the last month.
That's right.
There, for Pan American Games too.
Yes, so the waves of the South Pacific will greet the athletes in Santiago, Chile later this year for the Pan American
Cold
Games.
water.
Yeah,
right
definitely.
Now.
And we look forward to watching that. And obviously, this is a milestone. It's not the first time stand-up paddling is included in the Pan American Games. Back in Lima in 2019, it was also included, where we saw some great racing in some very, let's call it intense conditions, very challenging conditions for the athletes. But such a great opportunity to see stand-up paddling represented in multi-sports events in the Olympic movement. It's a testament to the work put in by the ISA, by a great leadership that has been actively been working for the inclusion of stand-up paddling in multiple forms in both the Olympic Games and regional games as well. So really great to see an event that has a huge meaning for the Americas. Maybe we don't know so much about it in the rest of the world, but it is a big milestone.
In South America, have a big family for suppers, no? But maybe. For economic condition, maybe for so many countries, no, some sports no have so many, conditions for competing out there, no.
Let's talk about Latin Americas right now, and the racing scene in South America and Latin America. We are seeing great athletes come out from both Argentina and Puerto Rico, as we saw there before. What do you notice coming out of South America right now? Like, obviously, for me, Itzel Delgado, one of the top men. We have great Brazilian racers as well. I was talking to David Leao earlier. But who's on the scene right now? Who's emerging from this region of the world?
And I think all start, the biggest scene right now start in 2019 in El Salvador. In the event, the ISA Salvador was a big event. and so many countries like Costa Rica, Puerto Rico, Argentina, and other countries was motivation in this event.
As we take a look back on the action on the water in front of us right now, this is, I believe, Eureka from Japan in first place for the women's prone paddleboard racing. She has broken away from the other women. And you can see, I'm getting a little bit seasick looking at that right there. You can see there is some motion in the ocean. There's a little bit of swell rolling in from the west. She is going up against the swell at this point, but she has a current pulling her out, so kind of weighing each other out. We're seeing the prone women have been paddling for over an hour and 20 minutes at this point.
Wow.
That is a long time to be in a prone position. For those of you that have not tried it, it is a very challenging position to be in. It's hard on many of the muscles in your body. So the ladies and the women here really putting on a great performance so far.
Yeah.
And as we can see on screen here, that's also our stand-up paddle race leaders with Duna Gordillo and Espe Paredes.
No, this is the obviously situation, and in this time, Espe and Duna, these girls are very strong. The French and Puerto Rico rider, I think maybe 300 meters before their girls, and come back to the South American stand-up paddle. I saw that the Salvador start the start situation of South America, but right now in Brazil, Argentina, and so many countries have so many clubs. This is important. The clubs, the stand-up paddle clubs and riders.
Absolutely. As we see a beautiful shot here of Eureka from Japan, just really keeping that board moving. You can see she's in that kneeling position at this point, using her arms, both arms at the same time. A trademark by, I believe, the Australians in the world of prone paddleboarding. Definitely making a lot of progress right there. I love how you're seeing the board just kind of bob up and down in the water, just beautifully and elegantly navigating those bumps. You can see she has a healthy lead over Judith from Spain.
Exactly. Look the shape of this board. It's amazing, no? They catch the waves and sliding the wave, amazing.
It's really slicing through.
Yeah.
But what I like about, what I find interesting is like a lot of the prone boards having that more rounded nose, similar to a lot of the stand-up paddle boards you see now. Not the shape is not exactly the same, but especially the nose, especially when you're in ocean conditions. I feel like there must be some inspiration we've taken from there.
Exactly, no doubt. These boards, they need catch the similar condition, because these riders training and competing in ocean, in the ocean condition, and you can see with the prone ride, the prone board catch the waves and pack so many waters. You can see, wow, it's amazing. And the heads of the Japanese rider, and look at the hands. Wow.
Yeah, so you see her alternating there between, she was kneeling before, really getting some power into the board. Now she's back on her stomach, alternating the muscles, finding a way to conserve energy for the long run. She still has a long way to go to make it back to the beach here. But as we see, Eureka from Japan there. If you're just joining us, we're well underway with the long distance day of competition here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. I'm joined in the booth right now by Nico from Spain. Nico, we have Duna Gordillo and Espe Paredes out in the lead right now for the women's SUP racing. And I'm just curious right now, what's happening? Like, we probably have a lot of their friends and family from back home in Spain watching right now. Where are they watching from? And is it one big family, or is it do they come from multiple different backgrounds in Spain?
In Spain, Casper, right now Spain is a big school of the world. I think the stand-up paddle. There are so many clubs. The Mediterranean zone is very important.
We'll return right there as we just have a quick graphic right here with Eureka Hurby. We can see she has created a 48-second lead over Judith. In third place, Cornelia Rigatti. So Eureka really building that lead at this point. We see her turning that furthest outside buoy. She's going to be making her way back to the start line now. They have quite a ways to go, but very interestingly, the leader of the prone racing, Eureka, turning that buoy at the same time as Espe and Duna. So our top prone racer she's actually breaking away from our sub racers right there. How is that?
Amazing. And right now you can see the waves and the bumps to the downwind zone, and this is really good condition for Duna and Espe, and I think in the next kilometers these girls get some most advantage to the French and the Puerto Rico riders.
Yeah, so we see turning the buoy right there on screen right now. You can kind of see out in the distance that is Marie Carmen and Anai from France, Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico. They have, I'm going to say, what's that, 100 meters?
Yeah, I think so.
They're probably 100 meters behind the leaders of the race right now,
and I think
Duna and Espe.
Yeah, and attention from Marie Carmen right now. Attention because, and I think she got some little waves, popping so much strong, and forget that third position.
Oh, these are beautiful pictures we're watching. As you can see, them, they're kind of catching a few bumps right here.
Yeah.
I could imagine there's an element of excitement among them right now, especially with Eureka trying to use these athletes, Espe and Duna, on the stand-up paddleboards, using them as motivation to keep pushing harder and harder. Sometimes I just remember as an athlete, pushing yourself to keep a pace can be very hard mentally. But when you have someone in front of you, like the best racers in the world, like Espe and Duna, that just is kind of like the bunny that you're chasing, right?
Yeah, I think the Japanese rider say right now, okay, I made a good work. This is Duna and Espe, I made a good work, and I need so many kilometers more to try to win this race. Right now, you look, the long distance, this is the third position and second, Duna Gordillo from Spain, and Espera Barranza is 2.
And they have, I believe, a 36-second lead down to Marie Carmen and Anai from France. They are still building that lead, another minute down towards 5th and 6th, yeah.
Another paddles, I think is the Argentine rider. Yeah, Alma.
Looked like our Japanese rider as well, and potentially was that Marie Buchanan from the UK as well. Either way, a lot of exciting racing to come. We have Duna in the lead right now. The apprentice, I'm calling her the apprentice. I know they don't train together all the time, but I could imagine there must be a little bit of, mentor and apprentice between Espe and Duna.
Yeah, but it's, I say before, no, Duna and Espe, she knows her so much, and now I'm waiting for the next kilometers. I think it was amazing. Yeah. So you can see this is a long distance here in the ISA SUP and Paddleboard Championships. These editions in France. I think it's a 10th edition, no? Casper, 10? No,
it's definitely the 10-year anniversary.
Yeah.
I competed, well, there was a 2012 edition. I competed for the first time in 2013.
Okay.
And it's just great to see the event continue for so many years. As we have the results right here. Not final results, just the current standings. We have Duna and Espe, a little bit closer than 11 seconds, but chased down by Anne Gumash and Marie Carmen. Natsumi Baba from Japan in 5th place. There is a minute and a half gap down to her. She has company of Anna Cherky from Switzerland and Rika Okuwaki from Japan. And further down the list, we have Cecilia Pampinella in 8th place and Yona Rive from France in 9th. So a very spread out field at this point. The women settling into smaller groups, working together. But ultimately, the race is led by Duna and Espe, our 2 Spaniards, looking to maximize the points today and number of medals that Spain can bring home from this event here in France. As we have a great lineup of women here. It's going to come down to the wire here shortly. We have the final of the race coming up. They're making their way back from the final outside buoy. We're probably still going to be at least, I'm saying, 30 minutes away from a final run up the beach. But temperature is rising, Nico. I sense like I'm starting to sweat a little bit in here.
Yeah. Now it's good temperature out there. Perfect for the riders.
Yeah, and as we're going to head down to Drew out on the water, he's going to give an update. And Drew, what do you got for us?
And we're on our final lap here. Wind's relatively light out here coming out of that east, and then the swell is really pushing towards the west, making for some fun bumps out here. Talking about the SUPs, 1st and 2nd place, the Spaniards out in front, about a 36-second lead as we timed earlier. Between 5th and 6th, about a 2-minute lead. So if you're gonna catch either gold or silver medals, you really gotta start putting the gas to it. And our Japanese paddler right now, way out in front, almost 2 minutes and 20 seconds in front of 2nd place. So that's your update here from the water, but it is beautiful out here. Temperature's light. It's making for perfect conditions for this distance race at the ISA.
Oh, awesome. Thanks so much, Drew. Incredible to be able to get some of that insight from the water. As we can see, Eureka there with a strong paddle on. Like he was saying, really starting to pick up that pace, that momentum, as they're coming towards the back half of this race. It's been a really long run so far, over an hour into it, about hour 20 minutes now on the time for each of these competitors. And it's been really good. The conditions have been pretty beautiful. That wind is almost non-existent. There's a little bit of bump on the surface of the water. It's not entirely sheet glass, but it is looking really pretty out there. And of course, with those bumps, it's really helped them to be able to catch some waves on the way from buoy 3 back into buoy 2. But we've got a little ways to go as they are approaching that third buoy once again.
Yeah, Eureka Haribe there on screen doing an amazing job right now, really extending that lead out in front of the other women on the prone distance race here. She is looking to back up that gold medal from last year as well. An amazing paddler. You can see her quite far forward on the board. I think she's really trying to get that nose down, utilize the whole length of that board. It's going to give them lots of glide and paddle speed. You can see Eureka there really far forward, using all those arms. Her legs aren't really moving too much, Shannon. It seems like she's not. We saw a lot of other competitors doing kind of that scissor kick earlier to try and keep that board moving, but she is just really focused, I think, using a lot of her core strength to be able to translate that into her power in the arms. Amazing. You can see the tail of that board a little bit out of the water. That's going to reduce the drag a little bit too, so she's really doing well, keeping that board tracking in a straight line, moving directly forward. I really like the technique from Eureka there.
Yeah, I like that conversation around that core strength and that mobility. When you're talking about paddling, core strength is a really important part of it, especially in that prone paddling position specifically. It's not just the arms that are doing all that work, but the full engagement from both sides, side to side, and getting all that work and all that strength in practice in ahead of time that really pulls off in moments like this where that full upper body to core is engaged and it's not just the reliance on that arm strength.
Yeah, totally, and we can see as well that she is, keeping that head down as well, trying to get a little bit more speed that way. But one thing that's very different for these prone paddlers is they're probably not used to wearing a leash and a leg rope. So these competitors having to wear a leash in this race for safety reasons, of course. We always advise that you wear a leash when you do go out paddling. However, a lot of these athletes will be training without leashes, and it's something to notice that you want to make sure the leash is on top of the board and not dragging in the water either, because that's going to slow you down a little bit, create a bit of drag. So maybe some of the athletes having to think about where their leash is on top of the board or where they are connected. You can see Eureka there. She's opting for a coiled leash that's going to be a little bit shorter, have a bit more tension, so it's going to keep it on top of the board there. But now she's up on her knees, changing that and back down to her stomach. I think she was trying to get a little bit of a sprint there on her knees to be able to catch some of these bumps. We saw a little bit of a boat weight come through just before. She was trying to get on top of that. And then, as we see on screen there, our top three. So number 2 is Molly Roodhouse.
Yeah, incredible that Molly's put herself up into that second place position over Judith, as we can see there on the GPS tracking screen. Coming back in the other direction, so they've already passed the third buoy for the second time. They're now heading back to the second buoy, and they're really in essentially their final lap here, as they'll be coming in to make that left-hand turn around buoy number 2 and head in towards the beach. After this, they'll have to round buoy 1 as well, and then they'll come into La Grande Plage, as we can kind of get a good layout here of the entire race course. And yeah, quite a lot of distance that's been covered by the racers so far.
Yeah, definitely. And we'll see some of the rules that come into play today. So you are allowed to draft, but you're only allowed to draft your own division. So the prone won't be allowed to draft those of the stand-up paddling. The stand-up paddlers won't be allowed to draft the prone paddlers. So interesting to see. You can see 2 paddlers here, a SUP and a pro next to each other. They won't be allowed to draft because that is against the rules for this race. You can see some of our other paddlers heading back out for that second lap, as it looks like Mara Carmen there on screen. She's currently sitting, I think it's in 4th position at the moment. We'll have to get confirmation on that. But amazing from Molly to come right back. We saw Judith Verges, and also Cornelia, Rigardi, really far in front in that second and third position, but Molly making a big charge, and I think that's coming down, because it is coming down to the final lap here, so they are going to have to be heading in after that, after the buoy turn. So as we see Maricarmen, just with a paddle, you can get a lot more speed than using those arms. You can really apply a lot of power through your legs, from your core. You can kind of widen that kind of your arms on the paddle as well, so you get a little bit lower down with that bottom hand, and that's going to give you a lot more power in the water. You can't keep that up for such a long period of time, Shannon. You really have to kind of, pace yourself and identify areas that you're going to make a bit of a breakaway. As it looks like on screen, that looks like the French paddler, Anaya. I think she's just fallen back a little bit. She was in third place for a lot of this race, and looking back into the pack there, I actually think that Maricarmen might have actually pulled out in front in this SUP distance race. It's looking like it. There's no one really in front of her we can see on screen. So as it stands, we're going to have to bring you that confirmation very shortly. But it does seem like Maricarmen might be out in front with, that is our paddler from France, Anaya in second. Looks like Duna possibly in third, Espe in that fourth position.
Yeah, this is very interesting. We'll get those results through as the GPS trackers come into play. But Maricarmen's been putting together a really strong paddle so far. And it does look like Anaya is just, running out of a little bit of that steam, not quite able to keep that pace with the rest of the crew. And that... we'll get those GPS results specifically as they pass by the buoys. That's where that GPS tracker comes into play. It will track their time as they cross those buoys. So we'll get those specific results in. As we can see, that must be our leading pack actually there, with Espe and with Duna out in front. So Maricarmen taking over that maybe that third place position now over Anaya, which is just slightly different to what we currently see in those top rankings.
Yes, that's right. So Duna out in front there. Espe, actually it's Espe on screen out in front. So those results, if you swap them around, Duna in that second position. As we are just taking a look here at that leading pack. So Espe and Duna, they're going to take the lead. We saw Duna last year. Duna Gordillo, she actually won the distance gold medal. But it was very interesting, Shannon. She was sitting in kind of that drafting position for most of the race, and then decided to hit the gas right at the last second, saved her energy, and was able to overtake Espe for the win last year. But I think Espe is going to want a bit of redemption, I think, after her 2019 gold medal.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. She'll definitely be wanting to take away the victory, especially after kind of pulling the weight through that race last year. But I mean, smart racing from Duna in last year's race. She was able to also get into that last little wave coming into the shoreline in Puerto Rico. It just gave her that leading position over Espe as they came into the beach. It was a very short beach run there, really just hit the sand and essentially you're crossing the finish line. But that last bump really coming into play in that last wave. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm really excited to see as we come up towards the finish of this race, if they're able to get any bumps as they kind of round back into that straight shot into La Grande Plage, and if they're able to actually get any waves as well.
Yeah, of course, and we've actually heard from our announcers on the boat. Drew is on the boat, as we've seen before. He's actually can hear the paddlers talking to one another. We know that Espe and Duna are actually having a lot of communication out there. Sometimes paddlers are pretty quiet when they're paddling and just paddling their own race, but the Team Spain working together to be able to stay out in front in this race, having a few chats. Espe, why don't I take over the lead? Duna might be saying soon. But actually, I think, coming into this final kind of buoy turn back into the beach, they're really going to be putting the paddle to the maximum power. They're going to be wanting to, extend that lead a little bit further out as we bring up our race map. So you can see kind of the 2 laps they need to do on the outside there around with that yellow line. They have to go out around that first buoy on the left and then go around that buoy on the right, and then kind of cut diagonally for a left turn on the far right of screen there for the third buoy turn. But they have to go around that course twice. And as they come back, they follow that red arrow. So they have to keep going over to the first buoy turn and then back into the finish.
Yeah, so this is where the leaders of the pack in Espe and Duna are currently heading towards those last two buoys now. On the left-hand side buoys, they'll be heading back towards that finish line shortly. So they're looking to make great time. It's been absolutely stunning conditions this morning here in France. The wind has been light, and there's been plenty of kind of current pulling in one direction and those great bumps rolling in the other direction. So it's been really nice as they've started to head back towards the east and back into position. We have got so many other paddlers, though, that are out there in the water that are making great strides on their own. They might not be in that medal conversation specifically, Bo, but we do want to celebrate the fact that they're out there and they have been putting in so much work over the last hour and a half. You know, racers like that from Team England and Jenny Betts and Marie Buchanan, two of the older paddlers that are in the conversation throughout this week, nearing age 50. It's been really exciting to have them in the conversation, and as well as Jessica Davidson from Canada.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Joanna, they're 52 years of age from the prone. Suzette Velez, 48 years of age. Just goes to show that, you know, the prone paddling, stand-up paddle racing, you can do this, and it is a sport that has longevity as well. You would notice kind of, you know, when you're comparing this to maybe kind of SUP surfing or even the surfing disciplines, that 30 up to 40 age range is kind of like the limit of that, but it's great to see paddlers, you know, in the upper age ranges taking it to these younger competitors on the water. Obviously, those older competitors have so many, you know, titles and wins to their name throughout the disciplines in their home countries and things like that, and overseas results as well. Just fantastic to see so many people representing.
It's so true, and that's across both the stand-up paddle and the prone divisions. We've got, you know, competitors in that kind of category that just really enjoy being on the water back at home, getting in the water as often as possible, like Yvette Terblanche from South Africa, who loves doing the Miller's Downwind there in Cape Town, and just taking advantage of that time on the ocean, but also getting to represent their countries and take trips of a lifetime to be able to race against some of the best in the world.
Oh, totally. It's fantastic to see everyone coming from so far and wide. And just before on the screen, we saw a fantastic drone shot of the whole race course, which is good to see where these paddlers are paddling. The conditions out there are looking brilliant for this distance race. You know, you don't want to be paddling into upwind. You don't want, you know, of course you love a downwind, but with this lapping kind of course, you definitely don't want to be paddling upwind for a good half an hour. So paddlers, you can see just right of screen there, that is the harbour wall. So they are going to be paddling toward the very first buoy that we saw. They're going to have to go around that on a left-hand turn and then head back in toward the beach. This is the final for the women's SUP and prone distance racing. So we will be crowning medalists, gold, silver, bronze, and the copper. The top four will go onto the podium for the closing ceremony on Sunday evening.
And we have been hearing that these top two in front in Espe and Duna, they're over a minute in front of that third place position now, about a minute and a half in front of fourth. So these two just gaining in that strength, gaining in that momentum as they're coming towards the end of the race here, and really starting to put their own test kind of to what they're physically able to achieve at this stage of a race. They've already been paddling consistently, stroke after stroke after stroke, for the last hour and a half. And they've been putting in some really great time with the rest of the pack, but with that breakaway, it's now those two that are out in a solid lead, as well as on the prone side, Eureka from Japan, that has just broken away from the conversation, is looking to go back-to-back for herself with another gold medal.
Yeah, that's right. Eureka on screen there. She's paddling from that right to left of screen as we see another prone paddler. She is still completing her second lap at the moment. Eureka is going to be finishing that second lap. We do also see a Nye on screen into the SUP distance just behind Eureka there. And then behind her, we'll get confirmation on that paddler shortly. That's going to be looking like fifth place at the moment.
And there is that opportunity for fifth to overtake fourth and to get into that medal conversation. Spending so much time in preparation in the year leading up to this. It was a bit of a shorter announcement for the ISA to be hosting the SUP and Paddleboard World Championships this year. Just a few months ago, they found out that we would be heading here to the west coast of France, but very exciting as so many of these paddlers, they've got those grassroots moments, they've got the Euro Tour, they've got the APP Tour, they're spending time racing outside of just preparing for the ISA World Championships. And so being able to hear that there was going to be an event like this on the calendar for a lot of these competitors, they're already in that mode and they're like, all right, great, it's another race on the calendar. Let's add it to the schedule for the year.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of these competitors, even those, in the kind of bottom half of the field, they're here for the experience of competing against the world's best. They're going to take a lot back from racing here in France, and it's great to see. This is a fantastic venue to hold the ISA championships here. The people have been so welcoming. It's fantastic to be in a bit of a city-like venue where, it's people are coming down to watch from far and wide. We've got yesterday for the technical race, we had people on the beach everywhere. It was really great to see so many of the local crew coming down to support, their hometown races, but also just the people from all the different countries around the world. As we're looking at our top 3 prone women up on screen now, it seems that Molly is actually not racing today. I think it is Jessica from England. So that will be Jessica in that second position. Only 9 seconds difference between the first and the second. So we'll see on screen, panning back around. We've got our SUP distance there on screen. Judith Verges, she is in that third spot at the moment. She took home the technical gold medal yesterday for Spain. It was great to see her lead a really good race. It was a fantastic race to watch. She made sure that she did the course correctly, made the right strategy moves when she needed to, and the competitors behind her had to kind of catch up and do a couple of extra laps. But we get a great drone shot of the course out here today. Hard to see where the buoys are, but the competitors they do go from the left of the screen to the right. They have to round a buoy that is out there closer to a lighthouse, and then they have to turn around that on the left turn and then come back in and then circle around and keep going from that kind of left to right of screen. And then as we do circle around, there's a buoy that you can see it's kind of in between all those boats out there, but competitors have to go around that to come back in for the finish line.
Finish line will be approaching shortly. That was our second and third place racers on the prone side that we were just having a look at. So they've started to kind of close that gap, and there's number 3 just behind. Now as we start to come around for that finish line, it's going to be very exciting to see if anyone gets those breakaway moments or if we see them continue to stay quite close together.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see. I think in a distance race, it can be really hard to kind of time your kind of breakaways correctly. You can do it at the start and you get a fairly big lead, and that way you want to try and keep onto it to the end, but you're kind of losing energy as well because this is an 18-kilometer race. It is a long way. You can see that time for the SUP women long distance going up to about 1 hour 40 minutes now. The prone distance started 10 minutes early, so they're going to be up around that 1 hour 50 minute mark. As we see our competitor from Iran here on screen. Fantastic effort from all of our countries competing today.
That's right. It's been amazing. In this race specifically, we have had Miriam and Nazini from Iran that have been competing, and it's been great to have that crew in the conversation. One that's newer to the sport, but also has a long history of maritime activity and wanting to get themselves into water sports more consistently, especially with that conversation of Olympic inclusion. Now, of course, it hasn't been confirmed, and we're hopeful for Olympic inclusion for the SUP and paddleboard community come maybe LA 28. But with surfing getting into the Olympics for Tokyo 2020 and for that moving forward, it's been really exciting to be able to see the inclusion of other nations into this conversation, them wanting to grow for the future, for the next 10 to 20 years, to be able to see Iranians, to see those from Saudi Arabia and from other nations that are not so familiar to the surfing or the paddleboarding community starting to come through. But I have just heard word that we've got Drew Murin down on the beach, and he is, out on the boat actually, ready for an update.
Thanks, guys. As you can see out the left door here, we got Espy out in front, Duna in second. They've been kind of jostling back and forth, getting in that drafting position. Espy's been really pushing the pace, very vocal, very verbal, pushing Duna along, trying to keep to the pace. And now they're about 1.5 minutes to 1 minute and 45 in front of third place. We're about 50 minutes away from the cam buoy, so we'll see what happens if Duna tries to take out and try to push past Espy around the can. Keep watching. It's going to be fun. Back to you guys.
Very exciting as the racers are just approaching that can buoy, and they'll start to make that turn in shortly. as we'll be coming towards the finish of this race. Now there is, again, as we were talking about right off the start of the race, and what the race master was sharing with all of the paddlers as they were heading out, is that there was a 3-hour time limit as the maximum limit. If you're unable to complete the race within 3 hours, you will not be able to actually, finish out with complete results. But for those in those leading positions, we knew that it was going to be a fast race, that they were going to be coming through shortly, and it's really exciting as we can kind of start to see them coming around towards the beach now.
Yeah, this is stoked to be back in the booth right here. This is coming down to the wire. I'm trying to not look out the window and just stay focused on the screen to see everything that you also are seeing. We still got Espe Barreras and Duna Gordillo in the lead comfortably in front of, I believe now in third place, it's Marie Carmen. She has passed Anai Grumage from France. Anai just running out of gas, it kind of seemed there. But we're going to see, as you see right now, that's Duna and Espe. They're probably at this point 1.5 kilometers away from the finish. They're going to paddle to that last buoy now, and from there it's going to be a full-on sprint, whole shot, straight line to the finish. Conditions right now on the beach, I was just taking a look, Shannon, we got some waves it's going to finish in. There's not a huge amount of waves, but it's there's some nice lines standing up, and the athletes will be able to catch the waves far out. So interesting that Espe and Duna are so close together, because that they're in that position where no one really knows which way it's going to go. As you see them round the buoy here, and they're going to be going straight. Almost, they still have one more buoy to turn before they make the whole shot to the beach.
Before they actually make that straightaway, we can see them turn off of that first buoy on the outside and start to just round, coming around where the lighthouse is. And I mean, it really is incredible conditions. It's going to be very exciting finish, as you mentioned, with those waves that are coming through. Low tide here, they'll have that run up the beach as well. So it's going to come down to a pretty neck and neck finish, as they're so tight together right now. We'll be, expecting the ocean to play that kind of wild card factor as they come through, seeing that there will be waves as well. And that's one of the really exciting things about racing. Casper, you've been sharing with us through the first couple days of racing, as we've had the technical races taking place, that there is so much unknown when you have waves that come into that conversation. And it takes away a lot of the control actually from the racers.
It adds a whole other element to the racing. Some people love it, some people hate it. For better or worse, it's part of the element we're on the water. And I think, interestingly enough, coming off 18-kilometer long distance, it will be fascinating to see what happens as they enter the surf zone. The waves are not of huge consequence today, but there can be a little advantage to be gained if you can squeak onto one of those small bumps. Obviously in front right now is Espe and Duna, and Anay from France behind them, Marie Carmen in fourth. But there's a long list of athletes also battling out there, just to run through some of these positions right now. I know we have had some graphics up and running here and there, but just to give you an overview of what's happening out there. In fifth place, Natsumi from Japan. In sixth place, Anna from Switzerland. She's approximately 1 minute 30 seconds behind the leaders at this point. Rika from Japan behind her in seventh. Cecilia Pampinella from Italy in eighth. Iona Rivet in ninth from France. Novlowski Rosalie from Brazil in 10th. Alma Coletta from Argentina in 11th. Ginny Betts from the UK in 12th. Claudio Postiglione from Italy in 13th. Chilak from Hungary, a name I was really excited to watch. She is currently around the 14th place marker at this point. She's accompanied by Tanja Ecker from Germany. Tanja just coming off the 11-city tour a couple of weeks ago. And Paula Rodriguez from Brazil in 16th, Marie Buchanan in 17th, Eva Dondova from the Czech Republic 18th, Annabella Rivera 19th, and Katerina from the Czech Republic also in 20th, with Yvette Terblanche in 21st, rounding out that field. And that's the SUP women standings at this point.
That's right. And then on the prone standings, as we can see, our two SUP leaders still heading to the final buoy. They have one more buoy before they'll be in that whole shot towards the beach. On the prone paddle race side of things, we still have Eureka Horibe of Japan that's been holding down that leading position. About a minute behind her, we have Judith Vergas in that second place position. Nearly a minute behind that, so 2 minutes off of the lead, is Cornelia Rigiati of Italy. Jessica Gorgelin from Great Britain in that 4th place position, so holding in that medal zone at the moment. Elise Dognon from France in that 5th place position, and Suzette Velez in that 6th place position for Puerto Rico. And they've just rounded the final buoy, and they will be heading straight into the beach now for the finish line.
Yeah, that's the final buoy. They're turning right there. You're going to watch them put the pedal to the metal right here. They, yeah, it looks like it's still Espe Barrera in first place on her starboard. She is trailed by Duna Gordillo, as we had a great explainer from Nico there before on the insights of these two athletes. Obviously, Duna, the defending champion, Espe winning back in 2019 in El Salvador. There are no strangers to racing with each other. And what I find interesting in the race so far is, as we saw Espe kind of take the lead in the beginning and not really budging much to share that first place position, and she didn't even opt to draft that much in the beginning. They have switched back and forth here recently. So we'll see who has the energy here at the line as they come towards the sprint. This is Eureka from Japan. You can see fatigue in her face right there. She's been going for nearly 2 hours. Those arms just working in overdrive mode right there. You can see the spray on the board just flying around. She's taped a hydration pack to the top of her board. You can see as, you know, she has plenty of spray hitting her in the face, it seems like, but you still need to hydrate. And, you know, with two hours on the water, you're burning through a lot of, you know, fluid in your body, and you need to replace as much as you can. And that's going to be the key, but also as they finish the race, you know, hydrating quickly afterwards.
That's right, getting that hydration in. They'll have their teams down there ready to go, snacks as well, anything that they need to make sure that they're just well taken care of after they cross the finish line. But it is an interesting, you know, part of the I guess, the whole process for a distance racer like this, for the long distance race, or for essentially the marathon that we're seeing underway, is to know how these athletes are fueling themselves as they go. The fact that for these, you know, the stand-up paddlers, they've got that camelback on their back. They're able to have that, you know, that bottle easily to be able to have a drink as they're going without having to stop that paddle as well, without needing to have, for those prone paddlers, those hands leaving the water at any stage with those bottles in the front. As we're coming in towards the finish, and it looks like it's still Espe that's in the leading position, so far, it doesn't seem like there's any waves that have really factored into either of them getting that distance above the rest.
No, it's still neck and neck right here. Espe in front, Duna in second place. You know, Duna still on the draft of Espe. It's going to be interesting to see when and if Duna makes an attack here towards the end. You can see the flags in the bottom of your screen right there. That marks the finish line. They have approximately, I would say, 100, maybe just under 100 meters running right now as they hit the beach. So, you know, the race coming down to the wire, we're going to pay attention if there's a set coming. You know, if they are able to catch a wave, both of them or just one of them, that could be a defining factor for the race here. Espe and Duna both very comfortable riding these bumps today. We're not going to see any of them really struggle, I think. But if one of them can edge the other out and just get on a bump that the other doesn't, that's make or break right there. So the two Spaniards. This is coming down to the wire. I don't know who I would be rooting for if I was Team Spain. You know, they're both winners. They've both had a great race so far, commanded the lead from the beginning, you know, worked together after they broke away from Marie Carmen and Anai from France.
That's right, and it was great to have Nico in the conversation for a little while from SUP, just giving so much more insight to these two paddlers coming out of the Spanish region, but also to speak to the strength of Spanish paddling. Like you were, you know, mentioning Casper at the very beginning of this race, the fact that they're coming from maybe the strongest region of paddlers in the world when it comes to grassroots, when it comes to that momentum across an entire nation. For these two to be the cream of the crop within Spain shows why they are taking out such a convincing lead for that first place position.
Well, they're the representatives of Spain, but just to also be clear, if it wasn't Duna or Espe that was here, there would be a very qualified woman taking that place instead. Like, the talent pool is deep, and you know, Spain is one of those hot spots in the world right now, and it's been for some years. They have strong junior development programs in place. They have great coaches, great climate as well to paddle in. You know, it's warm, it's nice, Mediterranean ocean being fantastic for paddling and building some confidence. And as we see them coming in here, they probably have another 200 meters to go on the water before they hit the beach. This is going to be a crucial moment. I can see some waves, Shannon, kind of rolling through. There's a little bit of bump on the ocean. Don't look out the window. Don't see what's happening. We're looking at the screen right here, the same as all of you at home. You can see a bump here right behind Espe and Duna. They might be able to squeak into this one. Taking a look at it, Duna is going to have to make a move now. She wants to catch this wave. They're going to have to angle the boards a little bit more to Duna's right if she wants to catch it. And this might be the make or break moment right there.
This could be
Espe,
it.
Duna, are they going to catch it? Duna's paddling like a maniac.
Duna's
trying
just
her
caught
hardest
behind
to stay
it.
on this pump. She has to stay on it. And no, that's Espe Barreras catching this wave just under the nose of Duna Gordillo. Espe Barreras, the winner of the technical race yesterday. Wow, wow, wow. She's taking it for Team Spain.
This is incredible. It's the opposite of what happened in last year's race where Duna was able to catch that wave to get that leading position over Espe as they came into the finish line. And this time Espe gets that jump on her. She gets that last wave. And she's taking that sprint up the beach as Duna gets into a wave herself, and it will be a hard sprint. She checks behind to make sure Duna's not trailing her as Esperanza Baran starts to head towards her second gold medal.
Yeah, Esperanza Barreras right there from Spain, running across the finish line, reclaiming that world title that she lost last year in Puerto Rico to Duna. Espe won it back in 2019. Look, she's going to be so happy there that she caught that wave after 18 kilometers of battling. It came down to that one little wave that made, the big difference as we see Duna Gordillo right there crossing the line. Big smiles.
Incredible. Just seconds behind. What an incredible race. Espe really holding the lead throughout this entire race, and for her to be able to cross the line with that gold medal. She took out the gold medal in yesterday's SUP technical race as well. So what an incredible 2 days of endurance for Esperanza Barreras.
What a great couple of days. And, actually interesting, Espe doing the technical race yesterday, probably a little bit fatigued from it as well. Duna opting not to do the technical race. She put her eggs in the basket of the long distance today. So interestingly enough, that goes to show Esperanza's strength as she still is able to power through today. And, the mentor, so to say, wins over the young athlete. But we'll see a lot more from Duna. Let's direct our attention here to the water again. This is Marie Carmen and I believe, that's not even Anne, that might be Anna Cherky from Switzerland right there. They're going to catch this wave right here. It's definitely Marie Carmen on the right.
So Marie Carmen in that favored position to be able to take away the bronze medal, possibly Anna Cherky from Switzerland in that copper medal position. Marie Carmen gets into this wave.
Yeah, nice little wave there from Marie Carmen. Steps way back on the board, making sure to keep that nose well and out of the water there. She's taking her leash off. Ooh, that's going to be a tight situation there. I believe that's Anna Cherky on the NSP board on the left side of your screen. Just getting out of that impact zone as we see Marie Carmen running up the beach. Marie's going to be happy. And yeah, that does look like Anna right there.
So a great run ahead for Marie Carmen. She's got that lead on. She's grabbed that Puerto Rican flag, and she is sprinting into that bronze medal position for Marie Carmen Rivera of Puerto Rico. An incredible race.
Another medal for Puerto Rico. Great job by Marie Carmen as she heads to the Pan Am Games later this year. She just hit the right time to attack. She must have had the energy towards the end. As we see Anna Cherky right there from Switzerland. Oh, there is a happy athlete right there. Anna representing Switzerland. She jumped on the NSP board today. She's been riding Starboard yesterday, the free agent from Switzerland. Really great job there, making it up among the top finishers right there. What a great job from Anna.
Incredible, especially considering that we had Anai for Team France that was sitting in one of those leading positions throughout. We had Cecilia that also had a really strong start from Team Italy, but for Switzerland to be able to get that position and to get that medal finish as we came down to the last few seconds was a really incredible finishing race for Anna.
Yeah.
As we've got a little stumble on the inside section, but running up here for Team Japan to sprint across the finish.
Yeah, great.
I believe it will be Natsumi.
Great result there for Japan. That was that's quite a finish. I'm really curious to see what happened to Anne Guimard from France, holding that third place most of the race, but just disappearing here at the end. She must have just run out of gas.
And taking a look now at the prone paddle race, it is still Team Japan in the lead with last year's gold medalist and there we can see her there making her way into the beach. She took away that gold medal last year for Eureka Horibe, and she's looking to take away a convincing back-to-back gold medal this year here in France.
Yeah, great effort there. Great effort there. As we see the junior world champion of yesterday, Cecilia Pampinella, run up across the finish line there. She's keeping busy this week, doing both the junior technical race, the women's technical race, and now also the women's long distance. She's going to require some rest days when she's done with this week.
As will so many of the athletes, as we're taking a look at our paddlers starting to come in for the finish. So this will be that kind of 6th, 7th place in the SUP positioning, but the leader for our prone long distance race just past the 2-hour mark for Eureka Horibe. An incredible race for her throughout today, and going into that just stomach position as she catches this last wave in, feeling very happy to be able to stop paddling, to let the water do the work for her,
I bet
she'll have that run up the
I
beach.
bet all the athletes finishing right now are just loving being on the waves, just surfing for a little bit, taking a breather before they do that run, those final few hundred meters up the beach. That's Eureka right there, the Japanese flag in hand as she runs up to claim the gold medal for Team Japan.
Back-to-back gold medals for Eureka, and an impressive performance that she put together last year in Puerto Rico. Warmer water, challenging conditions there, and she grabs her family as they run up the beach together, and she will cross it as a back-to-back gold medalist for Team Japan.
Beautiful pictures right there. That's so cool to see. Eureka Oribe from Japan. I love how the Japanese do that bow after the race. You know, a lot of us high-five each other, and, you know, there's many ways of showing the sportsmanship and respect and being thankful for the result. I love Shrimpy did it as well yesterday, and also, in his previous heats, you know, taking a look, turning around, bowing on the finish line as we see Eureka and her family right there.
What an incredible finish. 31 years old from Kanagawa.
A little bit of hydration coming in handy there for Eureka.
Finally getting to properly just breathe and relax and take in all of the hard work that she's put in behind the scenes. So 2 hours, 6 minutes, and 10 seconds as she crosses the finish line. We've got more paddlers starting to come through. We'll be finding our medalists for the remaining 3 spots on the prone side of the draw, and the rest of the paddlers looking to finish in that, you know, top 10 to 15 conversation on the SUP side, as we'll have our prone paddlers starting to come in. We've got more SUP paddlers racing across the finish with their paddle in hand, and an incredibly long journey to get to this place, crossing the finish line.
Yeah, that's Rosalie from Brazil right there, coming in. Still smiles on their faces after paddling for over 2 hours. I mean, I'm not sure I would be smiling that much, but then again, you know, stoked with, they're probably really happy with their results, and, you know, happy with the way it finishes in the waves. So, you know, it's not one of those races probably where you're sprinting your guts out, because you do have that, you know, you see some races where the athletes just collapse as they cross the finish line and just keep laying there.
That's right. We can see the results there for our top 3 of the long distance SUP racers. As we can see, number 10 now coming in across the line.
That's Alma Coletta there from Team Argentina running across the line, flag in hand right now.
And nearly a 10-minute spread as we're coming up into that 11th place finish, about an 8-minute spread, sorry. As we can see our silver medalists starting to approach for the women's prone division. Digging in deep, looking for this last wave to ride in.
Yeah, nice little wave there, finishing off there. That's Judith, I believe, from Spain. She's going to come in. Always curious to see how the prone paddlers' legs are working after they have been paddling for so long. You know, your legs might kind of be asleep from laying down on a board for so long. But then again, with the inclusion of the knee paddling, there is a lot of circulation in the legs as well. But, you know, a full body workout for all the athletes out there.
Definitely very challenging to have to stand up and start sprinting up the beach. Judith Verges looking to take away another medal, a very consistent competitor across multiple divisions here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Exciting to watch her come in across the finish line in that silver medal position for Team Spain. And Eureka finished out with 2 hours and 6 minutes. Judith about 3 minutes behind on her finish time.
These are marathon times, over the 2-hour mark. I think we need to change the name of this distance we got right here. We call it the long distance. And yeah, it's long, but it's probably more of a marathon.
It is very, very long. 2 hours of constant movement, constant paddling, to be, compared to that of running a distance for this long.
Yeah, it's a long time to have the body working. If you're working above the 1 hour mark, that's kind of that threshold where a lot of athletes choose to bring additional hydration, additional fuel in terms of, gels or bars or quick energy that you can consume that'll keep your sugar levels intense. Some athletes use caffeine as well to boost the system and keep them sharp and increase the metabolism of burning fat and whatnot. So there's so much that goes into these types of races. With something over the 2 hour mark, I would say it really comes into play who prepares for the bigger picture with the proper equipment, the proper nutrition as well for a race like this. And that's a long run now. Tide's really dropping out.
It is a long run, but surrounded by lots of friends and support from different countries, from locals here in La Sable d'Olonne. It's been a really incredible location to be able to have a race like this, as we see our third place competitor, Cornelia Reggiati, racing across the finish line for the bronze medal for Team Italy.
Great job there by Cornelia. Great effort. You see high-fiving the other competitors. That's her coach. That's her coach right there for Italy, making sure she's all right. I feel like all the athletes look fairly well collected, even after 2 hours of intense activity on the water. That's quite a way to start the morning. Get your morning workout done.
Yeah, it is an extreme workout. We'll see how many of these competitors will be up for competing in the sprint category tomorrow after such a long distance race. It'll be great to be able to catch up with them throughout the day and to be able to hear how it went from their perspective as well. All of the insights between those little battles that were going down moment after moment. Team Italy giving support to Cornelia as she has walked away. And there's our top three for the prone on the women's side.
As you see a couple of really nice waves and sets rolling through there. Beautiful day here in France. Taking a look at the results so far, first for the SUP women, we have Espe winning there before over up and coming, still a young athlete, Duna Gordillo, Marie Carmen from Puerto Rico in third place, Anna Cherki from Switzerland in fourth, Natsumi from Japan in fifth, and that was Cecilia Pampinella in sixth. Seventh place, that's what happened to Anai from France. She went from third place down to seventh, and that's really one of those things you tend to see happen in a long-distance race where there's just always going to be some athlete that, just doesn't quite have enough gas left in the tank there at the end, as we see the results on screen.
So Esperanza Barreras of Spain coming through with that gold medal finish, 1 hour, 52 minutes and 55 seconds. And Duna Gordillo for Spain coming through with that silver medal. Marie Carmen Rivera of Puerto Rico with the bronze, and Anna Cherki of Switzerland sneaking her way into that copper medal position. So an incredible race. Japan coming in with number 5, Italy 6th, France coming in back-to-back in 7th and 8th, Brazil in 9th, and Japan in 10th. All just underneath that 2 hour mark for our top 10 racers, as we take a look now at the highlights from our SUP distance racing and our prone racing as well. But let's take a look at the SUP racing highlights first.
Yeah, they had a good little run down to the beach, a little warm up before they hit the water. As you see the train form here, this is the draft train out of the first buoy. It was already clear as they got to the first buoy. There was a pack of 4, a story of 4 athletes. It was Espe, Duna, Anai, and Marie Carmen making a break there, as we saw a second lead pack start forming with Cecilia Pampinella and Anna Cherki taking the reins there. There was like a 5 to 10 board length gap for a while there, but as they got into that first outside lap, you saw a bit of current and a little bit of chop separate the packs. This was Duna and Espe doing that far buoy turn, and there you could really see the current come into play.
Yeah, that was the first time that us as kind of the audience viewership, or those of us, looking at it from this angle, we could really see that current was coming into play. We were getting some updates from the boats though out in the water on the fact that once they made that turn on the third buoy, that those bumps really came into play, and it really allowed these paddlers to just fly on the way back to that second buoy.
Yeah, as we saw, this was a moment of Espe kind of taking a little break there, telling the other ladies, like, hey, now it's your turn to lead the pack and do the work. And then here we see Duna Gordillo in the lead. There was a bit of a breakup here after this buoy. Kind of, you see Espe getting a slower turn there. Duna maybe trying to make a little break, but Espe reeling her in really quickly. And I really struggling at this point, and I think it was clear she was under pressure. Marie Carmen, at that point probably realized it was time to attack. But then we got back towards the finish here with Duna and Espe almost catching the same wave into the beach. Espe just drawing the better line there and catching a beautiful little wave that separated her from Duna. It's hard to say if Duna didn't see that wave coming, but nonetheless, great paddle by both athletes. Great friends, they're teammates, and they brought home a big bag of points and a couple medals for Spain.
And we've been talking about the fact that Spain, from the opening ceremonies and seeing the team that they arrived with, were going to be a team that was a very strong favorite to taking away that gold medal, and they could be sitting in a great position. We don't know what those team standings are, but we'll get some updates on that through the rest of the day and be able to see how close Team Spain is to walking away as a possible gold medalist this week.
Yeah, Spain's, I believe, in a really good position. They had some really good results yesterday as well. But, yeah, nonetheless, it's going to be tight with, I know, France is still in the running. Japan actually faring pretty well as well. So, yeah, nonetheless, I think that was a great women's long-distance race we had.
Yeah, it was really incredible for that race. Casper, it's been really fun to be able to call to action with you alongside of Bo and alongside of Nico as well, to be able to have the insights from those of you that have really been paddling for a very long time within this conversation, and to be able to see, the results, to be able to witness and call through.
Yeah, it was fun to see. It's first of all still funny for me to be on this side of the competition, commentating. But it was cool to see, the tactics going into it, and conditions very beautiful out there today. And then you see the waves also making that difference at the end. So, it's really great to watch. Great effort by all the women out there, and a big respect for them to take on what is more of a marathon race than an actual, distance race.
That's right, an extremely long distance, 18 kilometers in total. And as we hear that, let's throw down to the beach and catch up with the winner for the women's SUP distance race, the gold medalist, Esperanza Barreras.
Thank you, Bo, Shannon. We are here with our 2023 ISA Women's Long Distance SUP champion for Team Spain, Esperanza Barreras. Felicidades.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to ask her a couple things. First off, we had these nice glassy conditions in the morning. It looks like perfect, picture perfect, really easy conditions, but there's definitely currents and movement out in the water that we can't see on the screen. So I'm going to ask her a little bit about what the hardest parts of the course were for her. Las condiciones en la empieza parecía súper perfecto, sin viento, súper glaciosa, pero seguramente había corrientes y cosas que no pudimos ver en la pantalla. ¿Cuáles partes del curso fueron los más difíciles entre las boyas?
Parecía glassy, pero desde la boya de desmarque hasta la boya de afuera, la verdad es que estaba bastante movido, y en el tramo de vuelta teníamos corriente en contra, pero había bumps que ayudaban, así que bueno, un poco balance entre una ayuda y un empuje.
Okay, so she was saying that it looked really glassy, but off of the first right turn, she could feel a lot of movement, a lot of bump. And then on the way back from the first buoy, from the lighthouse buoy, they were against the current. And on the other lap, you were actually able to use the current. So, y también con los cambios de marea, a lo mejor los siguientes hits va a cambiar corriente también, ¿verdad?
Sí, probablemente. Esta costa es muy, muy abierta, es preciosa, muy diferente a lo que me venía esperando en una larga distancia aquí en Francia. Pero bueno, es cuestión de adaptarte, de pensar dónde ahorrar y dónde apretar, y bueno, así es como he ido pensando yo durante la carrera.
So I was saying, with the changes of the tides here, there's probably going to be different parts of the course that are going to be more difficult later on in our upcoming events. She said it's a very open ocean, a lot more activity than she had expected, and she said it's really up to the competitors of knowing when to break and when to save your energy. I'm going to ask her, how she decides on when to break out. We had a lot of close races around the buoys, and I want to ask her when she decides or how she decides to make her breaks or kind of conserve energy and pace with the crowd. ¿Cómo decides cuando hacer tu break o cuando conservas tu energía y corres con el resto? ¿Depende en el parte del curso de que estés?
Sí, yo más o menos tenía idea de que Duna y yo teníamos muy buena velocidad, así que solo queríamos esperar a hacer el primer corte y bueno, y después ir un poco jugando entre las dos, ahorrando energía una y ahorrando energía otra, y bueno, esta vez se ha decantado por mí la victoria, pero ha sido muy abierto. Duna ha remado súper bien, también las chicas que venían por detrás, y bueno, muy contenta no solo con mi resultado, sino también con el de Duna, que ha hecho una carrera increíble.
So she was saying they had a pretty good lead. They weren't so concerned about that. They were basically taking turns, doing teamwork, one person conserving energy while the other one kind of kept the lead, and just making sure that they maintained that lead position. She said Duna did a great job, and she's not only happy for herself, but she's also very happy for Duna's performance. Bueno, el equipo de España va colectando medallas. Tú otro oro, ella una de plata, y no saben cómo van en la competencia del equipo la medalla del equipo de equipo.
Judith ha ganado también una medalla hoy en Paddleboard, así que contentísimos, sumando puntos. Esta mañana estábamos segundos y bueno, nuestro objetivo es traernos el oro al país, a España, el oro mundial, así que vamos a seguir trabajando tanto hoy como mañana.
So I was asking her, she's kept up on how they're doing in their team standings. We have a silver medal for Duna. Judith also got a gold medal, so they're feeling really confident. She's feeling great. Bueno, finalmente, algunas palabras para tu gente en España que te están apoyando.
Sí, gracias a todo el equipo nacional que está aquí, a todo el equipo que está ayudando y bueno, empujando un montón en la línea de salida. Gracias a mi familia, a mis amigos y ahora retraining, que gracias a este equipo estamos aquí arriba.
Muchas felicidades, tía. Back to you guys.
Wow, what an emotional finish for Esperanza to be able to take away another gold medal, but the teamwork between her and Duna, I love hearing those insights behind the scenes of, what was going down between them and that communication as well. For Esperanza to take away the win in both the tech and the distance in this event, we've had 5 different women who have doubled up in that in wins in the past, taking out the distance and the tech, but Esperanza is officially the first to do it 2 times.
Yeah, she's incredible. She's a powerhouse. She's, very humble, a great athlete, a great role model as well for many of the athletes. I think, beyond being a great competitor, she's one of those people with a unique set of values, and she's a person that just is loved by many. But it was also interesting to hear that insight from her about Duna and her working together, because it's one of those things that we assume they'll do as teammates. It's just not guaranteed that, there necessarily is the right dynamic to make that happen. But I think, they're so well accustomed to paddling with each other. So yeah, great to see them working together for Team Spain.
Incredible performance from our SUP long distance racers. But let's take a look at the highlights from our prone distance racers, because they were actually out and in the water first off this morning.
There were some big smiles right there as they hit the water. A good little run. The prone athletes very accustomed to running. A lot of them coming from the surf life-saving background, kind of bunny hopping, getting onto their boards, out through the little mixed shallow waters here as they punched through the waves, got to that first buoy turn there. The pack still bunched up at this point.
Yeah, the pack was still very tight. Of course, that eventual leader in Eureka staying close with the other 4 at the beginning of this race, and there you could see Eureka start to get that distance among the rest of the field. She broke away from the pack fairly early within this race and then managed to continue to gain distance.
Yeah, with Judith and Cornelia chasing her down, I think Eureka, one of those athletes that maybe took a chance. It's always a gamble. Of course, you got to believe in yourself, but it is a gamble breaking away from the pack, breaking away from the security and safety of having other paddlers around you. So when she made that decision, I think she believed in it, went for it, and really great to see, as we saw, right on screen there. That was Cornelia from Italy. She came in 3rd place with Judith from Spain taking the 2nd place.
Yeah, it was really incredible to be able to see the finishes from those paddlers. Eureka walking away with her 2nd big win. And
that moment right there was really cool. Like, that was our top race leaders, both in the prone and SUP. SP Barderas and Duna Gordillo, along with Eureka from Japan, turning the final, not the final buoy, but the furthest buoy away at the same time. And here we see Eureka surfing into that finish line.
And catching that last wave to be able to come into the shoreline, taking a breath, getting to soak it all in before having that flag in her hand and running up the beach for her back-to-back gold medal for Eureka Horibe. An incredibly strong performance for her. And really exciting to be able to see her walk away with such a strong finish in back-to-back years.
Yeah, she was on fire this morning as we have the top 4 results right there. Eureka Uribe from Japan, gold medal. Judith Verges from Spain. She got the gold medal yesterday in the women's prone technical racing in a very dramatic race that saw some navigational skills come into play. Cornelia Rigatti from Italy, great effort there, 3rd place. And Jessica Georgeland from England taking the copper medal in 4th place.
Well done to those 4. Let's go down to the beach to catch up with our gold medalist, Eureka Horibe.
Thank you guys very much. We are here with our women's long distance 2023 ISA Prone Women's Division Champion for Team Japan, Eureka Horibe. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Thank you so much. Arigatou gozaimasu.
And this is also Lily Horibe. We may remember her from the award ceremony in Puerto Rico. She's gotten a lot bigger. So I'm going to ask her a couple questions. Try not to ask the same questions, but being that the prone is a lot more aerodynamic than the subdivision, they have different challenges, probably not as much with winds and more with currents. So I'm going to kind of ask her which part of the course was the most difficult for her. まあ今日はもうすごいスタートから面するもうすごいパーフェクトなグラシーなコンディションで、まあなんか多分一番いいコンディションレースの関係で、でもまあ絶対見れない部分がカレントとかで、そしたらサップがもう立ってるから風の関係が全然プロンよりあるかも。どっちの部分が一番難しかった？
どっちの部分？
このコースの
やっぱり逆光になる太陽がすごく眩しくて風に向かってくる時がすごく V が見えづらくて難しかった。あとはフラットだけどうねりが入ってきてそれに乗れるっていうのを乗り過ごさないようにするのがすごく難しかったです。
So she was saying, first of all, after that far turn at the lighthouse, it was really hard to see the buoy because of the direction of the sun. She also said there's that the swell coming in and kind of taking them off course. So she was really trying hard to keep on her line. Next thing I'm going to ask is about her equipment. Her husband will be competing, Takehiro-san. They're both on the Joe Bark design, kind of a classic prone design. About 90% of the field are using it. And I've noticed that they're using the Surf Tech version, which is a new lighter weight construction from the old classic ones. And I want to ask her what the advantage might be of that. Takehiro-san と2人ともそのジョー・バークデザインももともとずっとあるからのクラシックデザインけどサーフテックのエポクシーのちょっと軽いの作り方昔の重いやつと今の軽いやつ何が違うですか？
すごくボードが硬くて、壊れにくいっていうのとあとはすごく軽いからうねりをつかみやすいっていうのはあると思います。
So she was saying that it's, first of all, they're really strong. They're hard to dent and hard to damage. But she said because of the lighter weight, the swell can kind of take you out of position easier than the older, heavier ones. まあそれと昔の中身と今の中身、浮力が出る。たまにオーバーフローな感じしないですか？
オーバーフローな感じはしないかな。体が小さい私でも乗りこなせるっていう感じ。はい。
So the EPS foam is also more buoyant than the original polyester construction, or polystyrene. And so I was asking her if that extra buoyancy gets in her way. She said she's got a really small body. No matter what, she's going to float a lot. まあそれで応援している方に応援メッセージお願いします。
日本の皆さん応援してくれてありがとうございました。昨日がすごく 悔しいレースだったので、今日とにかく自分の力を出し切ろうと思って最後まで気を抜かずにやりきった結果2連覇達成することができてよかったです。応援ありがとうございました。皆さんのおかげです。ありがとうございます。
ありがとう、リリちゃん。
ありがとう。
Okay, back to you guys in the booth. おめでとうございます。
Well, a huge congratulations to Eureka with her daughter Lily there. I remember Eureka taking away the gold medal win last year, and Lily was just a little baby. And now to see her back again, a little bit older, and to see Mom crossing that finish line 2 times as a gold medalist is really incredible for the entire family, and what an incredible race she put together.
A great race, a great long distance for the prone women and for the SUP women. You know, I think all of them looking, a lot of smiles going around, obviously, anytime you cross a finish line. But I think as soon as they walk away from that finish line, they're going to feel the fatigue and the couple hours spent on the water at that pace really does take a toll on the body. So they'll be looking to recover. And yeah, great effort there by all the prone women in the long distance.
That's right. We can see the top 5 results there. We do have Joanna and Suzette who are still on the water looking to finish that race and looking to come in across the finish line, as well as the same on the SUP side of things. It's been a really incredible way to kick things off this morning on day 6 of competition here for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Our women's distance race has been running through, and we will be coming back at 12 o'clock for our men's distance races for both the prone with that earlier start, and about 5 minutes, 10 minutes after that, we'll be starting out the men's SUP distance race. It's going to be exciting to call that action.
We got a packed race coming up in front of us. I got some notes right here, and there's so many contenders. There's a lot of wild cards, a lot of dark horses. So yeah, stay tuned. We're excited to call that one.
Stay tuned. Just about an hour away, we'll be back. So take a look at the highlights, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, this be fun, boy. T'entends pas ou quoi? Si. L'amour avec un grand A, celui qu'on se sert. C'est après les mômes qu'il commence pour de vrai. Dans les débuts, c'est l'envie d'hobby. On se promet tout, et ça pour la vie. Ça passe, encore et encore. Et toi et moi, c'est jusqu'à la gare. Si.
Hello and welcome back to day number 6 of action here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in France on the west coast, the SUP de Hollande, that beautiful coastline of France. We have the distance, SUP and prone men's taking you to the water very, very shortly. This morning we did see the prone women and SUP women long distance. Yurika Horibe from Japan taking the gold medal, and Espe Barreras from Spain taking the gold medal in the SUP long distance. Bo Nixon joined with Casper Steinfarth in the booth to call all the action for the men's long distance. Casper, going to be an exciting race.
Oh man, we're in for a treat of a race, Bo. We got one of the most stacked fields in the world this year. We got some waves rolling in that's going to make this start exciting. We have the prone starting here in a second, and the men's SUP distance race, is going to be a crazy one.
Yeah, it certainly is. Like you said, the conditions are looking fantastic out there. Not much wind out there for the riders, so a really calm day. Very good for the distance paddling. going back in a little bit of the week, Casper, we had the SUP surfing kickoff action here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships, moving to the technical racing for the last couple of days. Today, the long distance. We're going to finish off tomorrow with the sprints and the team relay, and then the award ceremony. So crowning all of our champions as we see the prone paddleboarders for the men's distance race lining up on the start line. A beautiful drone shot of our beach here in the Sable d'Olonne. It's been a great spot, La Grande Plage. You'll see competitors taking kind of the straight out toward the first buoy. They're going to be rounding that kind of rock wall there for the harbour wall. But we're going to take a look at our start list for the prones men long distance. Casper, let's go.
Yeah, let's run through it here. This is the prone. We got Julien Marticarena from France. Winning yesterday the technical race. We've got David Buoy from Spain, Donald Mirale from USA, Takahiro Horibe from Japan. His wife just won, Eureka, she won the women's long distance earlier today. Jader Pedro from Brazil, Andrea Nicerelli from Italy, John Flynn from Puerto Rico, Dan Miller transitioning away from stand-up paddling. He's on prone today for Canada. Hernan Martinez from Peru, also on the prone. Andrew Bayat from England, Cristobal Risquez from Venezuela, also in the mix, and Bastian de Knoop, lifeguard from the Netherlands, joined by Ahmad Sarami Forushani from Iran. So yeah, that's the prone men's distance lineup there, and so that's going to be, it's a good good pack right here. I'm curious to see if we're going to see them stick together or, you know, see a peloton that's split into a million pieces on the track.
Yeah, really excited to see Julien Marticarena take to the water. He won the technical prone paddle racing yesterday. As we're going to throw it down to the start line now, ready for the prone distance men start, and they're off. You can see them running out through to the waves. It's a bit of a run today, Casper. The beach is low tide's really drawn the beach out.
Well, low tide coming into play here. I saw someone falling there, just picking their board up again. A lot of these prone athletes, obviously from the surf life saving culture, they're no strangers to running on the beach. You see them bunny hopping on their boards. They're just getting into a little bit of deeper water. Great start there. We see a good pack getting going. Not a lot of waves on this start. You know, this, as we saw in the women's earlier, there were some great waves washing through. So we're going to see a pack form here in a second, the draft train form as they go towards that first buoy.
Yeah, you can see them really start to put on the power now. They really want to get away from the other competitors. This is where they can make a break, paddling up into that wind. You can see the boats out there. The boat that is furthest out there with the flags, that is the lead boat. The competitors are going to be following that boat for the entire race. It will do the course from start to finish, so competitors knowing which way they need to go. As we see a small group starting to form at the front there. This is where you really want to jump on the tail of that front leading pack so you have a chance toward the end of the race, Casper.
Yeah, you want to get, you know, it's a long race. It's 18 kilometers. You know, of course, we get super excited with the starts. Obviously, there's a lot of dynamic, a lot of action, a lot of, you know, a lot of unknowns that are still to settle into place. The mind of the athlete at the beginning of the race is usually a very, you know, it depends the athlete, right? But there's a lot of chaos you have to navigate at first there, as we saw with the start. It's gonna, you know, in the next few minutes, it's gonna settle into more of a calm pace. They're gonna quit sprinting as much. They're gonna, you know, start conserving energy, because let's be honest, 18 kilometers, it's more of a marathon than it's, you know, anything else.
Yeah, that's right. We're going to take a look at our course map up on screen there. So competitors starting from the beach on that left side there. They're going to be following that green arrow out to that first buoy turn. It's going to be a right-hand turn. Then they're going to go into the kind of lapping buoys on toward the right of screen there. They'll follow that green line, right-hand turn around the second buoy, and then heading out toward a lighthouse for that third buoy turn.
Yeah, they're going out near the big lighthouse out at the point there. And then they're going to, you know, enter into orbit around that lap there between the two buoys, buoys 2 and 3. 2 laps there before they make their way back. Coming back in, one of the highlights is going to be, you know, if there is a wave they can catch, you know, the tide being very low. You'll see actually on screen there just above where the athletes where they are now. There is a reef out there where the waves have been breaking at the low tide all week. So, you know, with the tide being low, some of the athletes might be able to get a little push. So even though it's a long-distance race, there are a couple technical elements still at play.
Yeah, we might see some of the competitors take some different lines during this race because of those swells and those waves and the conditions. The wind has picked up since the women's race this morning. We did see really calm, glassy conditions. That we saw the current coming into play there as well. So I'm sure that the competitors out there are going to address a little bit of current. We will have a change of tide very, very shortly. So expecting that current to switch as it because the tide starts to come in. Taking a look at that first buoy turn out on screen at the moment, prone paddlers heading out toward that. Our prone paddlers are starting 10 minutes ahead of our stand-up paddleboard distance races, so we will start to see them on screen coming up to that 10-minute mark. You can see we're only 3.5 minutes into this race. Competitors doing very, very well to keep up that pace. Probably expecting just under 2 hours for these competitors to finish up their distance race. 18-kilometer race today, so that's a pretty crazy pace, Casper. 9 kilometers per hour to keep up on a prone paddleboard.
Yeah, it's they got some work in front of them. For anyone that's not tried prone paddling, it's one of those ancient disciplines that goes way back in the surfing lineage. You know, I remember my dad talking about it when he was a kid. I think it was the Catalina race in California. You know, that they talked about. Oh, well, there was no waves. We went for something of a paddle, and like I can only imagine the boards they were on back then were a lot heavier than the ones we see right now. But just let's take a quick look at there's a group of 7 there as they're heading into that first buoy. We see the champion from yesterday, Marta Corena, Julian. We have Takahiro Oribe as well from Japan, David Buoy from Spain, and we also have Jader Pedro from Brazil and Andrea Nicciarelli from Italy. So still a very tight pack as they go into that first buoy. We're going to see them, you know, probably try to stick to each other at first, but then the element comes into play. Is there anyone that's willing to break and take the reins of take control of the race?
Yeah, I feel like we will definitely see some breakaway paddlers during this race. Julian being the gold medal in the technical in 2019, but also taking the gold medal yesterday in the technical race. But the long distance, it's such a different beast. These competitors needing to play the mental game more than the physical game in the technical side. So we'll chat more with Casper about that mentality when the SUP paddlers take to the water as well. We do also have second place from 2019, David Buoy from Spain. He's in that top leading pack as well. We have some competitors who were competing last year as well in the ISA prone distance. That was Takahiro Horibe and Jader from Brazil. So Takahiro getting in 8th place. You mentioned Casper, his wife took the gold medal.
Yeah, Takahiro, we saw him before there. They have their daughter Lily with them here at the event, and it's really cool to see that family spirit, you know, high-fiving each other. Lily bringing the water bottle for her mother, Eureka, there after Eureka had paddled for just around 2 hours. She needed some hydration. Takahiro, you know, great guy on the beach. I love running into him. I'm curious to see how he pans out in this race. He's, you know, he looked like a fierce competitor the previous times I've seen him, and if he can, you know, he's going to want to replicate what his wife just went out and did.
Oh, definitely. To take home 2 gold medals for Japan. We actually saw Shuri Shrimpy Araki take home a gold medal yesterday in the SUP technical racing for Japan. So Team Japan getting good bulk of points. As we see our competitors hit that first buoy turn in the prone, you see that looks like Andrew could be, I think, from Great Britain. Julian Marta Corena on that white and green board there.
Yeah, Julian there, and then we have David Buoy in 3rd place as well from Spain. Yeah, lots of, you know, still a tight pack right there. You know, the buoys tend to be one of those positions or one of those elements on the course where things kind of get split up. It's a chance where it's one of those places you just make mistakes, put it like that. You know, you step back on your, or, you know, move back on your board, you know, you're coming out of a turn, you might make a little mistake, and that's enough to, you can see actually here we have a couple of board lengths between some of the paddlers. They're going to try to close those gaps as quick as possible. Yeah, so they can, you know, especially the less strong paddlers are going to want to stay in that draft and save some energy.
Do you think it's a good kind of strategy move to maybe work together if you are in that, if you find yourself just a little bit behind the leading pack, work together in a bit of a drafting train, that way you can try and catch up to that leading pack?
Yeah, there's a lot of working together that's going to come into play. If you're in the leading pack, you know, there's many different scenarios, but one of them being that sometimes there is just one leader that is so strong and wants to lead the whole race, and, you know, people might just hang on to him for as long as they can. And then you have other races where, you know, there's no defined leader and you take turns rotating, working together, kind of like you see birds flying through the sky, drafting of each other. So, but especially if you find yourself as one of those paddlers that is trailing off or falling off the train, so to speak, you got to make some quick decisions, like if you want to, you know, then continue doing the race by yourself, or you want to fight to catch back up.
Yeah, so true, Casper. Thanks for those insights. As we're going to head over to Drew Murin on the boat out there with an update on the prone men distance racing.
Hey guys, as you can see behind me, we got England, France, and Spain battling it out for that top spot. Conditions out here very much the same as we saw with the women's heats. Very light winds, but there is getting a little bit more wind on the surface right now, so you're starting to see it a little more choppy. We're going into the swell right now, but we'll see if they have those same conditions coming back where there were some big bumps moving through as we go into buoy 2. We're about 50 yards away from buoy number 2, where they'll make a right-hand shoulder turn and head up the coast. There's your update from the boat. It's going to be a good one. Back to you.
Thanks, Drew. Really great insights about the conditions out there today. Seems like a bit more swell on that lower tide coming into play. You can see a bit more bumps on the water, that wind picking up as well. So great insights there from Drew as we saw the competitors. Looks like Andrew Bayet, Julian Mata Clarena out in front at the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I think it was some great insight by Drew right there. And just looking out the booth here, I can see the flags blowing more and more. There's a little bit of texture on the water as well from that southerly local thermal wind. We've had to come up on a lot of the early days of the competition, and it just tends to build throughout the day, it's kind of that sea breeze effect we know from many places around the world. So curious, especially for our stand-up paddling competitors coming up here momentarily as we see them line up. The wind potentially being more of a factor for the stand-up paddlers than the prone racers.
Oh, it definitely is. As we're going to take you through this list of competitors in the men's long-distance SUP finals. Titouan Pouillot and Noah Gariou from France. They're going to be ones to look out for.
Yeah, there's a long list here. Aaron Sanchez, Fernando Perez from Spain, Riley Jaggi, USA, Shuri Aurakai, Rai Taguchi. Two of the top names to look out for. They smashed the technical race yesterday. Ruda Bozzi and Leandro Cruz from Brazil, strong athletes. Davide Alpino, stoked to see him back. And Filippo Mercuriali from Italy also on that line. Ricardo Avilia and Christian Lopez from Peru, followed by Ollie Houghton representing New Zealand. And that was as well, I'm just going to cut to my list right here from Argentina. We have Francisco Giosti and Santino Basaldea. We have Cameron Carney from Canada, Alexander Tawas-Jerna from Canada as well. Itzel Delgado and, oh yeah, Boy. Yeah, take it away, Bo. We've got a long list
Just
here.
keeps going. Yeah, there are lots of names on the screen there. Like I said, Itzel Delgado. We'll go down to Diego Morales. Actually, Christian Anderson is not competing today, so we might see his name up on screen. Casper will have some insights into that later. Asger Wolhert-Schmidt from Denmark. We've got Michael Booth, Johnny Hagen from Australia, Blue Ewer, Hector Jessel from England, Nathan Dennis from Switzerland, Youssef Dagestani from Saudi Arabia, and we have Andrei Petrak and Thomas Grusov from the Czech Republic, Norman Weber and Bastian Grimm from Germany, Kjeld de Brun, we saw him compete yesterday in the technical, he is from Belgium, and Anastasios Souris from Greece, along with Vasilios Samniotis from Greece as well, Donato Friens, Max Schreier from the Netherlands, and Aram Sadeghi from Iran, and Thomas Lacerda from Portugal.
That was a long list we got through there. And thankfully, we'll have lots of time to dive in here and analyze and tell backstories and stuff. And, we got the GPS tracking map up here so we can also decipher who's sitting in which positions as we're ready for the start here, Bo.
Yeah, looking like getting a race start for the long-distance SUP men here at Les Sables d'Olonne. Exciting start. Always an exciting start for the SUP racing. We see them taking off on the beach as they hit the water. It's going to be very difficult to see who gets right out in front because things are going to change throughout the race. A lot of competitors in this field as well. We're going to see a lot of different strategies coming into play. Looking at, it seems like coming out in front there on the start. It could be Michael Booth getting out in front.
Yeah, that's, I'm going to say lights out and away they go. The avid Formula One fan in me I love watching racing. Might not be going the same speeds as Formula One, but I tell you, there's lots of excitement coming up in this race. There's lots of strategy going into play. When are they going to deploy their energy? How do they punch through the waves here in the beginning? Not that you can really lose the entire race at the beginning, but you can definitely set yourself up for a worse race if you tend to go face down and have a little yard tail. But we see the pack splitting up already.
Yeah, I think they may have been strategy on the starting line. Competitors forming up next to other competitors that may want to start a draft train with. We see a group on the right hand of screen. Looks like they may even join up with that middle group, but we do have a big group on the left side of screen as well that are going to get into a draft train. You might even see these draft trains, riding parallel next to each other throughout the race.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of jockeying for position. It's actually quite interesting to see them taking such different lines initially off the start. Like, I would assume they all would have kind of gone together to the first buoy. I wonder if, fingers crossed it's not, but I wonder if any one of them are eyeing the wrong buoy. Could also be current coming into play, some of them taking a more high line, so to say, to account for current pushing them off course. But hard to say, but I think at this point they are still converging on that first buoy, and beautiful to watch here.
Yeah, it was quite a big start line as well, so maybe competitors spread out a little bit, don't want to take a diagonal track out toward that buoy, want to head straight out in front, as we do see all those competitors. That looks like the group that is on the left-hand side, so we will have to catch up to who these are. We see the prone paddlers on that little box on the left-hand side of screen there.
Yeah, I see we definitely have Michael Booth out in the front there, Shrimpy, Arakai, we have T2 as well. A lot of starboards, a lot of NSP boards up in the front. We're gonna have a closer look as they make it to that first buoy. They're still just under halfway to that first buoy. It's a long run before they make a right turn, and they're gonna go behind that little break wall there that you can see in front of them, or actually behind them.
Yeah, still a long race here. Looks like these two groups are going to merge as they get into that first buoy turn.
Yeah, the two trains converging. That's going to be interesting as we get to that right-hand buoy. In the front we have the usual suspects. We have Boothie, we have Rye, we have T2, we have Shrimpy as well. There's a bunch of the Spanish competitors as well. We have Aaron Sanchez in the mix, Blue Euro from England, Johnny Hagen from Australia up there as well.
Yeah, he got a great start in the technical racing yesterday. I think the starts are his strong point, so that managed to get him out into that leading pack, as we will see them get into the first buoy turn. You can see that pack on the bottom of screen there, just getting ahead of that other pack on the top of screen. We're also watching the prone down the bottom corner of your screen as well. The men continuing their run through. They're about 14 minutes into their race.
Yeah, and I just see on the tracker here, we got some news. Unfortunately, Ollie Houghton from New Zealand breaking a paddle on that start. He is finding himself back in last place right now. Heartbreaking start right there for Ollie. That's not the way you want to start out your campaign in a long distance race. So Ollie will looking to be playing that. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but he's got some serious work to do.
Yeah, he does have some serious work to do, of course. Unfortunate there for Ollie. He had a great race yesterday, and we are going to catch up with Drew Murin on the boat to call some action out in the water.
Thanks, guys. We have our first SUPers coming into the first buoy turn right now, and a great start. A little bit of a chop out here right now, posing a little bit of problems for our prone as they came around this buoy turn, but our stand-up paddlers seem to be carrying a lot of speed coming in right now. The swell's still about the same as it was before, but it's relatively flat out here, so it's going to be a grinder as they head down the coastline. That's your update, and here they come around the bend.
Yeah, thank you very much, Drew, for that update. Good to see Drew bringing you live action from the water. He's very close up and personal with these athletes. Who's going to know exactly who's coming? We see Shrimpy there in the yellow hat.
I think that's Rai Taguchi as well in front. Drew's got front row seats to the show right here. That's definitely Rai in first place, Shrimpy in second place. There are two Japanese competitors in a very strong position there. I see Noi Kariyo as well. Yeah, that's as we see Rai on the starboard, Shrimpy on the NSP, Noik there as well on the starboard.
That's your leading paddlers at the moment.
Yeah, I see T2 in the mix as well. Who's that? Was that Thomas Lacerda? We have Itzel Delgado there on the Infinity, the purple board. He's using that new Stingray paddle. That's actually the way to recognize him today. Distinct design there. And then there's a little bit of a gap happening down here probably after the 11th, 12th positions, but so far, sticking together. That's T2 on right there in the middle of your screen. Beautiful technique there by him. He's right behind, I believe, Noi Kariyo, and the two Japanese wonder kids. I don't know what to call them, but they're wonder kids. 17-year-old Shrimpy Araki, Shuri Araki, also known as Shrimpy. He he's defending world champion on this distance. He won the distance race last year in Puerto Rico. In what those of you that were watching it, it was one of those beautiful races where there was a little bit of wave action involved, and Shrimpy definitely getting the better of that towards the end.
Yeah, and also winning the technical race yesterday was Shrimpy. As we catch up with those competitors now, taking a look on screen, it's amazing to see the young talent coming out of Japan, Rai and Shuri, leading this race. They're going to want to keep those positions going throughout. It's going to be interesting to see if they are communicating with each other, you know, getting those team points as well for Japan in the medal contention race. It's going to be very interesting to see if Drew can bring us some of those insights as we go throughout this race.
Yeah, so the top 9 right now consisting of Rai Taguchi and Shrimpy right there. We got Filippo Mercuriali from Italy as well in that mix. Noe Gariud and Tito One from France. We have Fernando Perez and Aaron Sanchez in the mix as well. Michael Booth, of course he's there. Where else would he be? And Blue Ewer remaining in contention as well. Itzel Delgado from Peru also in there. Johnny Hagen and David Alpino kind of making out that first initial pack there as they have a little bit of a gap down to Donato France. And who do we have there? Santino Basaldea from Argentina and Riley Jaggi from the U.S. So we're seeing a couple of trains forming right there. That's Michael Booth, the train train driver on the furthest one away from the screen. He's got Itzel Delgado behind him and Johnny Hagen right there. This in front of you is, I believe, Rai Taguchi right there. He's got Aaron Sanchez on his tail. And yeah, 2 trains forming, Bo, as we're getting into this. They're getting to that second buoy right now and going to start those laps.
Yeah, it's very quick race to get to that second buoy turn. It seems like it was extremely fast paced from all of our paddlers. So we'll see them rounding out to that second buoy turn. That's where they're going to start the long stretch up toward the other lighthouse. And we'll see them hit the buoy turn here as we're watching Rai Taguchi, current leader the distance. Shrimpy behind. Saw Noik up there, Titu. Yeah, fantastic showing from all of these paddlers. And we just actually had a paddler fall off there at the buoy turn number 2. So we'll get an update on who that was. Great to see Itzel coming through there. Looking at a paddler there. We also have Manuel, I think it is.
Yeah, and Filippo Mercuriali from Italy. That's Donato Friends coming up on the second buoy as well. But we have a little bit of a distinction right here. There is a first pack that's forming. They're going to settle into more of a rhythm right now. Out front still the 2 Japanese competitors. We got Rai Taguchi and Shuri Araki. I mean, they're off to a great start here. They got the company of Noik and Titu from France, Aaron Sanchez and Fernando Perez in the mix as well. Michael Booth in there and Blue Ewer. And then shortly trailing behind, we got Itzel Delgado as well.
Yeah, so we're gonna switch up to the prone paddleboard race at the moment. We'll bring you those scores. Looks like we have Julien Marta-Corena from France out in the lead at the moment for the prone. And then we also have David Buil from Spain very close behind. Seems like we have also Takahiro Horibe in that 3rd or 4th position. We also see Diego. I believe he's up in that situation too.
Yeah,
Bastian.
and Andrea Nicerelli as well is in the mix. We'll have them on screen shortly, but you know, still a fairly condensed feel in the prone. You know, I don't see any of them on the live tracker at least breaking away just yet. They're still going. They're still in that pack. You know, making their way. They're 1/3 of the way to that final buoy. And yes, you can see their bow on screen.
Yeah, so taking a look at those prone competitors. So you're able to track this at home. Head to ISAsurf.org. You'll be able to click on the link to our event, the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. And you'll be able to see all of this GPS data coming in. You'll see times as they cross the buoys. And we're getting a live shot here now of our competitors. So Julien Marta-Corena out in front in the lead there. David Buil from Spain. He's residing in the Canary Islands from the island of Gran Canaria out there.
He's got a little gap there. Julien from France kind of got I'd say a 2 to 3 board length gap right there. And, you know, it might look pretty calm at this point. It doesn't look like a dramatic lead, but, you know, a little 6-7 second lead, that's good, that's healthy, and that's the first part of him probably implying the strategy. And I'm just assuming Julong, you know, a very strong competitor. He won the technical race yesterday. He strikes me as that type of athlete that's a breaker, you know, a pace setter, and he'll, you know, be looking to you know, set a pace that hopefully can see him break away from the others, and that, you know, it requires some an aggressive mindset. So looks like he's ready to take charge of this race with you know, 23 minutes of action so far in the men's prone paddleboarding.
Yeah, he'll definitely be looking to take that lead and extend it as he's going to go into that buoy turn number 3 to start that lapping situation where the competitors have to paddle back toward buoy number 2, go around that and head back to buoy number 3 for that lap. As we catch up with one of our prone paddlers there in the water. So we saw Donald Morrell as well from the USA in that 3rd position. This looks like could be Takahiro Oribe. But we are going to get back to the stand-up paddleboard distance GPS data.
I'm just taking a look at the GPS data right now, and, you know, they're still fairly neck and neck. I think my assumption, just based on my own experience, is the waters are pretty choppy at this point out there. There is a little bit of bump, there's a little bit of wind, so it's not those perfect drafting conditions like when it's oily glass water. You know, you'll see paddlers just lock in right behind each other and really benefit to the max from that wash off each board. You can save probably 10% energy doing it, but, you know, there's still a little bit of a group forming here. That's Shrimpy in the lead, I believe. Noik in 2nd place now, Rai down in 3rd. That is Tituan Puyu out here on the left on that NSP, followed by, that looks like Michael Booth in that mix as well right there.
Yeah, definitely we'll see Michael Booth wanting to solidify another gold medal in the distance. He's a 2-time gold medalist, 2016, 2018. So Michael Booth, definitely one to look out for in this race, but at the moment it is Shrimpy. Shuriaraki out in the lead.
Yeah, as we take a look here at that's a beautiful shot there of the pier going out. It's almost dead low tide now. And, you know, from France, this is one of those cities that's famous for its maritime culture. I feel like I'm watching the Tour de France right now and talking about one of the castles I'm seeing, but no, this is the home of the Vendée Globe, the around the world sailing race. It starts and finishes here every 4 years, I believe. It's going to start again next year with sailors sailing around the world in these big boats. Only one person on a boat. It's a solo adventure. And actually, fun fact is the Olympic Flame will be arriving here next June. It'll be sailed across in one of these boats to Les Sables d'Olonne in June, prior to the Paris Olympics.
Yeah, and we're going to go down to the water. We're going to get an update with Drew Murin live. And when you come back, you're going to be hearing Shannon and Taryn King, one of our competitors, in the booth.
Thanks, guys. Here, boat side right now. A lot of jostling for position early on in this contest. We're about 200 meters off that second can buoy, now heading up the coast. And the interesting thing is Michael Booth was sitting in about 10th or 11th place and now has made his way up to the 7th place position in the white hat just behind me. Titouan Pouillot for France looks really, really strong, kind of riding that inside line, allowing everybody else to kind of go to that outside line. But Noah Gerard looks really strong, and of course, Super Shrimpy up in front doing what he does. Just puts his head down and paddles. There's your update. Back to y'all in the booth.
Well, thank you so much, Drew. Great to have those insights from the water, because it's a little challenging sometimes to be sitting all the way over here on land, knowing that there's so much that's going down out there, and to be able to have the crew on the boats keeping up with everything in real time is really exciting. Well, we are well and truly into our SUP distance race for the men, as well as our prone distance race for the men's. And I am now joined in the booth alongside of Taryn King, who is a competitor from South Africa. Taryn, it's so great to be able to call the action with you and to get a little bit more of your story, because you've been competing in the ISA Worlds for SUP and for paddleboarding for a long time, but also on the longboard side. So you're pretty well versed in the world of the ISA.
Like a P. Yeah, it's amazing to be competing again on the for ISA in SUP. I have I haven't been back since 2018, so it's been really exciting to be here with the family and obviously see old friends and make new friends.
Incredible. Well, you've decided not to compete in the distance racing today, as we can see it underway there with the guys, because you got the sprint coming up, and you're actually one of our former champions, a gold medalist from the 2018 event in China. How are you feeling heading into tomorrow's race, knowing that you could be winning a second gold medal?
Yeah, I'm feeling really excited. Just wanting to kind of recover from the technical races yesterday. My body took a toll, but I'm feeling really excited. The competition is so tough. Since 2018, it's amazing to see how the standard is just lifted in the girls' field. It's amazing. But I'm feeling confident, feeling good, and ready for the race.
What's some of that preparation look like behind the scenes coming into an event of this size?
Oh, I mean, you feel like you can't do enough. It's just training, cross-training, getting on the water, and putting in the time on the board.
Very exciting. Well, there we can see out in the water, we've got our men's SUP distance race that we are tracking with. And we do have a few of those paddlers that are kind of sitting in that lead pack, which has been exciting to follow. But let's go back down to the water to catch up with Drew Murin out on the boat.
Thanks, guys. Just a quick update here. As we mentioned, Tituan Puyo seems to be further on the outside. Michael Booth caught up to the first train. Now it's basically a train of starboards out there, all being pulled by Shrimpy from Japan out in front. And Tituan's kind of by himself, kind of paddling on the outside, but still holding on to that 5th, 6th spot. So we'll see if he falls back and jumps in the train here as things move along. Back to you guys.
Oh, thanks so much. Great to hear that. So Shrimpy took out the win last year. He also took out a victory yesterday in the SUP technical race. So he's put in all of that energy and truly put in a pretty incredible performance yesterday to be out there taking away a pretty solid, leading position within the pack right now too, Taryn.
Yeah, I mean, it is so hot out there today. And as you can see, the conditions have changed a little bit since the women's race this morning. Yeah, there's a little bit of a headwind for them going up to that top buoy near the lighthouse, and it's going to be a grind going back, but I'm sure it'll make it quite exciting coming back, maybe getting some bumps, downwind bumps on the way back, which would be really exciting to see.
Yeah, I found it really interesting. Just before Taryn and I came into the booth, I was still looking out as someone who's not as familiar with the racing side and thinking, wow, it's still just such a beautiful day. The women had gorgeous conditions. And Taryn comes up to me and says straight away, wow, it's just the conditions have changed so much. It's like a wildly different playing field. And I'd love to know from your perspective the reason for that. Like you're saying, there's that little bit of headwind that's come into play now.
For sure. I mean, for me personally, the more technical, the better. Some people prefer flat glass. I love a downwind. I love a little bit of a challenge. And yeah, I think it'll make it a really exciting race. We know T2 is amazing on the bumps coming back, so I know he's in that front pack, and it'll be nice to see where he would end up. Obviously being French and having having the world champs in France would be amazing to see him come out on top, but we'll have to wait and see.
It's pretty crazy. France has taken away the team gold medal here the team gold medal for the ISA World Championships in the last two events in 2019 in El Salvador and in 2022 in Puerto Rico. But we've seen Spain with a really strong showing, and we've seen Japan so far with a really strong showing in the racing side of things, which is really exciting to see. So we'll have some more of those standings coming through today, but tomorrow we do have a few more events on the calendar before our closing ceremonies, being that of the sprint race as well as the relay races, which will be really fun to see everything kind of take part as we can see the guys out on the water. Now, Taryn, you're from Cape Town, South Africa. What's the paddle community like back at home?
Yeah, the paddling community is amazing. It's definitely got a little bit smaller than it used to be, unfortunately, but we are continuously trying to grow the sport, make it a development sport, get ladies involved, get kids involved, and we are a really tight community back home, and we have races most weekends, and yeah, it's a really fun community to be a part of.
It's really exciting to hear that, especially with the heart to want to grow that community, to be able to introduce young kids into the conversation. It's something that's been happening within the kind of the European contingency of the paddle crew, where it seems like there's a lot of young kids, a lot of groms that are getting into it early on, so they're really getting to kind of get that feeling for it, get kind of bit by the bug at a young age, at 7, 8, 9 years old, and wanting to then look at the heroes of someone like you that's got those world titles behind them with something that they can look to achieve in the future. So it'd be really great to be able to see that continuing to develop in South Africa.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the amount of juniors that are paddling here, the racing yesterday, technical racing, was just amazing to see. It's so inspiring. I love watching it, and I can't wait for my kids to be paddling around and doing races. Hopefully they go that way.
Well, speaking of your kids, it's been pretty awesome for all of us behind the scenes to be able to watch you and Tom, your husband, and the 2 kids behind the scenes. What's it been like for you guys on the road with everyone?
Oh, it's amazing. It's always amazing having your family with you, as tiring as it can be and as intense as it can be. It's still great to have that backing with you. I've got my mom here too, which has been amazing. And yeah, I love having my family with me. It's really special.
It's pretty awesome to be able to see that dynamic. I saw that Tom was out there with Koa getting some waves yesterday.
Yeah, Koa loves being in the water. He's, surfboard, bodyboard, whatever it is, he'll be in the water at any chance he gets.
Well, some of those results out in the lineup right there, we can see the live results for our top 3 of the men's prone. Of course, Julian Martí-Carrena for Team France sitting out in that leading position. David Buoy of Spain in second, and Donald Miral from the USA in those third place positions. On the SUP side of things, we still have Shrimpy sitting in that leading pack. We've got Noik and Rai sitting really close within that conversation, as well as T2 and Michael Booth, and then Aaron Sanchez and Fernando in that top conversation as well. So a lot of the names in this side of things that we would expect to be finding themselves in those leading positions at this side of the race are holding themselves in there, Taryn.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Noik is so strong. He showed us in that technical race. It's amazing to see. Rai, Shrimpy, I mean, the field is so strong. But like I said before, it will be interesting to see what the slight bumps and windy conditions pan out to be.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. According to our team that's out on the boat, the front pack of 7 is now about 20 to 30 meters ahead of the rest of the pack between that 8th, 9th, and 10th place positioning. What's it like for you when you're in a race like this and you are sitting in that, say, 8th to 9th place position where you're not in that leading pack and you're wanting to catch up with them? Is it hard to keep that mental strength going to figure out how to try and catch that pack?
Yeah, I mean, you definitely have to have a strong mental game. You definitely have to continuously be speaking to yourself, and you need to know how hard you can push and when you can push, and when you need to know your limits. And these guys definitely know their limits. So the idea is to kind of keep that consistency. Maybe if you know that you got on the bumps on the way back, you can kind of, hopefully push a little bit harder, get some bumps on the way back, and try catch that front train.
Yeah, that's such a good bit of insight, especially taking a look at the conditions, seeing which part of the race course you could find to work to the best of your advantage that might not be necessarily the strengths of another racer.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's, your competitors. You know yourself, and it's quite important these guys are racing continuously with each other on a regular basis, so they know what their strengths are, and you definitely have to just keep on speaking to yourself, using that mental game and staying positive.
Well, we're at about that 35-minute mark on the paddle distance racing. That's what we're seeing there, that leading pack with Martí-Carrena sitting out in front for France, Spain in second, and USA in third, all still pretty close together. And going up to that knee paddling positioning as well. So a lot of changes between, just to kind of get that little breather for a moment, let the legs do a little bit more work maybe in that back, and then back down to that prone paddle position, which puts a little bit more stress onto the rib cage, maybe onto the shoulders as well. But it's nice in the prone conversation that you can kind of switch that up and change up the paddle stance.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, here we see the prone main long distance at the first buoy. We got Spain in first, France. I mean, that is such a strong field, and all pretty close together.
That's right. I mean, like a less than 1 second, dividing 0.01 second, dividing that first, second, and third place position. So they're essentially sitting on top of each other. Then we've got a bit of a longer split between the rest of the pack, heading up to 20 seconds and so on. So those first 3 competitors are really in an incredible space within that race at the moment. And they'll be coming into their second kind of lap. They've passed that third buoy, and they're on the way back to this kind of main part of the race course, which is really exciting to see. And this is where they'll be able to get into some of those bumps.
Yeah, and I'm just actually looking at the screen now. I'm not sure if you can see, but it looks like the wind is actually moving towards them. So I don't know if the wind direction's maybe bouncing off the harbour wall or what is happening out there, a bit of current. But it does look like the wind direction could be changing. There we see our SUP guys just going back up to that buoy, that third buoy.
Yeah, that's such an interesting bit of insight as far as the wind into the face. Is it really, how much of a difference does that make when you're talking about maybe the percentage of effort that you're putting into things?
Yes.
Do you continue going at 100% when you have that headwind, or is it one of those moments where you have to push harder, or maybe just not as much because of working against you?
I think it also depends on the paddler. I love paddling into the wind. I find a good rhythm. As tiring as it is, I manage to keep that rhythm and keep that pace, which I enjoy. And then also, coming back, you're going to be rewarded. So it's quite nice to know that and have that in the back of your mind. But obviously, with the stand-ups, you're standing up and your body's acting almost as a sail. Whereas the prone paddlers are lying down. So much faster for them.
Yeah, that's so true, especially as we focus now onto the SUP distance race. So they're around that 26-minute mark. They're about 10 minutes behind the leaders of our prone distance race. And that's the front of the pack. That's with Shrimpy there in the lead. Noik close behind. T2's in that conversation, and Rai as well as Michael Booth. They'll all be approaching now that buoy number 3 for that left-hand turn to come back out. And we noticed during the women's race that as they approached that third buoy, it looked really challenging to make that turn because you could actually see there was so much current that was actually pulling them to go, to continue going up the coast and way out to sea.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually took a drive up there for the women's race just to watch them come around, and it's challenging. It's quite far out to sea, and there's a lot of movement out there, a lot of swell, a lot of current, and now they've obviously got the wind to play with too.
Well, there we can see with our live results at the moment, Boothie has taken the lead over Araki, over Shrimpy, and then T2 there in that third place position, just behind by about 4 seconds as they're starting to approach the buoy. And these are those really exciting moments. We're really excited calling the action through the technical race that you were competing in, Taryn, yesterday, and through the semifinals day as well, where these buoys are really at that point of difference. It can be make or break for a lot of situations for these paddlers as they come into it, whether they're able to keep those leads, keep that control, or if you maybe see someone take a spill.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, here we go. We see Michael going around this buoy now. This is the third buoy. All seem to be getting around it pretty good. But yeah, it can be a challenge. You've got the wind, you've got other people's boards, you've got the swell, and they've all cleaned that buoy quite nicely, which is amazing. You can just see T2 there coming around.
And they'll now be heading into that direction with the wind coming against them.
Yes. So as you can see, the downwind did not play ball. And they look like they are grinding back into that wind down to that second buoy just to take on that second lap back up to the top buoy again.
Now the hope at this stage of the race will be that those swells, those bumps will be at least moving in the direction that they're paddling in.
For sure. Yeah, so and I also think the tide plays a huge role. So as soon as the tide starts pushing in, they'll get a little bit of help that way too.
So many different things to factor in, and so much ocean knowledge. It really shows how true it is, the title of a waterman or waterwoman, to those of you that are competing in these paddling disciplines.
Yeah, I mean, coming from an ocean background, you definitely have an advantage. Flatwater races, it's a whole new ball game, and so you can kind of read the ocean, read the swells, read the wind, and use it to your advantage.
Now, Taryn, you took out the gold medal back in China in 2018. What was that moment like for you specifically in the sprints?
Oh, it's a moment I'll never forget. Once again, I had my family on the beach. My son was 11 months old at the time, and yeah, it's just something I'll never forget. It was so special and, yeah, amazing.
Well, we're going to get back to that conversation because we've just heard we can cross down to Drew once again to get a quick check-in.
Thanks, guys. Interesting situation coming into the can buoy turn there just recently. The whole train started erupting, screaming, yelling, all that, coming from Noik and T2, as it looked like Shrimpy was kind of getting offline a little bit. If you notice, Michael Booth sort of split off, went on his own little path and took a straighter line into that buoy can, which then allowed him to then break out in front and currently sitting in that second place position. So very smart paddling by Michael Booth from Australia in that situation.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Drew. That was really awesome to be able to see that up close and personal, as well as the footage was right there as they were coming around the buoy.
Well, so exciting. I mean, it just shows like you take one little wrong line and it can set you back. Or like in Michael's case, you take the right line and it can get you forward. So that was really exciting.
Now back to that conversation about your gold medal win. Koa was he less than a year old at that stage?
Yeah, he was 11 and a half months old at the time, and Tom, my husband, was there. We had a very full South African team that year, and it was just an amazing experience that I will never forget. Here we see T2 looking pretty comfortable, grinding away, keeping that consistency. He'll just try and stay as close to that front train as possible.
Looking like he's nice and in control. You can see those bumps and those swells coming through as we're tracking with that water angle as well, and how much those boards can just glide across. Well, it has been really exciting to, get to see so much of your journey, Taryn, over the years, and to be able to see the growth of the paddle community, specifically the work that you've been putting in behind the scenes. And I think also for us as women in this conversation, to be able to see a mom like Eureka just take out the win in the prone distance racing is really incredible. And there seems to be a lot more of that conversation with so many mothers that are in the races this week.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't let it set you back. If anything, it makes you stronger. And it's really inspiring to see all the moms and the women and everyone just kind of, grinding through, having their families on the beach or leaving them at home, whatever it is. It just definitely inspires you to push harder, and yeah, it's amazing.
Incredible. As we take a look at some of our current results, this is for the SUP distance race. Rai in the lead, coming around that front buoy, Noik in second, and Shuri in that third place position. Really tight, Taryn, as far as the times coming around that last buoy, and not a lot dividing. Even those top 8, they're all within that 30 to 40 second timestamp.
It is so close, and it'll be interesting to see when that front train, or the couple of people in that front train, try and make a little break for it. That is always an exciting part of the race. So I'm looking really forward to seeing that break and to see who takes the first step at doing that.
Well, it's been a really exciting race to watch so far. Of course, we've already seen our women's side of the field complete things with Eureka Hariba taking out the win on the prone distance paddling. We saw Esperanza Barreras for Team Spain taking out the win for the women's SUP division as well. So that was really great to see. And now we're pretty much smack dab in the middle of our men's long distance race as the men are starting to approach that buoy number 2 once again. We've got some of those slower paddlers that are still making their way out to that third buoy, but there we can see the front of the pack really getting some strong distance on and getting those really quick paddles in too from our Japanese competitor out in front.
Yeah, I mean, that is such power and speed, and you can see he's kind of making a little breakaway there. Be interesting to see what happens at this next buoy turn at buoy number 2 here. I think he will try get around there pretty fast and make a little break for it.
34 minutes on the clock, and we've got our leaders for the SUP paddle race. As we zoom in there on the GPS map, we've got a couple of our Japanese competitors that are right out in front. It's Shuri Araki that was putting in that really quick paddle to get himself out into that leading position. Looks like Noik just behind with Rai as well. So it's those 3, 2 of the Japanese just right there in those front positions, but it's really Shuri who's got that distance on the rest of the pack and has taken that breakaway, like you said.
Yeah, for sure. Be very, very interesting to see what happens at the second buoy here.
Michael Booth right there in that conversation as well. So super tight between those next 3 in that conversation. We'll see if they're going to be able to take away that leading spot over Shrimpy in the first place position. And really heading into that win, you can start to see those bumps as well, the kind of chop coming up on the face of the water.
Yeah, for sure. That looks like it could be T2 out just to the right-hand side next to the boat. He's making good ground there. He'll definitely try to catch up to Shrimpy in the front.
So much work that's gone in behind the scenes. Taryn, it's been great to be able to chat with you now. We're going to go down to the boat, catch up with Drew, and then we're going to bring the boys back in the conversation. So take it away, Drew.
Thanks, guys. There's some great bumps rolling through, just like we saw in the women's heat earlier on. And you're seeing our paddlers start to break apart. They'll get in that train on the flatter section. Then as soon as those bumps start rolling through, they'll start to break up, increase their cadence, and try to ride those bumps as fast as they can. Interesting to note, Shrimpy Akure did get out in front by about 5 or 6 board lanes and that last little push through of bumps. And Titouan Pouillot way to the inside here from France. He rode this outside line last time. It didn't really work out for him. Let's see if he can make something of it on this return buoy turn. Back to you guys.
Out in the water, it is going to be a very, very great race coming down to the final lap of this course. We can see Shuri Araki out in front. And I know Casper is super excited to bring you up to date on the action. Casper.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, yeah, we got some action unrolling here. We got Shrimpy making an attack here. He's broken away from the field. He's in front on that NSP board. You can see him having that high cadence. He's really pushing. He's one of those breakers. He's trying to break away. Out the back is Titouan Pouillot, kind of taking an outside line, believing he could link a couple of bumps, I believe. That's Michael Booth and Norik Gariou still taking the command of that main field there. It is a group of 5 now with Shrimpy and Titouan kind of moving to the side. We got Aaron Sanchez, Fernando Perez in that group as well, Raiza Gucci and Norik Gariou. But this is yesterday's champion and last year's distance champion here. Yeah, Shrimpy. Shuri Arakai from Japan just taking that lead. He must have seen something that made him want to try to break the pack.
I think so. I think probably because that wind has changed a little bit, it's now coming directly on shore. I think he wants to get it in front of the pack as he's paddling kind of into that wind. I think Shrimpy is a bit of a genius paddling upwind. He kind of can find those little pockets where, you know, there's not too much wind. He's going to put the hard strokes in, and then as the gust comes up, he's going to be able to kind of find those little pockets of space between the other competitors. But it does look like he's taking a pretty good lead at the moment. Casper, I want to touch on Aaron Sanchez as well. He's doing very well in this race. He placed 6th last year in the long distance for the 2022 edition of the ISA long distance SUP race.
Yeah. Aaron, definitely one of those talents coming out of Mallorca. Aaron's part of that whole training group, I believe, with Laura Ketlas. Same group as Duna Gordillo, as we saw before. Aaron, one of those nice guys I always see around. He's always smiling, very, friendly on the beach. I'm really happy to see that he attached himself to this front group and, wanting to prove that he belongs in there. As we see some action right there in front.
That's like Rai Taguchi.
That's Rai making a move there. It's Rai, Noik, and Boothie, it seems like.
Yeah, it looks like these competitors trying to get in front, catching up to, looks like Titouan.
Yeah, you can really see a couple of bumps there being linked. They're catching back up to Shrimpy, working together. And this is where, they do have a little bit of a benefit pushing each other. I don't think there's a whole big amount of drafting opportunity with this chaotic ocean right now, but it looks like they've reconnected with Shrimpy. That breakout away from the peloton, broken apart.
Yeah, as we look like it may be even Noik Gariud now taking in front of that first place. As we see Shrimpy backing off the pace a little bit. He's found another little bump though. So these downwind conditions now coming into play on this first lap for the long distance.
Well, it is interesting because it's not really downwind conditions though, because they're going straight into the, not straight, but like it's straight sideways into the wind. Must be some bumps either from, some reflection from the coast or a little bit of that west swell that they're connecting. Could also be a boat wake. I'm not going to outrule that, but definitely looks like Noik here is the guy taking off.
Yeah, it does. Looks like Noik has created a bit more of a gap from Shrimpy. So Shrimpy, we really thought he was breaking away there. But all the competitors able to catch up. You see Michael Booth on screen in the middle there. We're also looking at Rai Taguchi just behind him. So these competitors still bunched up. They're probably going to stay pretty close together as they head back toward the lighthouse again. They're going to have to round this next buoy turn, a left turn, and they're going to be heading back for another lap around this course, and then they'll be heading in for the finish.
Yeah, and you see them taking some different lines there. I'm curious where they're ranking up compared to Titouan right now. Titouan going to that outside line. Just seems like there was a flurry of action there with the recapture of Shrimpy. They didn't let Shrimpy get away this time. Noik Gariud from France still in the mix. Shrimpy in there, Michael Booth making a move, Rai Taguchi still maintaining contact, Aaron Sanchez in the mix. Might have dropped Fernando Perez at this point a little bit, but we're going to see this group now. It consists of 5 paddlers. T21's on the outside, and I do believe Fernando Perez has been dropped a little bit. As we just take I think we should take a little look back in the ratings here, like beyond this top 7 pack that we've been focusing on. In 8th place, I believe we have Blue Ewer from England, Itzel Delgado from Peru in 9th, Johnny Hagen from Australia in 10th, David Alpino from Italy in 11th, Donato France in 12th, Ricardo in 13th, Santino from Argentina in 14th, Filippo in 15th, Tsouris from Greece in 16th. We got Kjell de Bruyne in 17th from Belgium. And yeah, that's just a list I wrote there before. We're going to get some more data as they pass this next buoy they're going to come around to. But, you know, with 41 minutes elapsed so far in the race, they're about to enter that second outside lap soon. But, you know, my guess is this race is probably going to go up towards, you know, that 1 hour 30, 1 hour 40 mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a long race for these competitors. As we're seeing on screen, looks like Noik really taking to the lead here. 2-1 kind of in the top there of the pack. He's falling off the pace a little bit. So it does look like we have Noik out in front, Shrimpy behind, Michael Booth in that conversation as well. It's looking like a very tight race. They're going to all come into this buoy turn. We'll get you some live GPS data. Remember to tune into ISAsurf.org. You can follow along the athletes as well on the GPS tracking map. And we are also going to catch up to the prone paddleboarders shortly as well to give you an update on how they are going. The last update we had was that Julien Matacorena is out in front for France. The multiple gold medalist now, adding another one yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like we got Noik Garriot from France, from New Caledonia, representing France. He's taking a little look here, finding a little lead, and you know, there's a little bit of motion in the ocean. There probably are a few boat wakes out there, you know, putting yourselves inside the mind of the competitor. Of course, we don't want, like, when watching the race, we don't want to see boat wakes determine everything. But as an athlete, you're going to take advantage of every single opportunity you see out there. It definitely looks like a couple of boat wakes going their way at this point. Noik seems to have built a 5 to 6 board length lead. Noik Garriot from France.
Yeah, you can all see they're on a little boat waker there at the moment. There's a few of those lines going through there, and you can see they're all trying to ride those little bumps into the wind as they come into that next buoy turn. That is your front leading pack for the stand-up paddle distance racing for the men. They're going to look to bring it in together a little bit more as well. Looks like T21 Poyot on the top right of screen there, just falling back off the pace. And we are going to go to the prone race, having a look at those competitors as well. This is your current leader, Julien Matacorena, out in front.
Yeah, and interesting. Yeah, Matacorena definitely making a move there, and some headwind. And he seems to still. I don't think this is Matacorena right here, because Matacorena should be in the pack together still. You know, fairly bunched up still with Andrew Byatt and David Buoy from Spain. So I don't think that was our leader we saw right there on the screen before. But Julien seems to be the name we see in the lead predominantly in this race so far. The champion of yesterday in the technical racing, Julien from France, will be looking to, go double today.
Yeah, he'll definitely be looking to back up that gold medal. He's definitely more of that technical prone racer though, coming from that lifeguard background. But he's doing well in the distance today. We are going to check in with the GPS data for the prone so we can give you a more of an update on the exact situation. And as you said, Casper, Julien Matacorena is in that group with David Buell as well as Andrew Byatt. He is up there in that leading pack. Donald Morale is just behind as well. So we have a leading pack of 3 with that Donald just trailing a little bit behind. Still going to be keeping close up. They're going to be taking their own lines though, because there's quite a few bumps out there on the water. They want to be catching those bumps. It'll be interesting to see if they're up on their knees or if they're lying down paddling. We do see one prone on their stomach at the moment, just conserving a bit of energy.
Yeah, it's a long race. They're probably around, you know, they're getting to the halfway mark of this race at this point, you know, realizing there's still a long ways to go, and you know, that's probably one of those moments you try to not look at your watch at this point of the race. You try not to pay too much attention to what you've been through. You're paying attention to what is ahead, and you know, a lot of times we see during the middle of the race, the pace actually goes down, which kind of was interesting because as we saw that move right there before for both Shrimpy trying to break that top 7 in the men's SUP, being pulled back in and then seeing Noik make a little attack there, it's genuinely not really in the middle of the race we see this type of stuff happening. So that leads me to believe there must have been some type of wave or something that triggered this action. As we take a look at the screen right here, it looks like Fernando Perez and T2 kind of trailing off a little bit on the right there, losing contact with Rai, Boothie, Shrimpy, and Noik. So a little bit of a split there for what was our solid seven-man pack there before.
Yeah, interesting to see. Aaron Sanchez also might be up in there. You can see a little red dot in that mix as well. So I believe Aaron Sanchez is still in that leading pack too. So we are taking a drone look at the top group for the stand-up paddle distance for the men. Looks like Noik and Shrimpy out in front there. Michael Booth just behind.
Yeah, they got a little 4 board length lead right there. You can really see in the back there T2 and Fernando Perez. T2 from Spain, Perez from T2 from France. Sorry, Perez from Spain. They're kind of trailing off, and I mean that's not a good situation to see these two paddlers in. Like losing contact at this point is, I wouldn't say impossible to come back, but you know, bridging any type of gap that you're facing is a tough one. And yeah, they're going to come into this buoy here. This is our top 3 prone male right here.
Yeah, so we have David Buoy. We also have Julian Matacorena and Andrew Byatt from England in this top 3. As we see, that looks like it is possibly David Buoy come around there, and then Matacorena in that second, Byatt in third from that buoy turn on the screen. But those 3 are going to keep the leading pack alive. They're going to really try and make a break from it. As we see a competitor there in that 4th, that is Donald Morale. So he's going to try and catch up. He doesn't want to be left behind at this point. He really needs to catch up to that front pack. You can see those prone paddlers getting in the wake of that boat. You can see that the boat kind of cleans up the conditions a little bit. It's not going to be as bumpy. They're going to make sure they are staying fairly close to that. That is our lead boat. Probably got a little bit too close there, Casper. They should be a little bit further ahead. That way the competitors aren't going to be able to benefit from that.
It's one of those tricky situations, right? As you know, you don't want the boats to interfere with the race. That's the last thing you want as a competitor, unless you're one of those competitors chasing a free ride. But that's not fair. That's not sportsmanlike. So, as we see Noik and Shuri Arakai, they're turning the buoy in first place. They're going to be chased down by Michael Booth making that turn right now. Aaron Sanchez there, followed by Rai Taguchi. Starboard clan. You can really see the texture on the water here, making those turns tough. Wouldn't say a lot of current, but a lot of chop and backwash and whatnot in the water. So they have their work cut out for them. They're probably 6 board lengths behind Shuri Arakai and Noik Garayo from France at this point. So this race is really opening up. They're going to go back out across this lap one more time before going home. So they're probably getting close to. Oh, as we see going into the water right there.
That's T2.
T2 taking a plunge. Uh-oh. And Fernando Perez next to him.
That's right, yeah. T2 and Fernando maybe working together a little bit to go through. T2 maybe just a lapse in concentration there. There is a tiny bit of current moving across screen along with those bumps, a boat wake, chop. It all comes into play, and especially for a long distance race, you're in that same position on the board for quite a lot of it. So T2 maybe feeling it a little bit.
You know, it's strange. Like T2, to me, is one of the paddlers that has always excelled in this type of condition. He's loved the bumps. He's loved the chaos. And, he has that smooth style, as you can see him on the left side of your screen there. Just really beautiful style. There was speculations about if T2 was going to hang up the jersey and, stop competing after this event. There was a rumor that got spread in the SUP community that this was T2's final dance. I talked to him the other day. He said, he doesn't know who started that rumor because he's even though he's not racing professionally as much anymore, he's based in New Caledonia. He has a beautiful place there, and loves being at home. He works now for the Institute of Sport there, and still very involved in developing boards for NSP, and competing for the French team when he gets the opportunity for that. So Tituan is not going anywhere. He just said, I think he was laughing that people were asking if it was true.
Yeah, so true. I mean, 9 years ago he won his first ISA gold medal in the long distance SUP. So that was 2014. That would be in...
That was in Nicaragua.
Nicaragua.
I remember he showed up at that event, and I was still doing long distances at the time. And T2, just kind of, we had heard of him. I remember Chris Parker from SUP Racer was like hyping him up like the dark horse, and like, who the hell is this T2 guy? And he just blasted the field apart as we were racing between those islands in Nicaragua. And and since then, he's been dominating the Euro Tour for many years, and just, I love T2. He's one of my favorite competitors and humans on this planet.
Yeah, really nice all-round guy. Really cool to hang out with too. He's got a lot of knowledge in the sport of stand-up paddling. Great to get some insights from T2 as well. Of course, great to get some insight from Casper Steinfath, 6-time world champion, in the booth next to me as well, calling all the action. As we see stand-up paddlers rounding this buoy turn for their second lap going into it. That looks like it could be Itzel Delgado.
Yeah, that is Itzel right there.
Behind him could be Johnny Hagen.
It's Johnny Hagen coming in. Yeah, we got a little bit of a spread there in the back. Itzel Delgado, Santino, and Donato Franz also in the mix. Donato, runner-up in the junior men's. He got a silver medal for Holland there. He was looking to take the win, but came up against actually the leader right now, Nui Carrillo's little brother, Vaik. He won the juniors technical race the other day, and Vaik, following in the footsteps of his brother Noik, a very strong, heritage of paddling in their family. As we see, here on screen, it's the race leaders, Shrimpy, Shuri Arakai from Japan, and Noik Carrillo.
Yeah, it looks like Shrimpy's using maybe a slightly shorter paddle than the other competitors. You can see, obviously, gets his nickname Shrimpy from being a bit shorter in stature as well.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure where the nickname comes from. Shuri Araki, I'm sorry for mispronouncing that before. He's been around for some years. I remember seeing Shuri at some of those first World Tour events we had in Japan. I remember meeting his family. He's got the company of his family here in France as well. They travel with him around the world. Great to see them show up. And he... I remember seeing him as a tiny kid. That must be like 8 years ago now. So Shrimpy, what was he back then? He was 9 years old. And there was just this tiny kid, like, he's still not the tallest guy, but he was even smaller back then. And, he was just this beautiful, had this beautiful style playing around on his board. He had the green cap already then. So you'll always be able to recognize Shuri on the green cap.
Yeah, that kind of green cap being his kind of trademark so far. My name is Bo Nixon, joined by Casper Steinfath, calling the action here for the SUP Distance Racing Men 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship in France. It's been a beautiful week. We started off with the SUP surfing, moved into the technical racing yesterday, here for the distance racing today, and finishing off tomorrow with the sprints and the team relays.
Yeah, we are on day 6. I'm losing track of the days, but it's all fading into one big blur right now, but a lot of good racing today for the distance.
Yeah, great racing. We saw the women take to the water this morning. Gold medalist in the women's prone, Eureka Haribe. She really had a huge gap to second position, so she was doing very well. And we also saw Espe Barreras take the gold medal for the women in the SUP. And we're going to go to Drew Murin out in the water for an update about the competitors.
Thanks, guys. We're here on this upwind leg right now. The current's lightened up about a knot, so you're seeing our paddlers carry a lot more speed upwind than we saw it both in the women's heat and even in lap number 1. But the interesting thing to note is Noik from France has surfed these bumps superbly. On the downway leg, or on the downswell leg, I should say, he caught every single bump, extending his lead by about 3 board lengths at one period over Shrimpy. Now Shrimpy on the upwind leg seems to have the upper hand on Noik, but we'll follow it along really closely. Also, pay a close attention to Team Australia rider Michael Booth far on the outside. That's where he gained up 6 spots in his first lap. So keep an eye on that as well. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Drew. Really interesting to know about the conditions out there. The currents maybe picked up a little bit as well. The wind slightly picking up too. Shrimpy doing well on this kind of upwind section. But Michael Booth is still in that leading pack. He's going to look to get a third long-distance gold medal today. Shrimpy trying to back up his from last year as well. So multiple ISA world champions in the mix. It's an exciting race. And I've got Casper taking notes on the whole field. Casper, do you want to try and update us when you get a chance?
Yeah, just 1 second. I'm almost there. So much happening that I'm trying to keep tabs on right here. We can see I believe the top 4 right here with I'm not sure. Is this the top 4? Actually, I was looking down at my notes.
Top 4. This is Shrimpy.
Okay, so we got Shrimp, we got Shuri, Noik, we got Rai, and we have Sanchez.
That's right.
I believe we got Michael Booth out on a separate line. I believe he's further towards the beach. Yeah, you see him kind of there in the back of the screen. That's Michael. He's doing his own race right now. Michael in 5th place. Further back we have Fernando Perez from Spain and T2 kind of just dropping off that lead pack there. There was some on the previous upwind lap there. They were a little bit challenged, but yeah, they're kind of out of the contention right now, doing their own thing. Then after them, in 8th place, we have Blue Year from Team England. In 9th place, Itzel Delgado from Peru, the Peruvian jukebox. Love watching Itzel paddle, but he's definitely got some chasing to do at this point. And then we have a mixed field after that. You know, it's very spread out. Every athlete for themselves at this point, with everything from Donato Frains, Johnny Hagen, Avia, and yeah, Santino in the mix as well. Kiel De Bruyne also in the mix, probably back around 13th place at this point. Ollie Houghton coming back. That's probably actually a highlight. Ollie's coming back from a broken paddle at the start of the race. Ollie had a terrible start, one of those dreadful incidents where I think his paddle just snapped. We'll hear the story when he comes in. It's probably pretty dramatic. Souris Anastasios from Greece also in that mix. Samniotis Vasilieros from Greece. And yeah, I mean, the list is long. I think the condition, what I'm seeing right now on screen in front of me is while I just looked down at the GPS tracker for a minute there, Shrimpy, Shuri Araki taking another attack, taking a stab at the team or the group around him.
Yeah, what really is that breakaway paddler today. It seems like he wants to create a bit more of a gap on this stretch. We saw him try to do it on the kind of stretch back toward the other buoy turn, and he managed to get ahead, but then all the competitors, I think, maybe had a little conversation together and said, we're not letting Shrimpy get away this time. And hopefully, we'll see if they're going to keep up with Shuri Araki for this one, but he does look like he is getting a little bit further out in front, and that's going to give him a little bit of a lead going into the next buoy turn. And of course, Casper, this is their final lap around this buoy, so they're going to be coming back into the beach after this. And that's where we're going to be crowning our champions.
Yeah, they got another probably, you know, solid 30 minutes of paddling after that. Maybe just under 30 minutes of paddling after that buoy. What really impresses me is Shrimpy's ability to break. Like, to be honest, I felt like I looked away for a couple of seconds, and then suddenly, how the hell did he get a 7-board lead right there? He's got that explosiveness, and it's something I've always remembered and noticed in Shrimpy as a kid. You know, he had a very high cadence, and what's interesting is like he's translated that natural high cadence, that, you know, muscle type, that, you know, he's quick on his feet, he's quick in his movements, but he's been able to translate it into purchase, because you do see athletes out there with a high cadence, and myself included for many years had a very high cadence, able to go over 100 strokes per minute. But if you're not able to bring the correct amount of power into every stroke, you're wasting energy, and that's what Shrimpy really, to me, seems to be mastering at this point, is the ability to transfer optimal, maximum amount of power, yet maintaining a high cadence.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, and great to get that insight from you, Casper, about, you know, energy levels and use of the paddle as well. We saw on screen just before Michael Booth taking a different line as well. So he loves racing his own race, Michael Booth. He definitely has a bit of strategy out on the water where he kind of breaks away a little bit, wants to run his own race. We see Shrimpy doing that as well. It's going to be interesting to see these different lines, competitors. There's Michael Booth on screen now. You have Noah Gariud. It looks like you have Aaron Sanchez in there, and Rai Taguchi as well in the mix. But Michael Booth, a little bit closer to the land, or closer to the camera on screen here, as he goes in between, lets the boat go in between. So he's really on a totally different line, and we'll see how that plays out when it goes toward the buoy.
You know, that was a thought I had as well. Like, I mean, I'm not racing today, but if I was racing today, I would have tried to spend some time and just trying to think of what would Michael be thinking, because he is one of the most experienced and technically gifted paddlers. Michael, a hard worker as well. But if I was him, I would probably be thinking about where can I draw a line, realizing he might not be as strong as Shrimpy today. That's probably the conclusion many of these athletes are having at this point. But one of the advantages I think you could get out there is taking a different line. Like, you know, depending on how the current is moving, you know, the current might be moving stronger further away from the beach. So, you know, obviously if you're going against the current, there might be a benefit to hugging the coast. You know, I'm not up to date. I don't know exactly what the current predictions are and how the water usually moves around here. There's a lot of local knowledge that goes into that. Just say, for example, when I was competing at Red Bull Heavy Water back in 2019, I spent so much time analyzing the dynamics of San Francisco. And I'm sure a lot of these athletes will have done the same here to find out what line do I believe is the fastest.
Yeah, definitely. And there's a term called ferry gliding as well. So that's where you kind of use the current to your advantage. You kind of paddle and you kind of paddle out toward the current and let it take you, drift you over toward your destination. So maybe Michael, understanding a bit of the current out here, he has been practicing a lot out here as well, paddling out around the harbour wall, out to the course where the distance race is taking place. But it does seem like is that Raya Taguchi?
Well, we're definitely seeing Michael Booth there on the inside, and you know, as we hear from Drew out on the water, it seems like Michael is having a better line on the inside in terms of beating the current. The issue might, though, be that they're going to come into a left-hand turn momentarily, and that left-hand turn is going to leave Michael at a disadvantage because he's further inside. Shrimpy will have the advantage, and that is, yeah, you're right, that's Raya Taguchi in second place right there on the starboard.
So Raya trying to catch up to his teammate from Japan, Shuri Araki, out in the lead at the moment. Raya Taguchi just behind him, maybe trying to break away from those other paddlers just behind him.
It's interesting. We're seeing a split again. Like, this is not a textbook long-distance race. It's actually one of the more interesting long-distance races, in my opinion. Of course, many of you out there watching, probably fans of the sport and fans of these athletes. What I see happening in front of me here is we have some conditions that are separating the athletes. It's not prime flat water for drafting. It's really enough chaos and mixed swell angles and wind and current that provides for, you know, minimal drafting, but also plenty of opportunities to like catch these random bumps just showing up out of nowhere. And that's, you know, what we see, I think, Shrimpy really mastering here. He's seen those moments, and, you know, he's put the pedal to the metal. He's sprinted, not because he just wanted to, but because he saw something that allowed him to break. And that's going to be the key as they're going to enter the, you know, hope they're going to turn their boards around to the left in a little bit and start heading home. We saw some great attacks there from Noik on the previous lap, so, you know, maybe a chance for Noik to come back if he's not, if he hasn't lost all his gas yet.
Yeah, that's right. Just take a nice drone shot of the distance race course. You can see they're kind of heading out toward that lighthouse there on that right screen, but you can see the swell in the water. You can see the bit of wind on the surface of the water too. You can see there has been, the last few days, we've seen some really big swells as well. Maybe competitors thinking that there might be a bit of rebound off the rocks. There might be some bumps out there to help them as well, but it is a beautiful shot of Le Sable d'Olonne. This is the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are watching the long distance racing for the men. Currently, we did have the women in the water earlier today doing the prone and distance. As we catch up with our current leader of the SUP distance, that is Shuri Araki. Raya Taguchi currently in second. That's Michael Booth there as well. He's taking a bit of a different line out to this buoy turn at the back. This is going to be, around this buoy, they're going to be heading back toward the beach. I'm Bo Nixon, joined by six-time world champion Casper Steinfath, calling the action in the water. It's been really fun being here all week, Casper, watching these races take to the water yesterday for the technical, also for the distance racing today, sprint racing tomorrow. Casper, you must be excited seeing some old friends, making some new friends as well. Tell me about how this week's been for you.
It's been a walk down memory lane for me. You know, I've had so many great memories here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship over the years, winning 4 of my 6 world titles here. Watching the technical race actually gave me total FOMO yesterday. I felt like I should be out there, but also just realizing I'm not in shape for it. I haven't trained, but great to watch, all the athletes competing. And yeah, reconnecting with longtime friends, watching some great action, and also, you know, having some great talks with people in the center of the sport, you know, talking about how can we drive the sport forward, how can we develop it, how can we improve it, because, you know, that's also, I think, now that I've kind of let go of competing myself a little bit, you know, I haven't put the final exclamation mark or dot or stuff, but, you know, I want to see the sport do well, and I'm thankful to still be able, as a commentator now, blabbering to all you guys out there, thankful to stay involved in what's happening, yeah.
I think it's really cool that you're going to be pushing the sport forward into the future as well. You've done a lot for the sport before too. Casper, the vice president of the ISA previously, so fantastic to see him really, you know, getting this sport up and running. We are catching up with the top 3 paddlers for this SUP distance race. Shuri, Rai Taguchi, Aaron Sanchez now 30 seconds off the lead from Araki. Michael Booth in that conversation as well. We'll also see that there is another paddler as well in that top. It looks like Tituan catching up.
Tituan still, don't count him out. He's still in the mix. And I think what's going to be interesting here is, you know, they're coming into that buoy number 3. It's going to come up shortly. It's going to be a left-hand turn. Shuri definitely at this point, you know, in the lead. He's got Rai Taguchi for company behind him. We've got Michael Booth out on that more northerly line, closer to the beach. Aaron Sanchez still in the mix. Noik, I kind of just I've noticed him slipping off a little bit. Not that he's out. I'm just curious. You know, whenever you see an athlete kind of fall back a little bit after, you know, fighting for the lead, it always makes you beg the question, like, has this athlete maxed out now? Have they just tanked themselves, gone over the threshold of what they can recover from? But, you know, it might also be a tactical decision for some of these athletes. Like, they might be saving their juice for you know, the final hooray towards the end of the race.
Yeah, that's so true. We saw a breakaway from Shrimpy. Shuriaraki, which is on screen now. He is your current leader in the distance race. We saw him break away earlier a little bit as well. And the other competitors having to really have a burst of energy to be able to catch up to him. This is the GPS currently that we're also looking at, getting our feedback. You can see the lines that everybody's taking. Michael Booth on a bit of an outside line, toward this buoy turn. Shuriaraki, you can see not a direct straight line, so I'm guessing maybe is a little bit of current out there, Casper.
You can see Shuri's line there in the front is curving back to the right. It is a left-hand turn at that red dot you can see there. They're going to be coming up on a turn. Hard to, you know, it looks like Shuri is definitely losing a little bit of, he's paddling further than Michael by making that curve. So it's hard to say here from the booth. Like, we're not feeling the way the water's moving. We're not seeing the exact direction of the bumps and how the wind is interfering with this race, but nonetheless, like, there's some motion in play, there's some factors in play that it's making the athletes pick different lines, and I think that's interesting. But it looks like there's some white caps out there now. The wind definitely picking up since this morning.
Yeah, it looks like they're almost having that little bit of a downwind kind of cross downwind section there, and that may be why you saw Shuri take it that little bit of a curve as well, maybe catching a couple of bumps out toward this buoy turn. He's going to come around this and head back toward another buoy turn before heading back to the beach. Yeah, that's the lead boat there on the right.
Actually, very interesting. You can see just based on the flags there on the boats, there is a little bit of onshore flow here, which actually I'm believing Shrimpy has taken the optimal line here, because that curve we saw in his course there before was actually just, he was, you know, letting himself catch the bumps, go back downwind a little bit, take the perfect line to the buoy, whereas I believe Michael Booth might actually have ended up fighting a little bit more into that wind, which will have lowered his speed, and, you know, we'll probably see him drop back a little bit. He might still get to the buoy in second place, but yet, look at this. Look at this. Shrimpy, he must have just gone to town there on some bumps there before, because he's got, wow, what a commanding lead he suddenly has here. That's talking 100, 200 meters right now of a gap down to Michael Booth in second place. Or is that's
Rai Taguchi.
That's Rai Taguchi right there, also on the starboard. Michael Booth right behind him there with Aaron Sanchez also in the mix.
Noah Gariud as well. So all starboard riders bringing up second, third, fourth, and fifth position. Rai Taguchi now coming around this buoy turn. He's going to be going back upwind a little bit. Casper mentioning that those wind conditions have picked up a little bit. A few more white caps on the water. Michael Booth now into that fifth position.
It's Noik Garillo from France right there, making that turn on his backside. Beautiful turn there. Aaron Sanchez from Spain, turning in 4th place there. Michael Booth in 5th place, working his starboard around that buoy. They're going to be chasing down Shrimpy now, but I have this feeling that, as we see T2 on here also coming around the buoy, they've got some work cut out for them, as they're going to be countering a little bit into the wind now. They have bumps in wind against them now. I think it's safe to say it's going to be a hard stretch back towards the finish line.
Yeah, definitely going to be a hard slog. I'm really impressed by T21 there, catching up to the other competitors. He's almost going to be able to get behind Michael Booth to get into that little bit of a train. We do see a bit of swell out there as well. You can see that the boards disappear with those bumps. You can see they're above the wave now. There's like that is Rai Taguchi there on screen. So he's currently in that 2nd position. And you've got, as you move back, Noah Gariud, Aaron Sanchez, Michael Booth. Shuriaraki is very far to your left of screen, out in front at the moment. Some other competitors still on that 2nd lap, paddling through. You'll see them paddling from left to right of screen.
Yeah, that's interesting right there. There is a split of 1 minute and 4 seconds between Shrimpy and Rai. Shuri Arake from Japan and Rai Taguchi also from Japan, you know, taking command of this race. After them, they have Aaron Sanchez, Michael Booth, and Noik Garillo from France. This seems to be that 5-man, if you include T2, 6-man group that it's going to come down to the wire between. Shrimpy far out ahead and Rai chasing him down right now.
Yeah, and as we catch up to our prone paddleboarding as well, it still looks like there's that top group of 3. Julian Matacarena, we have David Buil there as well. Andrew Byatt, I believe, is in that top leading pack. David Morale just behind him too. We're going to give you those exact updates just in a second.
Yeah, you're right. That is Julian Matacarena out in front with Andrew Byatt and David Buil. Yeah, interesting. Interesting to see those 3 still sticking together after paddling for, you know, over an hour and 15 minutes.
They're probably working together. They've been switching out positions. We saw Andrew Byatt in that top position earlier. We saw David Buil take that top position. Now Julian Matacarena leading it as well. So they're really staying together, working together in that drafting pack, and they will look to round out that buoy to go back up into the wind and head back in toward the beach.
Yeah, and as you look at 4th place in the men's prone, Donald Mirale from USA, he seems to have lost, not just lost contact with that front group, but also lost the pace. They're gaining significant, they're putting significant ground between themselves and Dave and Donald there from the USA. So I think we got our top 3 for the prone more or less, you know, locked in. David's going to fight. Donald, sorry, is going to fight to maintain that 4th place. But we'll see what happens on this upwind leg coming up with the prone. You know, they do have the advantage of not standing up. They have less aerodynamics in their head, or less aerodynamic drag. So I think they'll enjoy it a little bit more than the stand-up paddlers going upwind.
Oh, they certainly will. If you take a look at the GPS data for the prone distance race, you can see Julian, David, and Andrew out in front at the moment. David just behind them in 4th position. And then we have Takahiro Horibe. He's behind in 5th position. Now he's going to want to catch up to get into medal contention, into that copper medal. We did see his wife take the gold medal earlier today in the long distance prone for the women, Yurika Horibe. It's great to see her with her child, Lily, and celebrating on the line as she crossed in 1st place. We also have Dan Miller out there paddling prone. Now, he is quite a big name in the stand-up paddling world as well. He actually trains with not with Michael Booth, but Booth is training. Dan Miller is on their program as well, so he won't be getting much insight today from Boothie because he's on the prone paddleboard. But do you know a little bit about Dan Miller?
Dan Miller, I had the pleasure of hanging out with him down in Alicante in Spain earlier this year at the APP World Tour. Someone that had more pleasure than me was my friend Polar Bear. They stayed together for a while as they were doing some of the Euro Tour events. Dan flew over from Canada. You know, he's they call him the SUP doctor. You know, so it's nice to hang around Dan if you're feeling down and you need a little bit of help taking care of your body. But he's he's one of those Canadian racers that we're really happy to see on tour. He's one of the newer comers to paddling. You know, he's been paddling for many years, but Probably more so involved these years than when I was competing. But it's great to see Dan, and I'm laughing, really seeing him get a kick out of prone paddleboarding today.
Yeah, great to see Dan Miller out there prone paddleboarding. As we're going to throw it down to Drew Murin on the boat. He's going to update us with the stand-up paddle proceedings.
Quick update from the water. As you can see, Shrimpy way out in front right now. His gap time, he's got about a minute and 15-second lead over second place and about a minute and 40-second lead over third, fourth, and fifth. He seemed to about 100 or 200 meters going into that last can buoy, really turn on the afterburners, and now he is just flying for home. So Shrimpy, definitely the one to try to reel in on this one, but I don't know if anybody can. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Drew, for the update. Amazing to see Shuri Araki way out in front in the lead now. He's got a very hefty lead in front of his teammate, Rai Taguchi, in that second position. Looks like Noah Garuyud in that third. Aaron Sanchez in the mix as well. Michael Booth, of course, is going to be in that backpack, but just staying with Shuri Araki for the minute. You see he's kind of holding down on that paddle a little bit at the top, that kind of choke stroke that we've heard being mentioned throughout the week as well, as he flips his hand back up. But he seems like he really wants to break away at this point in time, knowing that it's near the end of the race.
Well, let's take a look at his paddling technique. He's got such a low center of gravity already. You know, he's choking down on the paddle a little bit just to activate a little bit of a lower gear. He's got some wind. He's kind of quartering into. The wind's coming from his right, it seems. So but you can see his legs really at work here. That's what stands out. What stands out to me, is Shrimpy's leg work here. You can really see him powering through his legs. You can see the board kind of jumping up and down there. He's so fluid in his style, though. You can just see every stroke just casually fading into the next one. He doesn't have that long Hawaiian stroke, I would say, that many of us have revered over the years. He has a shorter range of the paddle, and he exits the water pretty early. You can see the paddle coming back out there, and I just say this is the trick, especially as you're going into a bit of wind. You want to keep a higher cadence if possible.
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to get upwind a lot quicker with that higher cadence. Shrimpy there. Didn't see much hydration on Shrimpy's board or on his body, so he might be opting without hydration. And there we go. We just got an update that he'd had some gels in his pocket and something that he's been getting throughout the race.
I think anyone going for a 1 hour plus race, they're going to be carrying some hydration of some type. Probably also something energizing. It could be a gel. It could be a bar. Bars generally being a little bit tricky to use during a race because you're using your hands paddling, right? So you don't have time to unwrap a candy bar, even though it sure is a nice thought in the middle of a race. But the gel's really nice because you can just rip off that top and shoot it into your mouth, and you get some energy pretty quick there. The isotonic gels being a hit. But that's Rai.
It is Rai Taguchi, that's right. Currently in that second position. But it is a minute lead that Shuri Araki has on the whole field. Noah Garuyud in that third position. Aaron Sanchez in fourth. Michael Booth now currently in fifth. There's still quite a small gap, though, between Noik, Aaron, and Michael. Tituan Poyo falling back a little bit in that conversation. Fernando Perez in seventh. Blue Ewa in number 8. It's a great showing from the young English rider. Itzel Delgado, I thought he might have been up in the leading pack a little bit more in this conversation for the distance race. But Santino Basadea, he's been on a tear the last couple of days.
Oh, he definitely has. He's always stoked down there. He's got lots of good energy representing Argentina. Itzel, actually, one thing I want to comment on there, he's preparing for the Pan Am Games. And, I know Itzel is going through a very hard training load currently. He's looking at peaking at the Pan Am Games. This is not his main priority this year. The Pan Am Games is Itzel's main focus. He thought, while some athletes have opted not to compete here, obviously we are seeing a few names missing from the starting list here, but that being because they want to prepare for the Pan Am Games. But I like Itzel's comment. Well, what better way of preparing and training than going against all the best in the world?
Yeah, so true. As we catch up with number 3 and number 4 currently in the long distance for stand-up paddling. Noik Garuyud and also Aaron Sanchez currently in that situation. Looks like Michael Booth has fallen off the pace a little bit in this kind of crosswind, upwind. We're going to pan back as we do catch up with Michael Booth there on the right-hand side. Tituan Poyo now.
It's a battle between T2 and Michael. I love this. They've been going head-to-head for so many years. Generally, though, it's been for that first or second place position. Now they're watching the young guns overtake them with Shrimpy and Rai and Aaron, Noik as well. So they're fighting for, I believe, 5th place position right there. They had a laugh yesterday also in the technical race because it was the same scenario.
Yeah, that's right. Michael Booth pretty happy with his 5th place in the technical race yesterday. He said that today is his main event. He's looking to put in a good performance if he can get up into that medal contention with that 4th place. But currently that is Rai Taguchi in 2nd place. It's currently Shuri Araki with a very long lead. You can see this camera's got to go a long way.
Watch this, watch this. This is the longest pan just to find Shrimpy over here. I believe he has a 2-minute lead at this point. That's the unofficial time we're getting from our friends on the water right there. He's just plowing right through these bumps. I think his board's nicely in sync with the motion of the ocean there. As you can see him just gliding casually, keeping that, well, very high cadence actually going.
Yeah, Casper, can you break down the technical stroke here?
Yeah, so you're just seeing him maintain a very high cadence. His paddle is, he's getting the paddle into the water quick. He's not taking the longest strokes, but that's really the key when you're going into wind and most importantly bumps, because every time that nose of his board there, look, it hits the bump, it slows down. So it's really crucial for Shrimpy to get the paddle in the water, build some momentum again quick. And that's, I think, the main difference where you're seeing some of the other athletes. Their cadence is just slower, which means that every time their board hits the water, they're not maintaining momentum as quick. And that, to me, is the key here for Shrimpy, and that's why he's just building this commanding lead.
But how do you keep up a cadence like this for an hour and 20 minutes into a race, Casper? It looks like he has not let off the gas at all.
It's just amazing. The way to do it is have your name be Shuri Araki, nickname Shrimpy. He's just an incredible athlete. I mean, that right there is a textbook masterclass in how to execute a distance race in choppy conditions. He looked for the opportunities earlier in the race, but the conditions probably not as rough at that point. No doubt he probably could also be competitive. He would be competitive if it was completely flat, but Shrimpy relishing more chaotic conditions here, and I think this is also what we saw last year when he was competing in Puerto Rico. Anytime that he can really put that high cadence to use, it looks in many ways like he's sprinting right now, but he's still in that distance. He's in distance mode.
Yeah, he certainly is in distance mode. You can even see that bottom hand on the paddle as well, quite far down toward the blade. So he's maximizing the power that he's getting out of the stroke as well. Applying lots of power, and you said he was using his legs.
Yeah, look how he's, he's bending at the hips, but pay attention to his knees. He's kind of bending the knees. He's really leaning forward, putting his weight into it. Like he's not just making his upper body do the work. He's really like almost cross-country skiing. He's locking forward, like you said, very low grip on the paddle. It's weights transfer more power into the blade, and just like that compact body build he has. And to me, this is really interesting because it's something. For those of us that love nerding performance, we've always been asking ourselves, what is the optimal performance build? Like, what is the optimal physical build? Like, is it the tall athlete? Like, I remember we always looked at Jamie Mitchell, for example, tall guy, big wingspan. That we thought that was the prime for SUP racing. And then you look at guys like Connor Baxter as well, and myself, we're also more, thin, tall guys. But then, look at Shrimpy, look at Michael Booth. There's something about the lower center of gravity as well that it just has something to say, and Shrimpy's proving it right here.
Yeah, he certainly is. He's got a very commanding lead. Looks like over a minute lead officially on that screen there. We're going to get those times when they come around the next buoy turn. We've got all the trackers there to bring you up to date with all of those times as we get a fantastic drone shot of our contest area for the racing. This is the long distance race for the men, the prone, and also the stand-up paddling. Kaspar Shuri, a 2-time winner, gold medalist. First technical last year and distance as well at the ISA. He went for a 3rd medal yesterday in the technical. Do you think he's going to back it up again for a back-to-back in the long distance?
I mean, I have a hard time seeing anything else happening at this point. He's the way he's paddling, the way he looks in control as well. I've had a hard time seeing. It has to be something drastical that happens if he is to lose this one. But, this being probably, what's interesting is he won the technical race yesterday. He won his initial round 1 heat of the technical. He won the distance last year and the technical race in Puerto Rico. he's won everything he's entered in ISA events since last year. So he's continuing that 100% win streak at this point. And I mean, I'm just blown away. I'm in awe right now. This is a masterclass we're watching.
Yeah, fantastic performance from Shuri Araki here.
17 years old.
That is unbelievable. So he's the youngest world champion or gold medalist last year as well at the ISA Championships in Puerto Rico for 2022. And this year he's 17 years old, going for a 4th gold medal. It's just fantastic to see Shrimpy putting in the strokes, doing the hard work. We're going to catch up with the prone paddling now. We're taking a look on screen at one of our prone paddlers. We're going to get a look at the timings on screen as well from that buoy turn that they had. Does still look like we do have the top 3. There we go. It does look like we have David Buoy in that first place now. Julen Matacarena 8 seconds behind.
This is
Andrew
interesting.
Buoy 12 seconds behind as well. So spacing out a little bit further. There were only a couple of seconds difference before. But I think on that last kind of stretch back into the beaches, we're going to see the competitors take different lines.
Yeah, I mean, they're kind of quartering into a little bit of a headwind from their right, front right at this point. And you know, Buoy, yeah, it's hard to say. We didn't quite watch it, but the upwind leg here is like we're seeing in the stand-up paddling. It's breaking the field fully apart. Some athletes are adapting great for these conditions. Other people are struggling. And as we get closer to the finish, we'll have a better overview. But one thing I want to highlight is that last stretch they're going to have from the final buoy back to the beach. That's going to be interesting. And I don't know if we're going to see a big change from Shrimpy, because he's probably just going to blow away in the men's side. But for the prone here, we might see a very interesting finish as we come to the closing end of the race soon.
Yeah, we see a bit of a different line taken by Donald Morrell. He really wants to get up into that top 3 situation. He's still in that copper medal conversation at the moment, but David Buoy really is taking that lead. Andrew Byatt as well. Julen Matacarena right behind him for 3rd position. But as you said, Casper, as they ran that last buoy turn, it's going to be a bit of a downwind paddle to come in. So maybe picking up a bit of a swell, a bit of a wind chop as they come in. And then we still do have some waves breaking right on the shoreline as well. So that's going to come into contention for the medalist positions. Does seem like Shuri Araki right now for the stand-up paddling is right out in front. And David Buoy on the prone men's side as well, currently in the lead. But there's still a little bit of race to go for all of these competitors. You can see that lead boat there, that bottom left of screen, heading toward that buoy. So they're going to be going around that, heading around another buoy, Casper. And then I believe they'll be coming into the beach.
Yeah, so the race winding down, 1 hour, 40 minutes, sorry. It's definitely getting towards closing time. Let's just take a look back at the men's SUP racing right here. In the lead, Shrimpy, Araki, and he's still in a commanding lead there.
Yeah, as we stick with the pro now, so this is currently 3rd place. Andrew Byatt 12 seconds off the pace. You can see the 12 second off the pace, Casper, is just enough to be off screen from the competitors out in front as we do catch up to Julen Matacarena there, I believe in that 2nd place. And then we do have David Buoy out in the lead. And we're going to have a look at the David Buoy at the moment in the lead.
David Buoy from Spain, looking to secure a healthy amount of points for his team. If he can hold this lead all the way back to the finish line, it's turning into one of those really interesting team races between France and Spain, like in the overall standings for the event. That's something we'll touch much more on later. But as we see, Shrimpy again here.
Yeah, so current leader in the distance race for the men. Shuri Araki, can see the beach behind him. That's the bay that they're going to have to come in on for the finish of this race. But Shuri Araki is well out in front. They've overtaken the prone now, so Shuri looking to solidify his lead in this race.
He's got approximately 100 meters to the turn. He's going to be turning left around this next buoy right here, coming into it hot, lots of speed. Behind Shrimpy, there is a probably 1 to 2 minute gap at this point down to Rai Taguchi. We got that group consisting of Aaron Sanchez, Noé Carrillo, Michael Booth, Tituan Puyu kind of back in the mix as well. Fernando Perez from Spain trailing a little bit behind. And just taking a look at who's behind them in the field. We got Itzel Delgado after that, Santino from Argentina. We have Ricardo Avilla from, I believe, Puerto Rico. And yeah, looking back, we got David Alpino, Donato Franz, Filippo Mercuriali, and you know, it's a very mixed pack afterwards. And what that really shows me is that we're having some conditions here where it favors not the drafting. It's more every man for themselves. And you know, you can, yeah, as you see here on the screen, there are bumps, and they're coming 90 degrees from the right side into Shrimpy as we see him make it towards that last buoy before he turns back towards the beach.
That's right, yeah. One more buoy turn for Shuriaraki. You can see him going across here. This is a live shot from the beach. So you can see him going across screen, going around another buoy turn before coming back into the finish line. There will be a short beach run for these competitors as well, so they will have to get off their boards to run up the beach. Those legs are going to be feeling it as they get off their boards.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. I really wonder what conditions Shrimpy will be in when he makes it back to the beach. The last few times I've seen him race, it's shocking, like how much in control and how very minimally he's winded. So yeah, I think that was Rai Taguchi there, finishing, crossing that buoy in second place. We see Tituan coming back, sitting in third place in front of Noik and Michael right here. This right here, these top three would have been like your standard top three in any of the past 3 years. But now we got two of our Japanese friends, two Japanese talents with Rai and Shrimpy, you know, looking to take this for Japan. That was actually Michael Booth there. That means that it was Aaron Sanchez there before, next to T2 and Noik.
They're going to have to really step on the gas here as they're coming in. One more buoy turn. Michael Booth really wants to get up into that medal conversation. He's fallen off the pace a little bit. Maybe taking some different lines to the competitors hindered him earlier in the race.
It's hard to say, you know, you take some chances, you take a gamble, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. T2, you know, I think he realized that if he wanted to win this, and trust me, he wants to win this. He's competitive. He's not as casual a competitor as he is a human. But I don't think that different line paid off for him. There might also have been a little bit of chop and wake that didn't go his way. So you know, ultimately, I think he did something right here towards the end to be back in contention. So he's in a position to strike, and especially with that tight pack there of 3-4 athletes close together, we're going to see it come down to potentially a wave towards the end, defining who's going to come in those places between third, fourth, and fifth.
Yeah, Fernando on screen there, paddling through. I think behind him, it looks like we might have a bit of a pack behind Fernando.
Yeah, there's going to be a pack behind Fernando. It's going to be a while, but it's still Delgado, Santino, Avila, Franz, Mercuriali, Alpino, and Suris from Greece, and Kjell de Bruyne. We'll return much more to them, but I think we're going to direct our attention now. Shrimpy just turning that final buoy. He's going to be heading back to the beach now, having approximately a 600-meter dash to the beach before he can run up. You can really see, you can see some motion in the ocean. This is the afternoon glare we have here in France in Les Sables d'Olonne.
Yeah, Shrimpy's going to really start up in the cadence here. This is the home stretch for Shrimpy. He's currently in the lead in the distance race. He's going to be looking to solidify back-to-back gold medals for the distance. He's already got back-to-back technical SUP racing medals in the gold as well. So he's going to be a name to look out for in the years to come. He's going to be adding to that cabinet.
I mean, what were you doing, Bo, when you were 17 years old? Were you a four-time, and he's going to be four-time ISA world champion here in a little bit, unless something totally we haven't predicted happens, but at 17 years old, what were you doing, Bo?
That's a great question, Kappa. I definitely did not have 4 world titles. I still don't have 4 world titles to my name, but 17, yeah, that was a long time ago now. But Shuri Araki here, 17-year-old from Japan, reading this race course just so well and taking some great lines, putting that paddle, really a lot of power into that stroke, getting his cadence up really strong. This looks like it's Blue Ewer from the UK.
Yeah, also a really, I mean, let's not forget that's a really strong performance from Blue right there. Stepping it up, racing with a lot of the men. Blue actually winning a Euro Tour stop this year against a lot of the top dogs. And you know, he had a breakthrough season this year, and seeing him finish in the top 7, top 8 here, that's a really strong result from the Brit. You know, he's going to, you know, be proud of this achievement. Of course, everyone wants to be on the podium, but that's I was talking to some of the athletes today, like what is the success criteria when you go into a race? And of course, everyone ideally dreams of winning, right? But the reality is we learn from every race, and I think that's the process and the goal many athletes take is you try to take something positive from every single race. You try something and you find out what you need to work on. Shrimpy, I'm gonna have a hard time debriefing with him because I don't know what it is he should be doing to improve. He's up there. He's commanded this race from the middle stages. He's attacked at a very smart time, and I like the fact that we might not be having the most nail-biting finish right now, but that's because he's just done things so well. He's played his cards right and done the work on the water.
Yeah, he's put together a really great race, which sees him well out in front, over a minute's lead, which is a very kind of great position to be in. It kind of calms the nerves a little bit. He is moving toward the beach at the moment. This is for the gold medal here at the 2023 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship, the long distance for the men's SUP. As you see the finish line there, he's going to go in through that V on the beach, running up toward the tents. He's going to be grabbing the Japanese flag as he comes through as well. But we are not calling this race over just yet.
It's not over. It's not over yet. I mean, Shrimpy is going to catch a wave here in a second. He's riding the bumps, a couple of small bumps off that south wind we're seeing. He's going to connect them into a standing or a braking wave at some point. And, I think he'll ride those final 100 meters into the beach. The really interesting situation, apart from seeing Shrimpy win, is going to be to see that fight from 2nd through 5th place, maybe 7th place, where it is a little bit more tight between Rai Taguchi, Tituan Puyu, Aaron Sanchez, Noik Garillo, and Michael Booth. But the man of the hour, the man of the day, the man of stand-up paddling on the men's side these days, the champion of the world. He's going to add another world title to his belt right here. Look at him sprint like a maniac right there. You've just paddled 18 kilometers, and yet he is sprinting like there was no tomorrow.
That's right. He just thinks there's someone on his shoulder. There's not, Shrimpy. You can relax. He's paddled. He's done such a great race this time. As we see him going to grab the Japanese flag for the win here. The gold medalist for 2023 in the distance race. What a good feeling. Casper, you know the feeling.
Oh, that feeling right there, carrying your nation's flag, he's casually just running up the beach there, everything under control. He's on top of the world. Shrimpy is going to be, he's going to be happy, he's going to be smiling. He executed a perfect race right there. Looking a little bit tired there, and I love Shrimpy's bow right there. Shuri's bow, symbolizing respect to all his athletes, athletic friends, and wow, having his family embrace him right there. Shrimpy is the champion of the world, winning the long distance here at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship.
Fantastic result for Shrimpy. Shuri Araki, your 2023 gold medalist. Back-to-back now ISA gold medals for Shrimpy in the long distance. Also the technical, 4-time world champion. As we are watching your competitors in spots number 2, 3, and 4 coming in. This is for silver, bronze, and the copper. We do see a little bump on the outside and the back as well. Bumps on the inside. Looks like maybe Tituan.
Yeah, so that's T2 on the right. That's Rai on the left. Rai just not catching that wave before. T2 catching up to Rai here. It's going to come down to a run up the beach for the silver medal here. Rai catching the wave now, but it's going to come down to the run. Who has the longer legs? Is it the Frenchman? Is it the Japanese? I see Rai paddling really hard. T2 looks like he has a little bit better line. Rai jumping off a bit too early. T2 has the advantage, but who has the legs? Is it Tituan? Rai just putting out that crazy sprint there. But looks like Tituan's got this one. Tituan, the Frenchman from New Caledonia, running in the... That was the sprint of his life right there.
That is a fantastic finish from Tituan Buoy from France, solidifying his silver medal for this year. Rai Taguchi in third. What a finish that was, Casper. Very exciting to see they go down. I'm impressed. There we go. Aaron Sanchez crossing the line as well.
Oh boy. Aaron Sanchez, 4th place, getting that copper medal for Spain. He's going to be happy. Wow, watching Noik Garillo crossing the finish line as well. He's going to be followed by Michael Booth shortly after. That did come down to a really interesting finish with the waves.
Oh, it really did. It was fantastic. I am really surprised at Tituan. He was falling back in the field halfway in the race. Managed to catch up to get a silver medal this year. As we see Michael Booth coming in for that 6th position.
Yeah, Michael's not going to be too happy about that one. I'm sure he's going to have a very... it's not a bad result for Michael. He was in contention. He was doing a lot of great things. He was taking chances as well. And, you know, I really love watching Michael race. He's one of the smartest competitors out there, one of the hardest training. You know, also helps a lot of great people of all levels around the world train. He coaches some of the best athletes out there. He coaches some of the average Joes. And, you know, a lot of people really appreciate what Michael does for the sport and for everyone's, you know, progression inside it. But of course, not the result he was looking for. Michael being a world champion here at the ISA Worlds as well over the years, and, you know, just not the result he was looking for today.
No, it wasn't the result he was after today, but a good showing still from Michael Booth.
That's Fernando Perez right here, also from Spain, running to the finish line, looking for a flag. Hey, does anyone have a flag there?
There are plenty of flags to choose from, but he's looking for the Spanish flag. Fernando, fantastic race from him as well. See, great camaraderie as well between the athletes.
Oh, I love that feeling. That's giving me chills right there, watching all the athletes cross the finish line, being totally winded, slightly dehydrated as well, probably after, you know, 1 hour and close to 40 minutes on the water. That's just incredible to see the camaraderie, high fives, stoke, tears, sweat, all those emotions just flowing on the outside of these athletes.
Yeah, what a great performance there from Fernando. So that will be your 7th place. We saw Shrimpy Shuriaraki take the gold, Tituan Buoy take the silver, right to Gucci in that 3rd position.
And you know what, Bo, I think Team Spain is going to want to stand by with those flags down there, because we do have the prone paddleboarders coming in really soon. Looks like David Buoy from Spain in the lead currently right now, but very close as they head into the final. Looks like we got some results there from the men's SUP.
That's right. So the results on the screen, you can see Shuri Tituan Rai, 1, 2, 3. Aaron in that 4th position, copper medal. So he'll be joining those competitors up on stage. Noah Gariu in 5th, Michael Booth in 6th, Fernando Perez in 7th. They are your competitors that have crossed the line so far in this distance race. We do have a competitor, could possibly be Blue Ewer here.
Yep, that's Blue Ewer, Team England.
He's put on a great race in this one. Really been paddling by himself for quite a lot of it. Racing his own race there as he comes in. He's got a little bit of a gap between him and himself and the next paddler behind, the Blue Ewer. Going to walk away very happy from this competition. A bit disappointed with his technical racing yesterday. But
8th place for Blue?
8th place for Blue Ewer.
Way to go, way to go.
So really great showing from Blue there. As we see him running up the beach, fantastic. He's really happy. Got the English flag wrapped around his shoulders, representing England.
Yeah, I love the English crowd here. The team is just really great. I've had the pleasure of going over to the UK many times racing in my career, and also just doing some fun events. A great community over there. Blue, the product of a very strong community. They've had a lot of great racers in both the early days, but they've been waiting for this young talent or this newcomer to really break in on the international scene. So it's great to see Blue in the top 10 now. He's cemented that he belongs there. He knows that he has the level to be there on any given day. But just great to see him put this race together, and he'll have a lot he can take with him from this race, as it looks like Itzel Delgado here on the Infinity coming in here.
Yeah, Itzel put on a good race in this one. Like you said, Casper, he's been training for the Pan American Games coming up next month, not too far away. So he's going to add this to that training schedule that he's been busily doing in preparation for the Pan Am Games. As we do see our prone paddlers as well coming in. We are crowning the gold medalists for that as well.
Yeah, and quite a change-up of positions there. I mean, it is the top group there of David Will and Andrew Byatt from... Yeah, definitely Andrew Byatt coming into the mix there. I was expecting to see Julian Matucorena continue his form from yesterday, but that upwind leg must just really have tired him out.
Yeah, Julian really focusing more on the technical side of racing, that shorter distance, in and out through the waves. He was a 2019 gold medalist, the 2023 gold medalist in the technical. As you see on screen, our top 3 prone paddlers, that is David Buil out in front, Andrew Byatt
from England.
England in the second spot, 43 seconds behind. So Buoy from Spain has a really commanding lead coming into the beach here. And then our hometown competitor, Julen Matacorena, just over a minute off the pace from Buoy. That is your top three currently. We will update you as they cross the line. But that is the gold, silver, and bronze. David Morale as well, I think, is in that position. It's Donald Morale, sorry, in that fourth position, currently with the copper medal.
Yeah, what a race, man. What a race. That was some interesting, you know, the long distance race being a longer format, of course, not as much like high octane action as the technical racing we saw yesterday. But nonetheless, it was beautiful to watch the strategies, the lines, everything going into everything happening, you know, making that race dynamic. Because we didn't just see a draft train the whole way. We saw moves being made halfway through by many of the competitors. We saw Noé Carrillo from France at times attack. We saw Shrimpy take the lead. We saw Michael taking chances on the inside. Tituan looking for something on the outside. And ultimately, like, that's the type of racing that I enjoy watching, is when we see chances being taken. We see not just a to B race where, you know, everything is decided after the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, that is so true, man. Keeps things really exciting for us and, of course, you at home tuning in. Really want to thank you very much for tuning into the live webcast, watching with us, getting some insights from Casper Steinfath in the booth, 6-time world champion. It's been fantastic to hear his take on the race.
Yes, we see some racers finishing here. We got Ollie Houghton, Donato Frains. We got Tsouris from Greece as well. A lot of athletes coming in here now. I'm curious to go catch up with Ollie at some point soon, because it sounds like he broke his paddle right after the start. Somehow, you know, assuming he found another paddle somewhere on the beach and has, you know, continued to track down the athletes in the race. And to come back and finish in the front end of the field like this is not an accomplishment to forget.
Definitely from Ollie Houghton. A great race from him, coming back from that unfortunate start. But we see on screen the technique from our prone paddler, giving it his all as he comes into the finish line. I believe this is David Buoy.
It is David. David taking this one home. He's going to catch a little wave here. You can see the board just kind of floating into it. Not quite. He's still working for it. He's looking over his shoulder to see if there's anyone behind, but who doesn't want to finish on a little wave?
And he's even extended his lead now, a minute over second position, Andrew Byatt. But David Buoy from Spain going to try and get onto this little runner to get in. Fortunately, not going to get on top of that one. He just wants a rest at this point. It is an 18-kilometer race.
Here he goes. Here he goes. Nice little bump coming in for David here. He's going to catch his breath, laying on the back of that board, going through the surf. You know, that's something that all these athletes will be very accustomed to from the surf life-saving world. Taking his leash off there as he's going to run up the beach and claim that gold medal for Team Spain. The flag is waiting. This is his moment to shine. He's put in the work. He's going to run those final 50 meters up the beach. Actually, it might be 100 meters. We're having some of the longest beach runs this event we've ever had in the world, but you see him waving that flag after being on the water for just over 2 hours. What a race. Congratulations to David Buoy from Spain. You got to expect him to be cheering here in a second. Yeah, Team Spain embraces him.
What a fantastic scene there on the screen. Hey! So David Buoy on Spain.
Oh, boy.
He's okay. He's okay on the sand there. But yeah, David going one better. He got second in 2019, but going for the gold medal here for 2023, prone distance men. He's going to be very happy. Team Spain there, very happy as well. They had Aaron Sanchez in that fourth position for the stand-up paddling. As you are watching Andrew Byatt coming in on screen here at the bottom there, finishing off this long distance prone race. Fantastic show from Andrew. He got second as well yesterday in the technical.
Yeah. He was so close yesterday, so it's got to taste even better today, getting that, you know, sweet taste of gold. Second place is not a bad position, but it is the first loser. And if you're a serious athlete, it's not the position you want to be standing with at the end of the race. But then again, you know, it's a learning experience for everyone, every race. And, you know, I've been talking with a lot of athletes over the last few days, and a lot of times we tend to focus too much on the results we would like to achieve, but every single athlete that paddles on the water will be able to take some type of learning experience with them home, part of the process of growing, improving, and becoming stronger as athletes.
Andrew Byatt taking second position, the silver medal here for the long distance. Big congratulations to him and David as well. He's done a great effort there. Julian Marticorena.
Oh, he looks tired.
He does look tired. But he'll be happy to finish off in the medal contention there in the bronze. As we're also going to pan back to probably Donald Marol from
USA. Yeah,
USA.
Donald was making a bit of a comeback there, just not quite enough. Looked like he needed another minute or so to catch Julian, but Donald will be getting that copper medal for 4th place. Julian running in for Team France there. You can see a face that is tired from a long battle. I'm sure the sun, the heat, many of the conditions out there making it rough on the athletes. And I think we're seeing so more here in the men's race. Like, a lot of the women looked very comfortable when they finished. I feel like a lot of the men you can really see the fatigue setting in with the high temperatures, you know, probably more chaotic ocean conditions, I would call it.
Yeah, I think a little bit harder for the competitors out there to keep stable on their board. But also that afternoon sun, it does really heat up here. The afternoon, as we see Donald coming in here for Team USA.
Donald Mirale.
A great race for him as well. He's going to be happy to get into that copper medal situation.
I love how they all have the, I feel like this year we're seeing a lot of athletes carry flags up across the finish line. I remember when the years that I was fortunate enough to win and perform well at the ISA Worlds, I think I was always just so nervous and scared of, like, if I take the flag, someone else might pass me that I haven't noticed. So I was always so full of fear and anxiety when I crossed the finish line. And I didn't believe I'd actually won before I crossed it. But, you know, great to see so many of the athletes being handed flags. And, you know, that really amplifies that festive experience and that, you know, national pride as they cross the finish line.
Of course, and gaining valuable points for their teams as well to go into the team points at the end, which really does set the seeding for next year as well for the surfing, the racing, in the stand-up paddle, and also prone disciplines. So Team France looking to extend that lead. We had quite a lot of French competitors there. We saw Julien cross the line in that 3rd position. Titouan Pouillot in number 2, also Nadia Garriour in 5th place. So Team France really getting a bulk of points. Team Spain as well, Aaron Sanchez.
Yeah, it's coming down to the wire tomorrow. I mean, we have a lot to look forward to with the sprint racing taking place tomorrow, the fan favorite, the team relay, and then obviously the closing ceremony after. But for the big team standings overall, I don't know what the exact points are. Maybe we can have a little tabulation here, but no doubt it is coming into, it's becoming a close battle between Spain and France, I believe. Japan's still in the running, but I think it's Spain and France that, you know, they have a lot to play for tomorrow, both in the sprints and the relays. As we see coming into the beach here, I believe that was Souris from Greece.
A good race from Souris. We see another prone paddler coming in as well. We have crowned our top 4 for both the stand-up paddle and also the prone distance racing. We are seeing our competitors starting to filter in here at the finish line. Over 2 hours now into the race. That is a long time to be out in the water. 18-kilometer distance. This is Takahiro Horibe from Japan finishing off here.
Yeah, Oribe. Great race there. He's going to be greeted by his wife and his daughter Lily as he crosses the finish line here. Great job from Oribe.
Very, very happy scenes at the finish line there for all of our competitors. Fantastic to see there's his wife and child coming in to congratulate him.
Yeah, I love seeing the family atmosphere. I dream of bringing my family to an event one year. And I don't know if we'll be competing, but we'll definitely be having a good time hanging around. But great to see there. Takahiro there before crossing the finish line for the prone.
As we see our competitor.
This is from Brazil, Hot Air Sao Pedro. Looking a little bit tired, casually congratulating his fellow athletes. It looks hot down there on the beach. Even though we're in September, it's hot here in France.
It is. There's not too much of wind to cool the conditions down. A bit of an onshore breeze, but the temperatures are nice and warm for this time in September. Usually get some nice weather throughout Europe at this time, kind of that transition into autumn, coming into winter, where the swells really start to rise. We get some great surfing done throughout these beaches in wintertime. We are going to be looking forward to the racing scene also getting underway as we take a look at the results from the prone men long distance. David Buoy, your gold medalist this year for 2023 from Spain. Andrew Byte in that silver medal position. Julien Matacorena from France. Donald Morale taking the copper medal. So there's your top 4 medalists. We also have Takahiro Haribe, who just crossed the line, and Yeda Sao Pedro from Brazil. We're going to have a few more competitors also crossing that line toward the end of this race. But those are your finishers currently. And we just see Andrea Nicciarelli cross the line from Italy.
Nicciarelli. I love the Italian names. I've been working on my pronunciation. Not always getting it right, but they have a great tone to their work.
They certainly do. As we're going to throw it down to the beach, Ben Way is with the winner of your stand-up paddle distance with the men, Shuri Araki.
Thanks, Bo Casper. Here we are with our 2023 ISA Men's SUP Long Distance Champion for Team Japan, Shuri Araki, with another gold medal. Omedetou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much.
So, Kyo, what I'm going to ask him is, it seemed like in their heat, the choice of line was very, very consequential. We saw people go from first to third, back to first, and it was a real big switch up through most of the heat. So I'm going to ask him how it felt as far as choosing his way through there and kind of feeling it out. 今日もすごいラインチョイスがすごい厳しかったみたいで、もう第3になって1番、2番もすごい変わっててどんどんで、どうやって読んでどうやってバンプ見つけた？
いやもう今日の本当自然のうねりだけじゃなくて船のうねりもあって、2周目でノイクが船のうねり掴んで一気に先頭に出たんですけど、そういうの全部まとめてやっぱりナビゲーションする必要があったのでとても難しかったです。
So interesting. He said it wasn't just the natural moves and the tides and currents. It was actually boat wakes as well coming through. And he said that Noik was actually able to use a boat wake and take the lead out. And then he had to kind of get back to his regular navigation and kind of find his way through the sea. Next thing I'm going to talk about, Casper has mentioned a lot of the boys have mentioned about how Shuri has his own special gear that none of the other riders have. I want to ask him about his kind of special technique, and then also ask him who he was trying to emulate when he was a young supper, who he was trying to develop a style from when he was getting started. みんなさんすごい褒めしてるシュリの自分の特別のギアがある。でもう本当そのケイデンスのキープとかみんなの選手とだいぶ違うみんな言ってる。でも聞きたいがシュリがもう本当若いパドラーで。どんなプロ、どんなヒーローかメンター、ああいうライディングが目指したいの人、誰でしたか？
やっぱり僕は独特のやっぱり技術で今までずっと勝ってきて、でもやっぱりずっと小さい頃から憧れてきたマイケルだったり、ティトゥアンだったり、ノイックだったり、キャスパー、カエレにみんなレジェンドがいて、その人たちがやっぱり世界で戦っていたから、それを見て自分も今まで頑張ることができました。
So he said, of course. First, his father showing him the ropes. Once he developed some skill, it was people like Casper, Titu, Michael Booth, and all of the legends that he was basically trying to take little pieces from. And man, what an amazing job. So at last, 最後、英語のメッセージと日本の方の応援している人にメッセージお願いします。
I paddle with my soul. Trying to find out original training method with my father, and I'm so happy to show who we are. And thank you for my friend, my family, my sponsor, my supporter, organizer. Thank you for everyone, and keep paddling.
じゃあそれで日本語で応援メッセージお願いします。
本当に今日は自分の魂で漕ぎました。そして今までずっとお父さんと練習してきた、僕たちが研究してきた漕ぎで、今日も勝つことができました。そしてそれを、ここにいる全員に示すことができて本当に良かったです。そしていつも応援してくれている 家族、友達、そしてスポンサーの皆さん、そして周りにいる支えてくれているすべての皆さんに感謝です。ありがとうございました。
本当におめでとうございます。いつも応援してます。All right, back to the booth with you guys, and then we'll get another interview pretty soon with Yulin Matikorena.
Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you, Shuriaraki. Shuriaraki drawing some inspiration from our very own Casper Steinfarth in the booth. Casper, what did you make of Shuriaraki's performance, but also what he had to say throughout that interview about the conditions out there?
I'm a little bit emotional right now. I can feel Shrimpy. You know, he's. I really, really, really love him. I really love watching him paddle, and the history of I've seen him since he was a little kid. Develop, just having fun. Now he's racing against the best in the world. He's beating the best in the world. He hasn't copied anyone's technique. I'm honored that he's taken pieces from what I've done. Like he said, he's taken pieces from Kai Lenny, from Michael Booth, from Connor Baxter, and many people out there. But he's created his own style. He's created his own persona. He's unlike anyone else out there. He is Shuri. He's Shrimpy, and I'm just very, very proud to have had the pleasure of seeing him when he was a small kid, and now see him on the world stage, beating the best and setting the standard for what everyone has to beat if they want to be world champions. So I'm just there's no other words. I don't really know what to say. I'm just happy for Shrimpy.
Oh, fantastic. As we go to the highlights of the men's SUP distance race. Getting started here, you can see Shrimpy at the bottom of the screen there, getting out in front a little bit earlier. There was a couple of lead packs here, Casper, wasn't there? The start was very interesting to watch.
Yeah, so back to the start. That was, they had a little bit of surf to navigate there on the start. I think there were some broken paddles, a couple of lost GPSs perhaps as well. But as they got going, we saw a couple of different draft trains develop initially. Conditions much calmer as they started. Like, pay attention to the texture of the water here. A little bit of bumps, but still there was a benefit to drafting. And that really changed as they got further into the race. You could see, I think it was Rai Taguchi here and Shrimpy, are two Japanese competitors, taking a lead after the first buoy.
That's right, but it looked like Tituan actually went down on that buoy turn.
That was Tituan that went down, yeah.
Very first time, so he did really well to catch back up to that silver medal position, as we are looking at a very long train of competitors there as they round that second buoy.
Yeah, and as they got to that second buoy, first of all, it looks like there was a bit of boat weight right there. Making things tricky. We might see some stories of boat weight come into play, and that's, unfortunately, sometimes the reality of racing. This is where we saw that top 7 pack really develop. They were staying together for a while there until we saw this battle between Shrimpy and Noik.
Yeah, great back and forth battle here. Saw Shrimpy lose it, but look, he gets on another bump just behind there and actually manages to get back in front. You can see Noik here in front of Shrimpy going around this buoy turn, and this is where everyone started to take a little bit of a different line.
Yeah, so on the second outside lap, Shrimpy and Noik there in the lead. Michael went further inside. You can see him back by the lighthouse there. Tituan also on a different line. This is Noik on that second lap as he starts heading back, followed by Rai. Shrimpy quickly building a very strong gap at this point, leaving Noik, Aaron Sanchez, and Michael Booth having a hard time reeling everyone in.
But where was Tituan at that point? He seemed like he was right back in the field.
I have a hard time seeing where T2 went, but I think he was playing with that outside line.
Yeah, so just watching a very nice slow motion here of Shuri's technique. He's getting a lot of power out of that paddle.
I could watch Shuri paddle all day long, sprint or long distance. Look at him go. He's really leveraging all his weight into that paddle. Great posture, great power, just plowing, following all, going all the way to the finish line, casually riding that wave. As you said, Bo, he had it under control.
Yeah, he certainly did. He's your back-to-back gold medalist for the distance, Shuriaraki, but also back-to-back for technical. He is unstoppable right now.
There was Donato France from Holland as well, making it in. But this is the guy it was all about. Shrimpy, Shuri Arakai, making it winning his 4th gold medal in 2 years.
That's right. An unbelievable result for him. A lot of other event wins throughout the year as well. Shuriaraki putting on a dominant performance as we take a look at the results of the top 10 for the men's long distance. Obviously, Shuriaraki, Tituan Boyo, Rai Taguchi, and Aaron Sanchez in the top 4, getting the gold, silver, bronze, and the copper medal. Noah Gadagood, Michael Booth, Fernando Blue. Some really big names there. But we're going to throw it down to the beach with Ben Way, with David Buoy from Spain. He was your winner in the prone men's distance.
How are you guys doing? We are here with the 2023 ISA Paddleboard Long Distance for Team France. Yulin Matacorena. Felicitación. Congratulations.
Yeah, thanks.
was a longer race and pretty choppy. Finally, we were hoping more wind, but it was a really technique race. Yeah, it was long, and David and Andrew were racing really fast. So I'm happy with the result. I was hoping better, but it's like this. I found better than me this year, and I hope to make the job next year.
So today there was a lot of different changes in the conditions. We heard also some boat wakes coming through, and so were you able to find some different bumps in there to help you along?
Yeah, it's quite tricky over there with a lot of boats and the wind as well. So it's pretty hard to make the choice and to find the good way to go. And I think that David and Andrew make the better choice than me, and they feel way better at the last maybe 20 minutes. So they did a good race, and I'm happy for them.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks. See you guys.
Thank you very much, Ben. We will get the official results for you, but it was David Buoy taking the gold medal. On screen, we saw Julen Matacorena getting a little bit of an update on the race and the conditions out there, so thank you very much, Julen, for that. We had David Buoy in first, Andrew Byatt in second, Julen Matacorena, but David really got way out in front toward the end of the race there. We're going to take a look at the highlight reel coming up right now.
Yeah, so as we saw them get going, there was a little stumble there in the back. I believe that was our Dutch competitor, unfortunately, but a long run for the athletes in the prone division. They got started, punched out through the surf, a little bit of a wave to navigate, but again, the surf not so strong. What we saw happen pretty quickly was there was a pack that developed as they punched out through the surf there. I like this angle. You could really see the waves as they rolled in. So you saw a pack there of 7 paddlers initially. They stuck together until the first buoy, and after the first buoy, there was a bit of a split in the pack. It was David Buell, it was Marty Corena, and also from Team England.
Yeah, Andrew Byatt.
We had Andrew there.
At the moment. So that was the first buoy turn. They come into the second. That top, 6 competitors there, very tight to begin with. Donald Morale there in the mix as well. He got that 4th copper medal position in this race. As we are seeing those top 3, they really dominated the first kind of lap and a half of this whole race. But then we did see David Buell take that lead at front. Andrew Byatt coming around in first position there. And we see Julen Matacorena and David Buell in third. But that changed throughout the race.
Yeah, nice turn there from Andrew, as we saw before. I mean, it was an 18-kilometer course. It took around 2 hours, and you saw conditions really change. It became a lot more bumpy towards the end. You could really see the texture of the water changing, as we saw. We saw Buoy here from Spain. Really, just he caught a little wave there to the beach. I think he was hoping for more, but look at this. Look at this welcome committee on the finish line right there.
I love this, Caspar. Let's throw him up in the air. The gold medalist for the long distance prone. What a scene there on the beach.
I'm going to award Spain a gold medal right here just for their team spirit. They got so much good energy going.
Oh, they really do. It's been great to see all the teams here with all that positive energy. But like I said, big congratulations to all of the competitors in that prone long distance. It's not easy being out there for a couple of hours on the water. It's good to see Takahiro Horibe as well. Yeah, this is El Pedro. And we're going to be Andrea Niciarelli. So yeah, really good showing there from everyone. And it was fantastic to see all of the stand-up paddleboarders in the distance race as well. Take to the water. Fantastic scenes here on the beach. And we are going to try and have a look at the winner from the prone technical, David Buell, shortly. But we go straight back to action here in the booth. Caspar, that was an exciting day of racing. I actually really enjoyed watching the women's this morning. They had really clean conditions, then a bit of windier for the men. Tell me, how did you see it from sitting in the booth?
It was interesting to see it from the booth. It's very different seeing it here, watching the same webcast as everyone back home instead of being on the water. We saw conditions change. I think that's what I noted the most. You started out calm. It got a little bit more hectic and chaotic towards the end. In all honesty, a long-distance race that probably verges more on being labeled as a marathon because we're seeing, working times of over 2 hours. The athletes dehydrated, tired, fatigued as they came in. But some good racing. I think a lot of strategy came into play today. and I think especially in the men's long distance race in the SUP side, I loved seeing all the battles back and forth and the chances, the gambling being made, Michael Booth taking inside lines, Tituan on the outside, Shrimpy, Noe going back and forth. It was one of the more interesting long distances I feel we've seen, and I've really enjoyed commentating, and I hope all you guys at home found it useful. We're doing the best we can, and we're loving calling the action, and some very inspirational performances and motivating performances from many of the athletes.
Yeah, definitely, especially the women as well this morning. I really like the finish from Espe Baradas and also Duna Gordillo coming down right to that final wave right at the end there. So they were very close. Duna was just behind Espe coming into the end, and we saw Espe get the gold medal there for Team Spain.
Yeah, Duna Gordillo and Esperanza Barreras, they had a great battle there, and it was great to have the insights of Nico for that race. They're teammates, but of course they're battling each other for that gold medal, ultimately bringing a lot of points home for Spain for the overall team standings. But I loved, it coming down to that final wave. I think Duna just, unfortunately didn't connect with that wave. Maybe she didn't see it coming. But Espe, just taking the wave, riding it in, doing what she had to do, and the mentor versus the young athlete. The tables keep changing there, but great to see a mixture of youthfulness and experience come into play.
Yeah, definitely, and also with the women's prone as well, with Yurika Haribe taking the win for Team Japan, Shuriraki, Team Japan in the men's long distance SUP as well, and then Team Spain. Like you said, Espe taking the stand-up paddle women's long distance, and then we had David Buoy taking the long distance for the men's prone. So Team Japan, Team Spain, very happy with their performances today.
Yeah, they can only be happy with it. It's going to be an interesting team race. As we got the team relays coming up tomorrow, we got the sprint racing still to come. We got the finals day tomorrow, the grand finale of this event. I really look forward to watching it, and we'll be webcasting it all live again here, Bo, and I think, we're going to get some sleep. I need a little rest now as well, just from watching all this action, and I haven't even been paddling.
No, that's so true. As we do have David Buoy down the beach, the winner, the gold medalist of the prone men's long distance. Ben Way's with him.
Thank you to you guys, and my apologies to both France and Spain. We had the wrong information down here on the beach. So I'm here with the official 2023 ISA gold medalist for Team Spain, David Buoy. Felicidades.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
So I'm going to talk to him a little bit about all of the bump, the lines, the boat wakes, and see how he used all of that to kind of navigate his line. Hoy había chop, había viento, también había corrientes naturales, y me dijeron que también a veces venían olas de los barcos. Y tenías oportunidad de conectar en alguno de esas olas que vienen del barco.
Saldi, exactamente ha pasado eso, que iba yo todo el rato en el paquete con Julen y con el inglés, y la verdad que estaba buscando mi oportunidad y la encontré en el último cuarto de carrera, y la verdad que muy contento de haber conseguido escaparme.
So he was saying he was basically just stuck in that pack with France and England the whole time, looking for his opportunity, and he was able, in the last quarter of the heat, able to connect with the boat wake and pull him apart. So hemos visto varias medallas de oro para España, ahora tienen una más. ¿Y cómo sientes como están poniendo el presión en el equipo de Francia para el Team Medal?
Sí, no, la verdad que hoy ha sido un día increíble para el equipo español, y nos hemos acercado bastante a Francia, incluso hemos llegado a estar delante, y ahora bueno, pues creo que tienen una ligera ventaja y vamos a luchar todo por conseguir ese overall.
So I was asking him, they got a lot of gold medals, he's stacking one more on, you think you're putting the pressure on Team France. He said with their medals now, it looks like they're probably in the lead for the team medals. He said they, of course, have a home court advantage, but they're going to keep it going. Bueno, finalmente, unas palabras para tu gente en España que te están apoyando.
Pues nada, muchas gracias a todos los que me apoyáis día a día, y nada, a continuar, a seguir y a ver si conseguimos ganar ese oro, y los relevos lo hacemos muy bien.
Muchísimas felicidades. Gracias. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Ben. That was the winner of the prone men's long distance, David Buoy from Spain. Thanks very much for bringing us that interview. What a day of action for day number 6 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Here in France, the Sable d'Olonne, a beautiful part of France on the western coast here. It was a day full of packed action. We started off the week with the SUP surfing, moved into the technical. Distance today was just, it was one for the history books.
It was. It's been so far. You know, we've had a lot of great action so far. I loved calling the surfing earlier in the week. We've had the technical races. That's behind us now. We had the distance. I love how, you know, diving into a longer format, we have more time to talk about athletes and strategy. Tomorrow, we're going back to that hyper-condensed action again with the sprinting and the relay races. Tomorrow, I'm going to definitely be feeling some FOMO because, you know, reality, I would love to be on that start line, but, you know, we're going to call the action here again. I'm not exactly sure on the timing, but the conditions, just teasing for tomorrow, we're going to have calm conditions in the morning. We're going to have a little bit of south wind, kind of like today, building throughout the afternoon. But prime conditions for the sprint and the team relay. And I know there's some athletes that have been holding their, holding their powder dry, ready to unleash everything tomorrow.
It's going to be such an exciting day of action. The sprint's kicking off at 9 a.m. local time tomorrow for finals day here at the ISA SUP and World Paddleboard Championships. Thanks so much for tuning in. We really appreciate you watching. If you want to check out the action tomorrow, make sure you do head to isasurf.org. You can watch all the replays, check out all the results, and tune in tomorrow for a 9 a.m. start.